important for that kind of seasons in all over the world. Uh, Otherwise, people they don't have any other chances to in living with burning and living with peaceful because of everyone means is our mind creations means we can introduce and we can explanation this because it is a world that is our human process. We don't have any other ways than how we live in without that mind creations, then how we live without mind pressures. That means in all over the world, in billions of billions people, they are in live with. I cannot explain that words. It's like type of prutakjana means. Then how we can discuss that name. Everyone is. The thought is the I is there and I am is here. Then outside, if we have everything, then our environment also, and that is the in lot of human beings, then human sympathesis because of that. I also think about that. Why is meaning of that? What is the meaning of that putajana? Everyone they know, they call in all the peoples is they in putajana. They called of us putajana because of. I also don't know before that. Then what is the meaning of that? Now we clarified and now we clear totally what is the meaning of that because of all the sensor creations. Then after that it will be create that our mind after the that means sensor process. Then product is our mind. That is the explanation of that Lord Buddha's explanation. Then Aruna's also explanation very well to after the Lord Buddha because of now that language then that means in explanation for mainly Sinhala, but that language also we can understand in clearly it's very well. Uh, because of everyone they doesn't have any big idea for the Pali languages also. That's why we now I don't know say he try to explanation in English also because it will be uh, understood in very well whoever in here. Uh, then they can we can touch the world also every human then because in the world in many peoples they're using English language. They're not in Sinhala because Sinhala using only Sri Lanka. That is the very important thing is this room session at the POTV channel. I think it's very worth in next few years in that channel. It will be going very fastly in population for the all over the people. Mm. That also we need to understand. That's why we now in when I start the per me only when I start for that sessions, then for personally for me also little bit scared. Then because of is Dhamma means through Dhamma means very little bit not little bit is more difficult to understand, and after that it is very easiest way for the human and human being and human living style also. But its explanation is little bit hard to explanation of English language. But now we can do that because of Arnaz also and said to me. Then we when we are going to say that one, then should be using easy method or easiest way for the people for understanding. uh, that means then we can say something then, but it's I don't know it's helpful for hearing, guys. But if anyone is there, then we can discuss. So we can understood. I think it's little bit take the little bit for helpless for that's why this one. That's why we are going to in explanation for our side. Today I think about why we need to attend Lord Buddha's way, and why we need to understand what is the truth of the our life. Then what is the importance? It's it's we need to clarify that one. Then why we are going to understand? Why we are going to stay with Lord Buddha's way? What is the our benefit? Not on people, all the people. In first of all, they think about that. What is the benefit of that? Why we need to understand of that one? That is some people's questions. That is the but for us personally, then we facing a lot of because of already when we are birthing in our country, then when we are birth that time also we had a background in already created background in Lord Buddha's uh, philosophy, but lot of people they don't have a background also. That's why then when we are going to say something on that philosophy is not a philosophy, that science, then some people they questions repeatedly. Why we I don't want that one because I already I'm the Christian, I am the Muslim. Then I don't want to understand another religions. That kind of things they had already. But we can say day by day or one by one. Then that is not another type of philosophy. Uh, yes, that's why. Then we want to clarify. Then for us personally, we when we are working with together in our other outside of the not the Sri Lankans, that means in other nationalities, then we can say they asking for us. Then example, when we are troubling in place, then we suddenly we can soluble and all the stuff. Then now why I say this one because today we are going to discuss and what is the importance of that. Lord Buddha's way, why we need to understand. There are many ways, but in our death and our inside burning and all the ones we after the truth, when we become then after the truth, we can clarify. There is a no, there is death also thought. There is a no not in anyone else this body. Then that means it's very clarified in our total life. Then we can say like this, but I'm not going to say this is another type of life pattern. But we are going to discuss, and people they ask, that kind of questions. That's why then I'm going to discuss this one. It is our practical and personal experience in outside of the country. Example, where I live in my countries now, then we don't want to say about the people. Then we don't want to say because already they know. Then because they already had the background, but outside is little bit different. It's a bit not a totally different. Then because some people doesn't like to that. Our religious peoples they doesn't like to worship Buddha because someone is they created already created mind because they someone is they anger that for discussion of that kind of things. Yeah, but they don't know what is the truth of that, why they have become anger, why they what is the religions. Then I ask you some people, then when you are birth, then you change your mother is change you means that is me change your Buddhist mothers, they after that you have become Buddhist, then how we can decide? Then they can understand. But then people wise the believement is very tough. Then we cannot say in pervertly we want to take the time also, then otherwise then it's not a chance to in becoming the what is the truth of the world. That is the another part of in here. We want to try about, we don't want to say then what is the truth. I am not going to say in totally, but when we are working with another nationalities, they asking then why should you are every day you working with happily, you when you are become when you are working early then, but when you are wake up early but you are not mood is not sad then, but when we are facing the more problems or more we sometimes we want to work with high temperature, then high winter seasons also, but everyone is same then in our field also. That means who anyone is they working with nearly for us, they can understand how he's living is another type of peace. Then anytime then they don't have any problems. Example is my boss also is very scared in any times then because of his specialized for in company side. Example my manager, but sometimes he asking then how we can work with pressure force on it, because you every time you laughing, and when we are facing the more, when we are going to do some hard clarifications, that means our company side, but in our phase two, in our fault finding or anytime they ask insurance, what is the reason then you but I said then I'm not going to say that through them, but I said just that is a thought, then we don't want to take about more. This only thought, then just we had a problem, yes, temperature or winter or anything. That's also thought in the mind creation. We don't about think about that. That then we can release. We don't want to get more about our mind. We don't about that kind of things. That is the way to for saying for something for another nationalities, because of then we when we are going to explanation too hardly, they doesn't want to take about that kind of thing. We it's no need to for them, it's no need to for them, yes really. That's why we want to live with for them or any other nationalities. We Yeah, we want to use that very 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 small part, then that is our nature that is our neutral life, then we don't want to take more stress also. I want to say, I want to say in truth to him. I want to introduce for him. Then we are not think about that. But then yes, then we don't want to that. But example, but just I want to say when we working with them, we know that they are become angry, they are become very sad, but that time, then we also getting some sad feeling. Then why he's and he don't know everything. No, then I want to say, for it's very helpful for them after the work. They when they go into home and they make drinks and they want to take smoke or everything. Then yes, I experience of that all the things. Some people is then after the weekend they want to go any outside, they want to go beach. Main thing is they want to take a drinks and smokes. That is the another part of that normal Putakjana people. Then that we can look that everyone is no, we don't get any worries then, but yes, then it's very innocent. No, that guys they don't know what is the truth also. That's why they doesn't understand what is the what we are going to do, what they are going to done also. That we can stay with knowing or anything. Then we can stay with them. Then any nervous, but We don't want to take the our we don't want to take that. Then we can say something just enough, but just I think in my mind he's very. I mean, personally he's very good man. That means we cannot say good or bad, but personally he's very helpful guy. He don't want to attend any. He doesn't want to. He doesn't give any passion for us also. That's why I also think why he's very innocent and very bad. He has a very good habits also, because already they are very calm peoples. Already they are very calm peoples, yes, but they doesn't know how to take about that outside pressure. They think they are in here, I am in working, I want to resolve that all the problem within day, within tomorrow also. And if any guy is shouting for them, he is taken very seriously. They take about very seriously. They doesn't know that is only ear creations. They doesn't know that is the eye creation, mind creation. They don't know anything. All the world sees in front of them. Then that's why I. It's very. We want to worship Aaron once again because of when I also personally I also work with in before the 1.5 year 1 years ago. We doesn't know anything then. Any times then for me personally is very aggressive and very anger in everyone. Then I want to work with another people. It's very perfectly. I want to work with very clear area, and when it is going to uh, resolve that all the our day to day problems, then I want to take the clear idea and I want to do that perfectly within any troubles. Then it will make any arguments, then with troubles, then I want to do everyone within troubles, then that it's not happen to in a day to day life. It's not happen to day to day life really. It will be it become in any knowing or any wrong things, then it's a human habits, and it will be there, then it will be happen. But then futures and my history, then now I understand, but in our future then we doesn't know, then we I also experienced, and I had more experience in that kind of scenarios. That's why it's very important in that's our life in the and meet our RN1 also. It's very I can explanation then what is the way, then why is then we understood that way, why it's become that true pathway, then we can understand now everything. Not everything means, but we can clear idea now what is the why we become that way. But now I am not going to discuss for that one. But yes, that is the another part of that. Then yes, everyone is every day they discuss with the what is the every then today morning also I heard everyone they can explanation better than for me. Then what is the truth? Then that means our darshana side, and what is the Lord Buddha's theory sessions means our lot of sutra also. That's why I try to explanation of our practical day to day experience after the that truth after the experience of that. Yes, that's I think it's very helpful for any one of guy in here. Mhm. Sometimes then I also in few in our my youngest period I think about that just but yeah, totally I had clear idea. Just I want to within my life I want to understood then what is the Buddha. Every day when I worship the Buddhas in morning and evening, when I was in my youngest period, that means when I was in childhood, I don't know what is the I don't know what is the in our all the ceremony uh, songs that is our gatha. I doesn't know any idea. Then I don't know anyone. Then because of when I worship with mother and my cousins, they know everything. Example, my wife also they know everything. But just I worshipped in that day also. Just I want to what I am saying. I say that only just I want to understand what is the Buddha's word. That's it. At that time, also I don't know what is the lot of our Pali Gatha anything. But at that my yeah, I remind that when we in our childhood also I say that yes I want to understand within my life. That's it. See, that is the our thought in that day also. That means it's very. Uh, I don't know how we can say we are very luckily understand meeting with that. We can join that in our Buddothpada Deshana also. It's very helpful and because of why I say that one. I planned in that in my youngest period when I do our works and after the work or that means our retirement also that is our history thought. Then we don't know what is the truth also, but everyone is they can think about that. They was think about it. Then because of this is the human pattern or thought process is going like this. Then one yeah that is the normal human process thought process. No, but just because of we also living with that society, then we saw something in outside in our world, then we are getting ideas. Then a lot of this one we want to understand. After that is our all the works and all the our family works. Then we have to go in forest or we have to become monk. uh, then we want to understood what is the Buddha's word. Then after that we also become very developing mark. Then we in our thought it's all the people's I think that thought process going like this. But for us also is person is we think about that. But automatically we move in that out of we move that out of the Sri Lanka. And now we not settle down here. But now we after that automatically we connected that with the Padideshana. Then we don't know what is the. I am not. I'm not finding in. I am not spend more time, but just I every day morning and evening just I had a thought. I think it's very helpful for that. Um and I had internal questions also everything, but I doesn't meet any. I doesn't meet any any understand people in that in my youngest period. I went somewhere, but I doesn't meet anyone. But I discuss in lot of places also. I discuss and find something when I have free. Then yes, I visited a lot of RM sessions, you know. But it's not 100% effect. Then, but just when I visit in anywhere, when I visited in there, then just I discuss. That's only. That's I am not attending 100% in my life. But yeah, that is the how I think is future habits. Then I think is future habit means it will be become our vibration. It will be mixed up. Then it will become it will be vibrating in here. That is means our future and our history also. It's all the one together with that our only one vibrations. Now we clarify that all the why we are living with that kind of habits. Why had that kind of habits we. Now we clarify that we can understood that is the way. That's why means our uh, that is our nation means. Then how we can explain that is our habit of this our total vibration process. Yeah. After that, then when we joined that Buddothpada, Aranwansi explanations, it's very connected for our all the thought process and very connected for our Lord Buddha's theory ways because it's already very connected because Aranwansi explanations day by day and he take the all the our Sutta Deshana also. Otherwise, then people they cannot. Okay. First of all, we want to first of all we want to think about in our we want to think about our believement. No? Then after that we don't want to believe that because of understanding is not a believement, but first sessions then we have to take the effect and we have to take small time we have to spend something. Something means it's our time or and our knowledge sharing or anything. Then in our then means then first we listen some 1 2 words. That means in this body we don't have people and I is not a me I image is not a meaningful. It's only our thought process. I means is like a mirror. It's not had take idea for what is the outside. It's just only mirror. Then and our eye only just only sensor. Then one by one in our sensor, one by one, we can solve that all the white creation. That means skin also, and eye and nose and mouth, everything. Then everything is clarified 100%. Then it will be sold out. In this body, we don't have people. That means total. That also thought. That means Hakaya Dustya. When it is understand anyone in that one, that is the. It's like experience. It's like experience in. It can be experienced 100%ly. It's not a thought. That's why Lord Buddha also say is no to go. We sorry. We don't want to go to say about our feelings through our word. It cannot. It's a little bit hard to say that to. Little bit hard to say what is the all the experience and after the that through them experience and how will be become how will be explanation of that experience is too hard too not too hard it's can't to say because of how can we touch that point because of emptiness means it's not a meaning it's that example because of today what is the today is our headline is today we are discussing what is the importance of that Lord Buddha's way. No, that's why I can discuss with that But then that's why just I think we want to sharing our experience in a little bit. It will be helpful to other our listeners. That's why. And another thing of that in here, uh, someone they had then when we are doing in our all the when we are doing our all the day to day life also. So we met that lot of people they had more troubles. They had life problems. Example, they don't have enough money, and some people they doesn't. Example, I had more friends. They don't have good families. Also, that means they married someone. They had more arguments in day to day. I mean, it's not very old people. That means in this our middle-aged peoples then. Oh, and they had more trouble for the working places and personal troubles in all the families. In someone is very stressful in the working time, and they don't have sharing guys. Then they doesn't have to chance to visit to anywhere because of normal life. It's not a problem, but people think about that. Yeah, they have everything. I don't have this one. I don't have vehicles. I don't have a good house. Then why is that? Then because we also experience of that in our history. We also experience that. Now also we doesn't change totally in our life. It doesn't change. That is the another thing of that. Then now I think Arnos also is doing some lot of charity works, and he helped a lot of villages, and he's doing some lot of child charity works, and give more something for the peoples. What is the what is the reason of that? Yes, it needed because of everyone. They are looking for his life is how to is comfortable his life. They want to get. They want to pick. They want to pick all the things. They have. They had all the things. That means they are. They think about that. That is the life. If you have big home or big family or big vehicle or something, I don't know. They think it. Now is I comfortable, but they doesn't know that is also it's very per second things. Then it's a thought. Then it will be become it will be become down in all the facilities. That's why we sorry. That's why we want to after that explanation. After that understand, then we want to try that. We want to attend. We want to attend for our society. Otherwise, we don't have any other work. Also, we have in our responsibility just only then example and our parents and family members and whatever we had in our background. It's we can do and nothing. Then our example, our job also, it's nothing. But when we are living with all those nations, when we are that means all our nationalities, then when we are working with all the peoples in our background, yes, then we show that we can show that What is the real problem in the human? Yes, they if any moment they had been they have to be faced with more problems. In example for our nearest people also. But we explanation in small things and day by day a little bit. Now is some person they already joined that Zoom Reshanas and all they meet up already advanced also. Uh, that is our I think is job duty or like it's our duty. We want to advance also doing that one. I think. Otherwise, what we can do because if our eye creation is everywhere, thought also is wrong because thought also is a created one, human created. That means our normal environment is a created one. Then how can we how can we stay without that discussions? How can we stay without that? Because that's why I'm also requesting any person for the what is the when he is joined when we join to in oldest people to for the Buddothpada. I'm not a request also. Yes, it is very important for the society. Uh, if we have a small chance, we can say small thing don't want to take a more time or don't want to attend the Zoom or practical sessions, then we can say normally that means we can say one two words. I like to share with one experience in yesterday. Uh, in my home, then I had two kids. One is 8 6, and one is 3.5. My younger kids, then he had two bicycles, and one yesterday. He because of he using small one in every day he scared little bit who's cycling for that highest bicycle and yesterday say and I also try it then because his height and all the one is correct but he is scared because of why he fell down for that in one of the time in that in our history that we a little bit scared after that just I saying for him please, son, don't talk about thing because your thought is scared. Scared means is thought. When you fell down, it fell down. No worry. I will come back. Here. Don't be get afraid. Then it's your thought is scared. Scared. I just saying that's only. Your scared means it's your thought. Your height and all the one is correct because of I already measured that and then show him then he suddenly understand then he and after he drop the vehicle and he get the bicycle and just he riding he doesn't because I just saying only please Puta this is your thought only don't want to think about that your thought leave it that please cycling just is that's then you can do that I just saying that's only uh, I also feel that oh yes he is understand he doesn't know then what is the Buddha what is the Lord Buddha's true way that he don't know because of his age is 6 I also don't want to say I also doesn't say to any that kind of things in still because of very they are very young uh, but when they crying or when they become feel sad, then we can say it's thought. Don't want to think about that outside. It's your thought. Then they can understand 100%. I think it because of still they are living with feel. Still they are living with feel. They don't know. Still they creating still, but still they living with feel because of not for like our youngest people. oldest people, because they still live with feel. When they become sad, that also is not to take it for bigger thought, because when they cry, after that we are doing some we are doing tickling or something, they doesn't they suddenly they will become happily, they will become happy mode. Yes, suddenly, because of that truth is no, that every thought still they not take 100% it correct, because still they are living with feel. We, yes, that's why we can compare. Then I get more ideas for that child side, because of it's my chance, because of I, when I was in Sri Lanka, I live with my parents and my lot of helpful people. Means I had a lot of cousins in my environment. But at that time, then I doesn't want to stay with kids, because of I had more people with my grandmother and my mother and everything. But now I live with alone in here, with just only kids and wife, because everything we have to do that one. Every moment, and that means food preparing and all the ones. Then when I was Sri Lanka, I personally little bit aggressive, and we when I patient, then because of I work with more people, and I had 3 4 jobs also there. That's why then we specialize in the evening, means we already specialize, we cannot discuss everything. Already we become aggressive, or I don't know, I doesn't like to in remind of that one also. That is the human being, then that is the human pattern. How can I say that's why I go discuss for in our practical experience, means why I discuss our personal thing also. It's very, I think it's very helpful. And what is the importance of that understanding of that Lord Buddha's way? We don't want to compare that. That is our nature. Then now it going happening. It's going to happening, it's going to automatically in this system, but we don't want to think about that. That's also it's our mind process. Then but I trying to discuss is our practical means it's not dhamma, it's not dhamma practicals, it's our day-to-day life patterns. But now we want to pick up our all the we want to gather our we want to do that our all the day to day life pattern. We want to comply that all the things. No, that means then. But everything is nothing. Everything means then. Just we experience, then we want to stay with our places very clearly, but it's with kids it's too hard. But that also is nothing. They playing in everywhere, they doing something, and they doing some artwork or any other walls or anything, and we doesn't want to think about that. Just the thought about, just we look that we don't want to get mainly because of outside means is our thought. Just when we become sad means that's it's our world, all the world is there. When we become aggressive, when we become anger, it's all the one is there. But I don't going to say when anyone is become that way, anyone is joined that Zoom, or anyone is starting that way, then he had the experience. But we want to, I want to say, I will live with kids. It's very helpful for understand that. It's very helpful to understand for that kid experience, because now we can live with them, or we can live with same pattern just like kids. Then we can laugh in when we are become when we have become sad also, that also thought, then just we can do everyone. That means example, if I have any call for in my country, then anyone is dead, or anyone is become anyone is had a cancer or something, we had a lot of news because of every day we had a chat for that our family members. But uh, but we can join with them, and every we can share with all our ideas, and we can experience for that their feelings. We can share it all the feelings, and when they crying, we can say something. Is don't want to cry because of we don't want to say in our that time is we don't want to say what is the truth, but we can join with them. We can live with them. Then we can share it all the ones, because we know is everything is our thought. We can clarify, and all the one is 100%. Then we can understood what he is saying, then what he needs also. Then that is very 100% pathway very. That's why it's very important when we join that Zoom with Arun ones also. Just every day I say for him. Then it's very important for our life because of that is the importance of that advances explanations. Then I think now in Sri Lanka or outside of is they had more people to understand of that through them. It's how can we experience of that feeling then, because every home, every villages, they will it will be become very peaceful place now. Yes, it will be become very peaceful place. Mainly, mainly lot of men's role. Then some families they had more trouble because of men's. They had more aggressive. They already they made up a lot of problem in the evening, and they got lot of drinks and smokes. And I don't want to say that good or that's bad, but in the nations, then in the nature is not league for that all the that kind of habits. That's why it's very without that our disturbance. Then how we can live? That means is that place is very peaceful. So already it's become. We don't want to affect more. We don't want to spend more money. We don't want to go anywhere. Then that means like very expensive travels and anything. So without that our income, without that our money, all the thing, everything, without without anything, then we can live it very peaceful. Example, our food and our day to day everything missing, then we can live it very peaceful. We don't want to take about our inside. That is the inside. That is the inside experience. Means that is our translations of that our normal human to normal beings to, and our inside translations. It will take a time, but when if guy when it is when we when it's trained, when it's changed that inside, it I think it's not a chance to become another again is in our history period. But yes, that is the that's why it's very important to insight uh, transportations also. But in the first season, we want to take about we want to get the idea what is the importance, see, and Yeah, we can say everyone with our nearest people. That is another way of that uh, saying that another people also. Uh, Today, why I discussed that one, I think is that explanation. Then he want to ask, so he want to decide that first of all. Then I want to join with for them. Why I need to ask for them? Then why I come for here? That Zoom, in this Zoom. Oh, that's why I discussed for that one. Uh, After that, he when he's joining there, and suddenly, oh, it's day to day, and when he take a time, if he take a time, I don't know, but in end of the day, then he will become in feelful people. Then feelful people means, I mean, it's not like normal humans. Then in without person, without death, the means then that means living also is a thought. I am living in here. That also a thought, but its understand is very clear in all the ways and all the technical part also, because of pure science, and that means true science is very important for the all the life patterns. That means not only humans and all the animals also. We can feel that all the earth, in our earth, water, and humans and animals and all the friends or anything is, we had any uh, enemy, but everything is same. We don't have anything because of everything is our mind means. And when anyone is become understood it, that all the ones, then he become a translation of that inside translation also. Then he don't want to uh, escape for them death also, because of death is not in there, because that also thought. Then that's why his answer, his explanation time also, he very explanation is very clear, and very deepful thing also. Then we want to get the idea of that why he's staying with that field. Then we want to think about that. We want to clarify that what he need to say. But for me, when I joined that Zoom or phone discussions also, I focus that what is he said, what is the demand, what kind of thing. Because of all the words, they have a hidden meaning. No, all the words, they have a hidden meaning. Then we cannot explain through the world that our anyone experience. That's why all the words, it has a hidden meaning means, that one we want to chart. First of all, we want to chart that. Then otherwise, it's not a chance to understand of all the Lord Buddha's. We don't have any chance for that. First of all, for believe that, then it will be automatically transfer our internal transformation. That means our non-vibrations. Yes, then today we discuss of that small normal day-to-day discussions, but everyone, they know everything, but just I spend that time. Then what is the importance of that life? But I'm not going to say after the understand we can live with freely. Then we want to become very developing mind, and I'm not going to say that things. But just I say, then after the experience, we don't have anything. No, we can sleep out in under the tree also. That's it. Then yeah, that's it. Then, but it's our responsibilities also. It will be going automatically. We don't want to take a stress or something. Then we don't want to leave that places. That is our normal life. Then and today is my time is I think now is finished. I'm going to transfer that Zoom in next person, and it's very helpful to in all around all over the people in this POTV channel. I think it will be developed in day to day discussions automatically because it this is the needness in the world. Otherwise, it's not a chance to any any nations. Then it's not a chance to live with peaceful because it's a needness. Every technology it can be effort and it can be achievement in all the technologies, but it's in our inside calmness and inside non-vibration it will be not to all the nations because that's why it's very important of that words and that kind of channels. And again I want to thankful that my only all Dhamma friends for the and technical handlers also. I want to thankful for them, and I want to worship again Arnwansa, Terwansanna Arnwansa, and Terwansanna my every listeners, and very thankful for giving for that time for me. Okay, thank you very much, and Terwansanna everyone.
term, that Krutak, I think it's automatically one would the self perception will diminish. So that stage after listening to Dhamma, rest of it will happen naturally. So that advice you gave right now, let the feel come, because it is always mentioned the mind covers up the feel, and mind covers up the yesterday also. In one of the chapters that I read, it was clearly mentioned that nothingness of the stimulus is masked by the mind. So this has been said in numerous ways. So Dr. Kokila today give the simplest, I mean, in a nutshell, you gave it beautifully. What would happen, how over the years. Something when Dr. Sakun practices of Buddhism, how we practiced, yeah, we knew certain Dhamma points. I mean, they introduce certain things as insight meditation, but which is not truly insight meditation. So certain words were there, certain meditation techniques were there, but until we listened to Buddothpado sermons, nothing, actually we couldn't see the big picture. We didn't have proper path to follow. Honestly, everybody will agree, we did not have a proper path to follow. We always had doubts wherever we go. We had the real need to uh, find true Dhamma. We always knew, actually, whoever wanted to realize Dhamma had the real had felt that this life, whatever the wealth, I mean, all the achievements they have made, the suffering is there. And they mostly, in my case personally, I was so scared of death from the childhood. Because my grandmother used to tell me about the death and the things that would happen after death, the hell and all. So from, I mean, at the age of 5, I was really scared of, life after death. So I wanted to, and then she told there is something called nirvana. So if you attain that, you would end the suffering. So that message was there, and somehow, I mean, all of us at some point, fortunately, got this kind of vision or the goal that we should end the suffering in this life. So it itself is so rare. So, and Dr. Kokila, I need to ask this from you. When we talk about a life field, existence field, and the self-perception, are all of them more or less the same? Uh, a life field, existence field, and the
No, the
self-perception
existence feel. No, Arana say
feel.
that day, one day when he joined, he nicely explained it. Existence feel will be there until your respiration stops. Existence feel is the touch and all that. That will be there, but the life feel is not there. Life feel is different. The self-perception is different. Self-perception is in the form world. I mean, it has, but I mean, you can't really separate them. But
Yeah,
the feel is
self
in the feel level, non-form.
and Dr. Self view will go away with the realization gradually, but self perception will continue to be there, isn't it?
There's no hard and fast
Past,
rule about
yeah,
that. Self-perception will dissolve anyway. And it will end only in an arahant. Self-perception. But it all tallies, so the self-vibration is also zero, self-perception is zero.
That's right. Like an equation on this one.
Yeah, I mean, it's very difficult if we try to like give something like that, because self vibration is something you have to feel, but the self perception is kind of a all the perceptions basically are in the form world.
Mm.
It has a kind of, at least you know, like when you say it's having a bad smell.
Mm-hmm.
It is a perception, but actual smell is a fear which you can't even talk about. But once we put a perception, we can talk about it all the time.
So, doctor, original sensor level experience, we cannot call it a perception.
No. Okay, now you're making it more complex now for me also. So there are two perceptions in that. One is the basic five perception is used in the that also, because the light, you can have a perception, but light, you can have a mind perception too. So you have to be careful. So the mind sensor has a mind perception, that is a mental formation. Without the mind perception or the mind part, just the sensory organ per se can have a light perception or touch perception. Touch perception specifically, kaya vinyana, you don't really need the mental perception. So perception word can be used everywhere. So again,
it is, doctor,
I don't
used
know how you got
interchangeably.
even that question. How did you get that question, by the way?
No, now just now when you said if it is bad smell, it's the perception. I think I got it wrong at that point on.
Yeah. What I'm trying to
yeah,
say is,
it was not what you were trying to say.
Yeah, the light itself. Okay, how can I say? Okay, we'll try to say this. I don't know whether I would be good in telling this. So just imagine, without the mind consciousness, if you are feeling the light, with the fast vibration, it comes to the consciousness. When it comes to the consciousness, the light field is there. When it comes to the perception level in that, the field of existence is there. So it's very difficult to tell these things. It's rather to feel, but because the main thing that what ignorance plays here is not knowing that it is the fast vibration of the sensory organ. That's the ignorance there. Once you pass that ignorance, if you're aware about the full science, that if you get into that fast vibration, and if you feel that, if you knew before, like it is the fast vibration of the sensory organ, definitely the value is going to go to zero and you can feel the non-vibration. But this is something you have to know. That's where the Dhamma comes. So you know if it is just light, but this in practical life this can't be ascertained. This is from wisdom that you are ascertaining, but then when comes actual experience, it comes automatically, because it's all Satyajnana. Satyajnana, or the truth. So when you know the truth, the first round is you can't separate first and second rounds. If you see it's the crow, you're seeing. If you see it is the bus, you are seeing. If you're seeing it's the chair, you are seeing. But if that mind has no power, only you might feel it. But it's very true, like wisdom. So what you have to know is the first. So there's vijnana, or the perception. What is the word for that? Consciousness. Yeah. So the perception there and consciousness there, we rarely talk about it, but the same words are used. But the mental formations, that also is a perception. So chair is a perception. It's a mental perception though. So when we usually talk, we talk about the mental perceptions.
Right.
So Sudharma is a mental perception.
Yeah, Doctor, because
Dr.
these
Sakuntala
words
is a mental perception. But if I can hear Sudharma's voice, that is again a mental perception. But if the mental perception is fully dissolved, you might be able to appreciate the vibration. That is the tense. That is the tense. But then you understand, because of Dhamma only you can reverse this. Because you know that it is the vibration of the air, not nothing other than that.
Doctor, we use all these words interchangeably, no? Perception, thought, stimulus, because
when usually we talk about perceptions, it's usually mental perceptions.
Mental perceptions.
But if you are talking about the other perception, we have to specifically say it is a sensory organ perception.
Clear, got it.
Because that is the direct perception. But in touch, you can actually directly feel it.
So in the perception,
doesn't necessarily need the mental formation. That's why actually it is easy to feel, easy to do it with the walking meditation. That is why walking meditation is the kind of the first and foremost of all the meditative practices.
The base. Even in these 4 points of contemplation, it is the base, right? Yeah. We are not seated in certain posture.
Yeah, but yeah, because anyway, humans, this body consciousness can be used at any point, whether you are sleeping, whether you are lying down, whether you are not sleeping, when you are lying down, when you are sitting down, when you are walking, when you are doing any action. Is because you have a body, you will have bodily sensations. So you can use the meditation at any posture. Do you understand?
Yeah, Doctor.
Because Kaya Vijnana is there, bodily sensations are there, body consciousness is there. So it's easy to do any meditation for humans, but it's different for any other being, where the body is not a feature. There can be beings where body is not a feature. If it's like a unicellular organism, still the life is there. How? Because the life feel is there. It's very easy when you try to put into these other jivin. What is the word for jivin? Like
creatures, living organisms.
Living organisms, yeah, because they are living. Why are we calling they are living? Because they are living. Why? Because they have the life wheel. And
That,
why they have,
that
when they have the life wheel in any
vibration.
means, there's life. And there is always
Doctor, can I
chance of
clarify
change.
something regarding the body sensation since you came to this now? Now, doctor, we say like temperature, then hardness, softness, they are felt by the body straight away. But if a child gets burned due to maybe some hot water is poured into his or her hand, and then the mother says, now see, you felt coldness, but it's actually the heat. So that feeling will be the uh, a kind of high temperature or the heat for the child. And when the child is touching some cold thing, ice maybe, mother says it's the heat. Now see you, it's the heat you felt. So that label will be assigned to that sensation. So in that way, can we say the child directly felt coldness, hotness? Aren't they the labels in some way?
Oh, Sudharma. So the perception. Now again, going back to perception.
Sorry if I am
Okay.
confusing
No.
you.
I'm not confused. I'm trying to understand how to say this because now I have to say something. So, perception. Now, going back to perception. Now, try and see whether you can understand the perception again because this is hovering around that perception question again. So, mental perception can be anything. It can be in Chinese words, it can be you are telling mother to the foster mother, and child will never know what's the big problem. But the mother is not the biological mother. You are telling mother to the foster mother because baby didn't know until 18. He didn't know, and at 18 years of age, he is given the letter saying this is not your biological mother. This is the foster mother. So what? So feel has nothing to do with the perception. That's the main important thing you have to understand here. So the feel and the perception, specifically the mental perception, has no correlation. So you can tell a child, okay, so you are trying to cheat the child now, saying that this is hot when the cold water is put. Yeah, he will go to the school and he will pour hot water over another child and say, did you feel the cold? And they will slap him because you burn me and you're asking whether it's cold. Isn't this happening to people all the time? When a foreigner comes, you tell a bad word and that foreigner goes
No,
somewhere else and
excuse
tell the
me,
bad word
doctor.
again.
Teruvan
Yeah,
Saranai, doctor, it's not the point. I mean, if all of us got that perception
same
for that
thing.
cold thing,
Same thing.
hmm,
Doesn't matter.
so
Perception
if
has
that,
no place in this film. It's a perception only. So that's the problem we are trying to understand anyway. So good thing to Sudharma is not the good thing to me. Good thing to us is not the good thing for Joel, and good thing to us will not be the good thing for Sakuntala. So what? So what is good? So what is bad? Okay, what is bad for someone in living originated from European country? What is bad for him may be good for me. So what? So the mental perceptions are according to their dream. Whatever the dream, if it's matching everyone's dream, yeah, let it be. But if it's not, yeah, it's not. But the perceptions are perceptions. So imagine I'm going back to the Amazon forest. Someone is living in the Amazon forest. So imagine the tribe has about 50 people. So they believe something. They believe the sun is the god. So what? So their god is sun. That's fine. But whatever the dream is not true. their dream is different to our dream. Our dream is is different to the person living in America. The dreams can be different, or it can be similar. But the dream is not true. Basic message is that. So, what you actually believed in doesn't matter, whether it's hot or cold. Doesn't matter. Feel is what it matters. Even if you call cold for the hot or whatever, if you change the whole world and maybe start living in if you start living in moon, you're floating all the time. Just read about the podcast that they did, the 3 people. So they are floating all the time. So the space, they are floating all the time. So what is the experience? So is that true or this true? Is the gravity true or the non-gravity true?
Actually, doctor, this came up when we were doing the practical program. So, what the instructions given was like when you walk, the body, the feet or the body would feel some hardness. So you might think that it is the hardness of the cement floor. So, and you would feel some coldness. The thought will come that it is the coldness of the wind. So actually, that lady was asking, no, that hardness itself, body feels something, gets a feeling or a sensation, that then I think it's the hardness. Body gets certain feel, so I think it's the coldness. That way, because she was asking that, I also had that doubt, in the sense I also was wondering before also they can be labels sort of, but strictly our senior people, 2 of them were there, they were telling no, you should the thought should be definitely the ground cement floor. The coldness is directly felt. Yeah,
We'll stop there. We'll stop there. So we'll try and see what we can do about that. So even the hardness is a perception, or that is what you are asking from the beginning. It's not a mental one. It is a sensory organ perception. But when you feel it as a thing, that is the consciousness, as a feel side. But the idea, whatever the ideas are in the mental side. So this is very maybe difficult, but just you can contemplate on that. Churangika, do you think you can add something a bit better?
Dr. Kokila. So Dharma, I think what you're trying to find out is that initial thing that you said, where it says that the body directly feels certain sensations, and that is solidity, liquidity, temperature, right? Because Dr. Kokila, I think when Aryan Vahanse explained those, what do you call those things?
Four great elements.
Those 4 great elements, and broke it down into, I don't know, 54 elements.
8. Oh, yes. 8.
No, the Rupa Kalapa. I don't know what the English term is for that. And in that, the body sensor had less than the other sensors. For the reason explanation was that it directly directly feels, or the sensations are directly ascertained or directly experienced, which is the heat, the solidity, and that kind of thing. So
But
I'm
we can
wondering whether,
actually combine it with the mental formations.
yes,
That's if
definitely,
you
yeah.
actually go to think about it.
If
But
you
if
go
you're
to
not
think about
thinking
it,
about, yeah, people are trying to think about it, then, but if the thinking part is not there, so this is the liberation of the mind we are talking about. So if the thinking part is not there, this is the complexity of this Dhamma, because the liberation of mind part is we can't really just explain it, because the liberation of the mind is something you feel, and the form world is not there, or the whole dream, you awaken from the whole dream, then it is the vibration you feel. It's not um, not solidity, or how do I say it? It's not how do I say actually? You can't really say solidity and all that, but the solidity part is there in the sanya level.
Therwan Saranai, Doctor, I can little clarify it further. It was a simple thing actually. She was asking, now I perceives certain image, so the mind sense identifies it as a tree. Ear perceives a certain sound, mind sense identifies it as the cross sound, blah blah, and body sensor gets a certain feel. Mind sensor identifies it as hardness. Body sensor gets feels some
So
certain feeling.
hardness can be a mental formation as well as a
That's,
body
direct
direct
experience, yeah.
feeling. That's the thing that you are confusing,
yeah, that's what I
because you
wanted
can
to
think
explain.
about the hardness.
Yeah.
You can think about the hardness, but you can have the perception too.
Yeah, true.
Kind of
Clear. That's what
the
exactly I wanted to ask, Doctor.
yeah. So the because if you say now it's very cold, that's a mental perception.
True.
Feel is completely different. Feel, you can't even talk about the feel.
It's like this, Sudama, and I understand that it can be quite confusing. I think I spent quite a bit of time trying to reflect on it as well. So when Aran Vasa says that these are directly experienced, for example, it's very, very tricky now. For example, if the child puts the hand onto the gas which is on a fire, the burning of the skin will happen, right? I think that goes to the same thing like when that person asked in the Australia Zoom, if I take poison, won't I die? And Dr. Kokila, you said yes. Now, then take another example. If you go in the winter outside, or you don't have to do that, just go in a cold wind, immediately, what do you call this, hirigadu pipeno thing happens now. The hair on your skin stands apart, right?
Goose flesh,
And
no? Goose flesh.
goosebumps.
Goose or goose flesh,
Yeah,
yes.
goosebumps. So you get goosebumps sometimes. Yeah, and so that's an auto reaction of the body. So those are direct experiences, isn't it, Dr. Pokida? But
Yeah,
if you
that's a
actually,
good example that you went to the baby. I actually forgot that. See, that's a good thing about having a lot of heads here. So if you go to the actual baby before starting even the mind, it is the feel. And can we even talk about anything there? Whether it is smell, whether it is taste, whether it is the thickness or the solidity or the nothing. There's no idea about it, but they feel. That's really good example. So That's the feel level. But as soon as we understand that this is solid, because we get that idea slowly, that, you know, when we touch water, we have a like a idea that it is watery and the mountain is not watery. How can we have that? That's in the mental formation. It's with everything. We have that idea that the mountain is not watery, but the waterfall is watery. So
All of them are labels, aren't they, Doctor? No? That's a very
Doctor,
beautiful thing.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, Jaya.
I was just listening to this conversation, and when you all were telling this walking meditation, all we walk, and hot or cold, we feel it. So what happens is you feel the hot or cold, and the body senses the feeling of cold and hot, but it goes to the mind sensor and gives a perception that it's hot and cold, or else we
Yeah.
don't know it's hot and cold.
Yes.
So that's how it works. So just make it simple like that. The body senses hot and cold. It goes to the mind sensor, and then the mind perceives or gives a perception, it's hot.
Someone has to sell that it is the hotness, because that's what I think Sudharma was asking. What if someone says the hot to the cold one?
Cold.
So so that's what she was trying to say. But if someone says cold to the hot, but that's like in the someone trying to cheat the other person. But what we are trying to say here, yes, what you said is correct. So as soon as the perceptions are working in a child, when the baby, it's just a vibration. That level, it's very important to understand. That's the level that has no defilements at all. But but still the self vibration is still there, but it's not manifesting as a self perception. But as soon as the consciousness is concerned, when the consciousness are working together, it comes the perception, mental formation, then mental formation. If there's a mental formation saying this is very cold, it works differently. It's not just the label, as Sudharma said, it's complicating the whole picture, because you feel it move, because as soon as the mental formations are formed, the vibration is multiplied, kind of it is augmented. And then because that is the initial part of self-perception. As soon as you feel something, if you get the self-perception, if you kind of understand. So if you say, oh, this is so cold, there's always the notion underneath that it's felt to me. That's how the self-perception arises, which is from nowhere. That's the misunderstanding here, that it's felt to me. That was the problem from the beginning that we had. So that's how the self-perception arises. That's our main target. We are not targeting the other stuff. We are not targeting the cold. We are not targeting the hotness. We are not targeting the fluidity, or the liquidity, or the hardness. We are actually targeting the self-perception. We are trying to understand how we got the perception that it's happening here to me. Me is a view, but actually it's happening here is the problem. So we felt it happening here in this system is because of the ignorance. But if we understand that the heavy, like a very fast vibration of the sensory organ only, then only this whole change happens. That is the third and fourth. It's all in the field side. Yes.
And even the example of a baby in the cot, they pee and they are happily swishing away in the whole nappy is wet with P, and they have no idea of liquidity, isn't it? They
No,
are
it's
in a
just a
puddle of,
vibration.
they're in a puddle of urine, and they're just there. No idea of it being pee, or whether it is wet even, they don't know.
What about the
But
smell
then,
of the poo?
yeah,
They
smell of the
won't.
poo. And then if you think about Dr. Kokula, you must be familiar with this, elderly people, they get very distressed when they have incontinence, isn't it? And then, so at that stage, all the sensations, all the formless, all the things have formed, because it's the mental formation, and all the connotations arising out of the liquidity, that it is urine, that accidentally they are urinating without their control because they are old now. The fact that it distresses them if they go out in a social setting, all these things, how they may attribute everything to the self, isn't it?
Yeah, and but what I wanted to highlight there, Sudharma, and I mean, what Joel said was correct, but what I wanted to highlight here is what we are trying to understand here is how did this self-perception occur? That's the whole scenario. Otherwise, we get sidetracked and try to attack everyone. You're not there, I can attack you. I mean, the story is so bizarre then. But here, what we are trying to understand is what is self-perception? If there is no self, how did we get this self-perception that it's happening here? It's a self-perception is a very strong thing. It's a very strong thing. I mean, how strong the self-perception is, how strong the self-vibration is. How strong the self-vibration is equal to how strong the self-perception is, and it is equal to how strong the self-view is. It's all kind of equal. And they subside together, kind of. It's very important to understand this.
But in order to break it down further, you have heard, I'm sure, Sudhamar and Vasi saying to all of us that I think yesterday or day before, so he said it, if not for the sensor, we don't even know there's a vibration. I think he said it yesterday.
Yeah.
That was so, I mean, it was really one of these are the things that unfortunately, it's his guidance that is so valuable, because it gives a whole nother way of vidarshana in reflecting on that point, isn't it? That if not for the function, if not for the sensors, how do we know there's vibration? And and then that, the example of the general anesthetic, if the body is subjected to a general anesthetic, then there's no sensation at all. So then what happens there? These are the points of reflection.
Yeah, the self-vibration is not in one place. It's not hidden in one cell or anything. It's just like, the good example I can take is the iCloud. Can we try and find out where it is? It's kind of like that. So it's very important to understand the self-perception is the same. It's not, so the understanding mind is the same. There's no mind, there's no body organ as such mind. It's just kind of the same way as, that's why people are still struggling. The scientists are still struggling, because no way you can catch it. It's very difficult to catch it, because one can only catch it through the mind. You can't really catch it outside. But they can now understand that even the quantum physics are now aligning with the this stimuli and this co-vibration or the synchronization or the telepathization. They are talking about that. If something is vibrating here in the quantum physics, they talk about it. If there is a similar vibration, like in a different world, even they're the same. They are the same. And that's the same phenomena that how these things happen. And even how we see light is the same phenomena. If there's a vibration in the eye, it's a synchronicity of the vibration that you understand as light. But the actual real is the vibration. But after the perception arises, we have so much connotations, we have so much explanations, we have, it's not the word per se though, it's much more deeper than that, because the words come later. Because if you just talk about the words, you are forgetting the like even the the worm can't talk, worm can't hear, worm can't see. Worm has only the bodily functions, but still they have the self-perception. How? So it's just that because of the body or the perception that it's happening here. So yeah, it's I think they are just by contemplation. I don't know whether you can. I think it is through experience you can actually get these things, because you can touch something very cold like ice and see it's just the function of the skin. That's all. That's how you can do the contemplation, not by thinking,
yeah, doctor, it's a sensation as well as a label, isn't it? That's the answer we can give for that. If you think it's a label, feeling anyway is felt, no, by the body.
Yeah. Why are you using the label word?
Label word, that is the first point of contemplation, no, doctor. Now for the eye perceives billions of things. So the label comes tree, country, America, Sudharma, all those.
You have to
But
be very careful in that. You have to be very
yeah,
careful. I don't know whether Aranwansi uses the label word. You have to be very careful if someone is using that because it's not limited to that. Because
label in the
it's
sense name assign, that identification part. Because at
yeah,
some
but
point somebody introduces.
identification part has a lot of things. So the mental formation of a tree has everything there. You just have to feel this. Tree is not
Yeah,
only a
doctor,
name.
I do understand, but doctor, for the beginners we have to follow that, no? That
No,
Shabdavarna.
I don't use that.
No?
I don't use that. I don't use that. I say that there's a sound, but I don't say it's a label, because
Yeah,
I don't know
sound.
whether it's there's three kinds of vibrations coming together to form the tree. It can be the vision. It can be because teacher might show you the palm card of tree, then she might tell you that it is tree. Not only that, because the most difficult part people ask is, if I touch my mother, I feel that mother is alive. That's the most difficult aspect of this Dhamma. That was the question that Suranka asked a long time ago about the waterfall, how alive we feel when we stand near the waterfall. And that's the main question that was asked about the mother too. Like, so if we just talk about the label, that can go towards kind of this the life feel, and the mind is complicated. Mind. Just imagine when I say love. Oh, is that just a name?
Doctor, in the first point of contemplation, please correct me. Actually, today, if there's no time, tomorrow you will be able to explain it for me. Now, the thing is, in the first point of contemplation, that we believe that if they practice it properly, they will liberate from the external world. And everything is the thought.
No,
Actually,
no.
yeah,
I know.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
you can say that, but you hear a sound and you say mental formation says it's the cross sound. Simple as that. It's simple as that, no?
So here also same thing they apply. Now
Yeah, but
body gets the feeling, but the mental formation says it's the hardness. That she was actually continuously telling that.
that's if
That's why I
that
understood
person
it. Yeah,
is that no, that
yeah.
is if that person is thinking. But the perception there can be there even without the mental formation of thinking this is hardness, this is hardness, this is hardness, this is hardness. We don't think like that, no. But still,
It
perception is
happens.
there within the dream. It's in the dream. So this is becoming so there's form world and the form world. It's a dream. It's the whole dream. And when you talk about the whole dream, the perceptions are there. If you liberate from the dream, perceptions are not there. It's only the feel.
Dr. Kokila,
Yeah.
I was just thinking to ask this question.
Yeah.
Now, we were talking about the self-perception and coming out of the dream, right? So we discussed about this no self kind of thing.
Yeah.
No self, right? This I component is not there. We have no self. And once we were discussing that the outer world is also not there, it's nothing there, but we perceive it as something is there. So if we have this no self perception or no self feeling, can we get a
That something
clarity of
is also
this?
not there.
Yeah, something is also not there.
Yeah,
So
100%.
when
That's
we
the feel
live,
part. That's the feel part. That's where the difficulty is, because it's very difficult to explain. That's the feel part, because something is in the feel part. Something is definitely in the feel part. You feel something, kind of, it's happening here. The vibration is here. That's what the baby felt as well, because baby didn't know anything about that this is bad smell, or even this is a smell that baby didn't know. Because even to say it is a smell, you have to have some kind of perception. But then that's the feel level. In that feel level, yes, you feel as something. And even that's some, because that's why the baby can't understand nirvana at all, at any point. Because the baby has to become an adult and understand that this vibration happened only because there is sensory organs. The baby has sensory organs. That's why there is a feel. Definitely, that's the point. Baby can't understand that, but baby becomes an adult. Then the adult hears this Dhamma and understands, okay, you feel something, and that something is the vibratory nature of this sensory organ. That's all. And it's so simple. But we make it so complicated because our mind is complicated, I think. I think that basically our mind is so complicated, we complicate the thing. But if you really understand this whole story, what we are trying to say is, yes, the baby feels something. So the self vibration is there. Baby can't do anything about it. Baby can't get rid of it. No. Worm can't get rid of it. Animals can't get rid of it because they don't have a beautiful this mind for you to have this ability to contemplate. But the humans, only humans, have this ability to contemplate. So they when they become adults, there's mental formations, they have the ability to contemplate, and then through that, they pierce the stimuli and understand, okay, there's a feel. And that feel is only because there is a sensory function, speed, vibration of the sensory function. Am I clear? Or I think Joel asked in the last question was about that something. That is very correct. That is very correct. Because the baby feels something.
So it's like basically you go into this awareness of your sensory functions before it goes to the mind sensor, and then when you're aware of it, everything
mind sense.
decreases.
No, it's the other way around. So the mind becomes unimportant, or you know that the mind sensor is just there, you don't give any value to that. Then you pierce the mind sensor and then go to the feel, and then you pierce the feel because you know that the feel is only sensory function. That's, you go from outside to inside, not from inside to outside. Is that okay? So that's why we start the contemplation by
It's
outside
almost
is
like
not true.
it's almost like you're removing the program. The program is the mind. The program is the mental formation. So you see the truth in that the program falls away, and then how does the program work with raw data? So just think about raw data like the basic sensory perceptions. I don't know if that's a good example, but just trying to relate it a little bit more practically.
Did you get it, Joel? The one I was trying to say, because we never start from the core. You can't, because you haven't come to the core. You have to start from the where you are now, because we are now here in the as normal people, feeling that chair is there. So we start from there. We understand that the chair is actually a perception. We are not doing anything to the chair, but we just understand. It's a wisdom. We understand that the chair is a perception, and then the next level is we understand the perceptions are actually vibrations. And then when we get into the vibratory level, we understand that the vibration is just the rapid vibration of sensory organ only. That's the 4 steps basically. Is it okay, Joel?
Thanks, doctor.
Yeah, okay. Did you get it, Sudharma? I think you might have to contemplate this as well. Because if you make it...
Doctor, I got busy and I couldn't listen to the last bit of it. I will listen to it, Doctor, on YouTube.
Yes.
Doctor.
Yeah. The last bit
Theruvan
is, I think, important, isn't it, Suramika? That just get it simply rather than making it more complicated with all the label and stuff. Yeah.
Theruvan Saranai, Doctor.
Theruvan Saranai. Yes, Suramika, you can add something if you want.
Theruvan Saranai.
That's fine, Doctor. I think we are running out of time now.
Yeah, Dr. Sakuntala was silent all this time. Can you add something, Dr. Sakuntala? I think he's taking a rest.
Because as Joel said that he said something like there's nothing outside, but it's just I wanted to tell was that you can't say there's nothing outside. There must be something, but we don't know. There's no way of exactly finding out also what is there outside. Whatever is created by the senses is taken as real. So we have to accept whatever is created by the senses, and then that is what is projected as outside world, isn't it? So
yeah, so that's where the misunderstanding is.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think we are running into the 4 o'clock Zoom. So we will hand over the Zoom to 4 o'clock Sinhala Ayurveda song discussion. So we worship Aran Wahanse with so much gratitude for his noble friendship and guidance to understand about the non-vibration. And thank you all Dhamma friends for joining today. It's having beautiful discussions about how and thank you for participation. May Triple Gem bless you all. Vibration and
might encounter a disable our spiritual guidance teacher Buddothpado.
The world is established on suffering. From it, we wanted to find a permanent solution for this problem of suffering. We call in the Deer Park in Varanasi, Lord Buddha revealed for the first time to the world Chaturara Satya, or the Four Noble Truths. By self-realization, through awakening spiritual life, or we say Dhamma Chakkusaya. Dhamma Chakkusaya. What are the Four Noble Truths revealed by the Buddha? I'm sure you know them by heart. The Noble Truth of Suffering. Dukkha Arya Satya. Noble Truth of the cause of suffering. That's Dukkha Samudaya Arya Satya. The Noble Truth of the cessation of suffering. Dukkha Nirodha Arya Satya. The Noble Truth of the path leading to the cessation of suffering. Dukkha Nirodha Gamini Patipada Arya Satya. So those are the Four Noble Truths declared by the Blessed One. Explaining the Four Noble Truths, Tathagata made a lion's roar, saying, Kubbe Ananusutesu Dhammesu, which means what he has revealed to the world is something that was not heard before. I repeat, what he has revealed to the world, something that was not heard before. The doctrine or the philosophy set forth by the Buddha is an Anatma Dhamma. In other words, it's a no-soul doctrine, Anatma Dhamma. This is also called the Satya Jnana, or the true Dhamma. Lord Buddha found the solution to end the suffering is not anywhere outside, but it is within ourselves. The solution to end the suffering is not anywhere outside, it's within ourselves. We are very fortunate that this true Dhamma, which was hidden through the time, was revealed once again by our spiritual guidance teacher Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse through Abhinya Jnana. In other words, through his self-realization experience. So, dear Dhamma friends, now let's discuss the message of our spiritual guidance teacher in detail. Let me first start by quoting a popular saying of Buddothpada Aryan Vahans in his teachings or discussions in Sinhala language. මාත් එක්ක මම ගමනක් යනවා මාව දාලා මම යන්නම යනවා මාත් එක්ක මම ගමනක් යනවා මාව දාලා මම යන්නට යනවා which means I go a long journey with myself, but at some point I leave myself behind and I will never return. I go a long journey with myself, but at some point I leave myself behind and I will never return. If you are wise enough, you will see that these few words contain the message of the Lord Buddha to end our suffering and the journey of birth and death or samsara. In this regard, we need to first understand the functionality of the senses or ayatana and the formation of thoughts and our existence of a soul. Well, what are these five senses? We associate six senses. I'm sure you all know that. We associate six senses. The eye sensor. In Pali we call it chakku. In Pali, tongue sensor. Jiva in Pali. Body sensor. Kaya in Pali. And finally, mind sensor. Mano in Pali. So those are the six senses. Let me repeat. Eye sensor, ear sensor, nose sensor, tongue sensor, body sensor, and mind sensor. The functionality of these six sensors is actually a system. Aryan Vahanse has clearly explained the science behind the functionality of the sensor system. A spark or a vibration always takes place at any one of these six senses. The moment you open your eyes, there will be a continuous vibration process that takes place at our eye sensor. That continuous spark, that continuous sensor spark creates an image. This is called the chakku prasada or eye sensitivity. Chakku prasada. There is no actual image there. We think that outside light is coming to our eyes. But that is wrong. What happens is, due to vibration, light is created in the sensor. Due to vibration, light is created in the sensor in the form of an image. And this is a totally natural process. No one is doing this. A rising of some awareness of an image at your eye sensor level is the chakku vijnana. Chakku Viññāna. That is the so-called alive field. Alive field. The alive field in the sensor itself is the soul or I-ness. It's the soul. The seeing, creation of the alive field and creation of the soul occur in this very moment. The seeing, creation of the alive field and creation of the soul occur in this very moment and disappear in this very moment itself. This is called the birth of the eye. Buddha has preached that the birth of the eye is jati itself. The birth of the eye is jati itself. We can also relate this to the Paticcasamuppada or the Dhamma of cause and effect. When there are conditions, things or objects or mind conscious will arise. When there are conditions, things or objects or mind conscious will arise. When such condition ceases, things or objects or mind conscious will cease. So your soul is a Sambhuta Dhamma. It is a Sambhuta Dhamma. What does it mean? Sambhuta Dhamma, which means it forms or occurs in this moment and it was not existed before. Let me repeat. Forms occurs in this moment and it was not existed before. Also, it will not exist in the future too. Lord Buddha has preached Hetum Paticca Sambhuta, Hetu Bhanga Niruddhati. Let's take our spiritual guidance teacher's example to analyze this scenario. When you stand in front of a mirror, your image will appear on the mirror. Your image will appear on the mirror. So your image will appear on the mirror only when you peep into the mirror. Once you move away from the mirror, your image will disappear. So what you need to understand is your image was not found in the mirror before you peep into the mirror. Similarly, the same image does not appear in the mirror once you move away. This is the cause and effect. When there are conditions, things will arise. When such conditions ceases, things will cease. Do you know the same world you see from your eye is different to another animal? For example, a bird will see the same world in a different way. Just imagine one of your eyes is replaced with an eye of a bird. Just imagine. When you look from one eye, you will see the world in a different way to the other eye. This means that you will experience a photo based on what your sensor creates. The light is created in your sensor. So that's what we should understand here. The light is created in your sensor. If sensor does not spark, you will not be able to experience that part of the so-called world. There can be certain vibration that our eye will not form the color or light. We think that we see the outside world, but actually we experience what is created by the sensor. Actually, your eye will not identify the image. Image is just colors and shapes. Even though we say colors, colors are identified as red, blue, green, yellow, etc. only at the mind conscious level. Only at the mind conscious level. You need to understand that in your childhood, red, blue, green was formed in your system as vibrations when you were learning in the nursery. Now when you see that color again, means a new vibration occurs in the sensor. That new vibration will be automatically matched to previous similar vibrations. So this is the functionality of the eye sense system. If I say your eye has not seen outside, if I say your eye has not seen outside, is that correct? Even though we think we look at outside, actually what is happening is we see what is created in the sensor. Just imagine once your human eye is replaced with a bird's eye. You will look, if you look at the world using one eye at a time, then what will happen? You will see completely two different worlds. Do you know the same world you see from your eye is different to another animal? For example, a bird will look the same world in a different way. A cow will see the world as red. There are some people only see black and white. They are color blinded. Let's see how the ear sensor works. When the sound wave strikes the ear, an awareness of hearing created in the sensor is the ear conscious. But it does not know what the sound is. The ear sensor generates the sound sensor in this very moment. That is, vibration occur at ear. The sound object will not be created sometimes. For example, sound will not be created in the sensor for sounds more than 20,000 hertz. Then your sound system has no capacity to experience those sounds. If a person is deaf, the vibration will not happen at the ear sensor. That means if sound object is not created in your sensor, you will not be able to experience the world. There are some birds can hear sounds more than us. Even though we both live in the same world, the world we experience created is different to each other. Now let's try to understand how the touch sensor works. When you walk along the road, when you walk along the road in bare feet, what do you feel? What does your feet feel? Do you think your feet can recognize sand or stone? No, your feet cannot recognize. It can recognize certain touch feeling only. So we call it body consciousness, which cannot recognize whether it is sand or stone or something else. The mind consciousness is the mind consciousness that recognizes that touch feeling. Now let's try to understand how the thoughts are formed. We'll try to understand how that a particular mind experience or thought is occurred. When you were small, when you had no previous experience of red, blue, green, yellow, a sun, moon, book, your mother would have shown you them and educated you with the names. What is coming from the mother is actually a sound. At the eye sensor level, a vibration took place. When mother gives the sound at your ear level, another vibration is taken place. Without your knowledge, a new vibration is taken place, combining the previous two vibrations. A kind of a transformation of vibration happens. This is the point where all sensor level vibrations are contacted to provide the mind consciousness. For example, when you see a tree, a vibration is taken place at the eye level. That is the eye consciousness or a live feel. So some awareness will arise. But Chakku Vijnana cannot identify the image. This Chakku Vijnana is a kind of a vibration. Then what happens? This vibration will be matched with a similar previous vibration. This is called the telepathy system. Due to this telepathy system, new vibration occurred in your system will be matched to the previous vibration that occurred in your system. You think it is your past memory. No. As Aryan Vance has explained, this is sort of a telepathy system. Your whole body is a sensor system, like a circuit. Whenever conditions present your system, the sensors in the system continuously spark. When conditions change, it would be a different experience. So, your mind conscious will never meet present. What is experienced by the mind conscious is a similar past vibration. So to understand something, mind conscious is always looking at the past. In our mind consciousness, at a very high speed, trillions of sounds and shapes come together and ignite like sparks at all times. These data, thoughts, turn very fast in a circle. Like a fire, like a fire circle, giving us an illusion that thoughts are real and true. All these sparks that ignite with thoughts, in other words, chittaropana, in the mind consciousness gives us an illusion that everything is real. When all senses are combined, mental formations are created. Sound, color, smell, taste, etc. are combined due to contact. And then a feeling such as the existence of an individual being is created. This process occurs continuously and at a high speed. When we analyze each sensor, they have no issue with the external world, as it cannot identify any objects. So the sensors have no issue with the external world. Then who has the issue? It is our mind consciousness. Let's say if someone shouts at you in bad words, you must realize that it is just a sound created at the ear sensor level. So the ear has no issue with the bad words. Then who has the issue? It is actually the mind consciousness. Are you seeing the world, or are you really seeing what is created in your sensor? Let me repeat. Are you seeing the world, or are you really seeing what is created in your sensor? So my question is, can you ever experience outside? No, you will never experience the world outside. The world is created in your six senses. That's why Lord Buddha has said, Salayatana loko loko. Salayatana nirodho nibbana. If you really analyze, the mind consciousness cannot experience outside. It will always a nama dhamma experience by the mind consciousness. Mind consciousness is a different stage in which these colors and shapes are identified as the real object. It is at the mind consciousness level the objects such as chairs, tables are identified. All these are just sounds and forms. All these are just nouns, and forms. Identification of chairs and tables as objects itself is the alive field. The alive field automatically takes the sense pleasures as I see, I hear, or I feel. What you need to understand is the alive field is created due to a series of vibrations at the sensor level. When there is a vibration, the alive field or I-ness or the soul is created. Similarly, when there is no vibration, the alive field or soul is not created. The soul is created in this very moment when the conditions present and it ceases there itself. The soul is created in this very moment when the conditions present and it is ceased there itself. The alive field or sense pleasures are taken as real in the land of ignorance or avidya bhumi. Let me repeat, the alive field or sense pleasures are taken place as real in the land of ignorance. In other words, in avidya bhumi. One with an understanding of true Dhamma will realize the alive field created at this moment is due to vibration at sensor level and sense pleasures as a natural phenomena, and no soul could be identified anywhere. There is a verse in the famous Buddhist scripture, Buddothpada. Digha jagarato rakti, digham santassa yojanam, digo balanam sansaro, sadhammang avijanata. The meaning of this gatha is as follows. Long is the night for the sleepless. Long is the league, in other words, the long journey to a tired person. Long is the journey of samsara to the fool who knows not the sublime truth or true Dhamma. Lord Buddha described that all laymen, in other words, all those who are in the Krutajana Bhumi, the land of ignorance, as fools. Well, Buddha said so not to insult them, but to show their real status. All laymen are fools because they are in the wrong view or micchadikti. As they are living with the thought that all phenomenal things, the external world is real. All laymen are fools because they are in the wrong view or micchadikti, as they are living with the thought that all phenomenal things that exist in the world is real. They think the external world is real. As Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse has clearly pointed out, We need to come out of the Miccha Ditti by listening to the true Dhamma and gaining Satyajnana. We are very fortunate that our spiritual guidance teacher, Buddothpada Aryan Vahanse, has made a lion's roar by revealing the Satyajnana and true Dhamma which was hidden through the time. So we should listen to the sermons of that tells about the Satyajnana. There are so many intellectual sermons that Buddothpada Aryan Vahanse has preached. They are available on YouTube. So you can always refer to them and you keep on listening to those sermons, so that slowly, little by little, you will get an insight of the true Dhamma. Those who believe the outside world is real are far away from the truth. Well, what is truth? Truth is the understanding of cause and effect. In other words, understanding of the Yatha Bhuta Jnana. If I relate Buddha's example to see the depth of the true Dhamma, one day Lord Buddha inquired, Ananda, what is more difficult of the two? Shooting an arrow through a keyhole from a distance, or shooting a piece of horsehair split in 7, kept 500 fathoms away with another such piece, so as to hit the end of the first piece. Ananda Thero said, Bhante, it is more difficult to shoot the piece of horsehair split in 7 at another such piece. Then the Tathagata stated, Ananda, if someone realizes the Four Noble Truths of suffering, cause of suffering, cessation of suffering, path leading to the cessation of suffering, it is more difficult task than shooting a split horsehair at a distance with another piece of split horsehair. The difficulty in realizing the Four Noble Truths of Satyajnana should be understood from this image. So, we should think, having obtained a human status, it is a great loss to spend time enjoying 5 sensual pleasures. Which can be had at any time and are even enjoyed by animals. And not putting an effort to realize the Dhamma at least some extent. So whenever possible, we should try to reflect upon the true Dhamma. And so gradually we will see that the defilements, our defilements like anger, aversion will slowly diminish. It won't happen overnight. You will see, you will feel that your defilements getting slowly diminished little by little. So that is the positive change that will happen in you by exposing yourself to this true Dhamma. So, I think I have explained you about the true Dhamma, and I hope you have gained something from it. And I suggest please keep on listening to the sermons on true Dhamma, and try to improve your knowledge and to gain Satyanana. It should not be merely a knowledge, it should come from within. So thank you very much for listening. Teruvan Saranai to all Dhamma friends. I'm sorry if I have done any mistakes in my speech. Well, our spiritual guidance teacher, Buddothpada Vahanse, will advise us, will continue to advise us in our path of in the spiritual path. So if there's anything to be added, I hope Buddothpada Vahanse will explain us. So, Teruvan Saranai. To all of you, Teruvan Saranai, Aran Vahanse.
Teruvan Saranai, our Buddothpada Dhamma friend, for your valuable speech. Teruvan Saranai, Manin Mahansa. Oh, Teruvan Saranai, we have 9 minutes of, Yes. I think Aryan Mahanse is not with us today, no? Yeah, okay.
I think since we have few more minutes, I think I must tell something.
Okay.
I thank our Dhamma friend Hasita for giving us that valuable input. I think he made a very good effort to show this, what's the real truth behind our soul. I think it's very important for us to, understand we need to look at this Dhamma in the right angle. I think that angle is very important. Because sometimes we think that we exist, that is our soul exists, and then keeping our soul inside, we try to analyze maybe the outside environment or whatever our inside, and we try to interpret the Dhamma also in the same way. But I think that is not the angle which we want to study this. We need to first understand Buddha explained to the world Anatma doctrine. So Anatma means it is not another theory. That is the truth. So there is no soul here. Because we feel there is someone continuous living being, living continuously inside our body. That's how we feel. So we always feel someone is living inside because someone, in every moment, someone continue to feel. So, but we need to understand here what happens is each and every moment, the soul or that feel, form and disappear. So that arises and then it disappears. Arises, disappears. So feel, but you feel that continuously there is someone living inside the soul who continuously enjoy, every moment. But that's not the case. The actual scenario, what happens is, the moment you contact with the outside, your sensor generate the pleasures, and that pleasure is the feel, then that feel is very natural, that comes automatically. But due to your ignorance, you think I feel, because all the time there is some feel, and your system also, kind of trying to move or to see different things, to experience different things, because you think there is someone living inside and I need to satisfy that self. So I need to give different, feelings to satisfy that inside soul. This is the problem. This is why all the competition come. This is why you are really in a pressure, because there is someone inside to satisfy. So you have a competition one over the other to satisfy yourself. That's why the jealous come. And when you can't do that, maybe you are in anger. Because all the problem comes because you feel there is someone inside, then I need to satisfy that I, that soul. But actually what happens here is, this is a very natural thing. The moment your sensor spark, that you can't control anyway, you can't control sound objects created in your ear level. You can't control whatever the feeling which occur in your body due to the wind. You can't control the moment you open your eyes, the world is created every moment, so that you can't control. So, but the problem is each and every sensor, when it's activate, when it's do these productions, naturally the sense of pleasure is created in the system. The problem is this sense of pleasure. Now this sense of pleasure, it's a normal thing. So when you eat chili, your tongue will feel some spiciness. So it's a natural thing. But that feel, it will last a moment and then that disappear. So moment you look at a wall, that's a different feel. Moment you look at something else, it's a different feel. Let's say you are in the garden and there are several flowers in your garden. So you look at one flower, different feel. When you look at a different colored flower, you get a different feel. So that feel is actually the soul here. There is no any other soul. The soul appear, disappear. The feel appear, then in the very next moment it disappear. So the feel, that combined feel you get, appear, disappear. So this you need to slowly understand. So when we analyze this outside world even, we don't say outside world exists. We don't say outside world does not exist. Those are two extremes, my friend. That is two extremes. What we say is the world created this moment. Salayatana loko loko. It created this moment and then it disappeared there itself. In your system, there is no way for you to experience the outside world. That's a different point that we clearly explain you, because at the sensor level, the world is created. So sensor has its own limitation. For example, being a human, there will be a 3-dimensional image created at your eye level, but there can be another animal living in the world that have vision ability of different dimensions. So then the world you see is the one which is created, you know, in your sensor. Therefore, we can't say whether the outside exists or outside does not exist. What we can experience is what? Only what is created. But at the same time, what is created, you know, at your eye level, it is just a light. It don't have any feeling. It doesn't recognize your mother. So all the time, through a sound, you know, all these images, photos, you have formed kind of a different vibration that your system does. So if you take for everything in this world, there is some sound, isn't it? Every material thing you have given a sound. So form appear at your eye level, then your mother say, son, this is moon, this is your father, this is book, this is pen. So each and every material thing, a sound is created, and then the form and sound combine and form a different vibration. That is the arising of the mind. So you think there is a continuous mind. You think there is a continuous mind. No, the mind is a spark, Sambhuta Dharma. It occurs at this moment and then it disappears. You think that mind is the soul, but that soul, then I would say, it arises and it disappears there itself. This is what you need to understand. There is no continuous soul living inside. So that is the misconception. That is the wrong view. That's why you suffer. You suffer about your past. You suffer about your future. You are unnecessarily in a stress because you think someone inside and you have a very big pain, you know, and you are in a real pressure to satisfy that person. So the moment you get out of this incorrect view, you are very calm and cool because you have only this moment. So awaking to the moment is you understanding this truth. So I think that's enough for the day. Thank you very much, Aryan Mahansa, and also thank you very much, Dhamma friend, who are helping us for today's Zoom session. We'll meet tomorrow as well. Teruvan Saranai, everyone.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි මෙහෙණින් වහන්සේ. තෙරුවන් සරණයි ආරයන් වහන්සේ.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි.
Thiruvan Saranai. I worship Triple Gem respectfully. Also, I pay homage at the feet of our Kalyana Mitra, Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse. Thiruvan Saranai Dhamma friends. This is the time to talk about true Buddhist philosophy. Lord Buddha revealed 2600 years ago and again awakened fully by Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse, showing a very clear, steady path to overcome cycle of samsara created in human mind. I am presenting now the self-translation of true Buddhist philosophy, Darshana Samapattiya, preached by Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse 5 years ago. This is the continuation of Sermon 3, Darshana Samapattiya of Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse from yesterday. If somebody comes to kill you and preparing to kill you, tell him at the last moment, I am not somebody without you. That is the truth. A seeker who has the insight of realization will see the killer and the victim as one person, not seeing as two people. There is no self in this insight. This is the law of cause and effect. After realizing the law of cause and effect, that is also an illusion. Only the nature is there. What should say? Only a process, an action mind. There is no doer or supervisor. The tree is equal to man. Tell me the differences between these two. Write down on a paper the differences between you and a tree. When you are writing like this, you can see lot of similarities more than the differences. Tree is breathing. You are breathing. Tree is absorbing the essence of the earth through capillaries. You are taking meals. The tree has capillaries. You have blood capillaries. Tree depends on food. Your body is also depending on food. Your body is also depending on food. If the tree did not get water and food, it will be decaying. If you do not have meals, you will die and your body will be buried to the ground. There is only one thing here. You impose that I am thinking. Tree is not imposing. Tree feels sunlight, heat and fire. Tree feels patavi, hardness, apo, flowing, tejo, heat. Tree is shrinking to the heat, waking up to the coolness of water. This is the nature for Satara Maha Bhuta, 4 types of elements. The tree has a communication with the 4 types of elements. Can't say there is no feeling. If so, you have something here to think. One day, you will become a tree. This is the day you redeem from all mental impurities. This is a very deep part of Dhamma, taking you to a very deep position. In this universe, in the elementary world, you see presenting through conventions for you to feel the eternal immortality. All the point you redeem from yourself. The story of Nama, name, Rupa, image, and Vijnana, consciousness are there. In everything we work on, such as thoughts or words, until the Nama, name, Rupa, image, Vijnana, consciousness, are there thoughts and words in it. This juncture of Nama, Rupa and Vijnana is an important point of Paticca Samuppada, understanding the law of cause and effect. Like that, the point of Avijja Paccaya Sankhara, thoughts creating due to unknowing, is very important. Due to avidya, unknowing, there is sankhara, thoughts. Due to sankhara, thoughts, there is vijnana, consciousness. Due to vijnana, there is nama, name, and rupa, image. Due to nama, name, and rupa, image, there is salayatana, 6 senses again. Mind get a touch. This touch causing to occur something or somebody. That is upadaya rupaya, the image created in the mind. Passa paccaya vedana. Touch is the cause for feeling. If created something due to the feeling, vedana paccaya upadana, holding that creation by the mind, occurred due to the feeling. Upadana paccaya bhava. Existence happens due to the holding of that creation by the mind. Bhava paccaya jati. Birth happens due to the existence. Jara, getting old. Marana, death. Soka, sorrow. Parideva, pity. Dukkha, suffering. Domanassa, unhappy. Do not get confused with sparsha, touch, and sampassa. Passa paccaya vedana. feeling. Inside the feeling occurred due to phassa. Touch is a reflection, a shadow. That feeling, recognition, and knowing happening due to past memories, stores. Sanya, signal, is the past memory, but there is no memory from the young age. We are talking about an instant memory occurring at this present moment, the point of knowing, vijnana, consciousness. Here, you do not think of a continuous mind. There is nothing like that. At each and every second, moment, it is occurring and fading. That is the nature of the mind. One mind is not connected to the other mind. Autta sambhutang uttanang bhavisati, occurring instantly. It was not there earlier and fading at the same moment. In this story, the seeker who entered into the Arya Bhumi, purified land, person who realized Sammaditthi, right view, will become to Madhyama Pratipada, redeemed from the extremes, Majje Jnana, Yo Pante Viditvana, redeemed from both extremes, Majje Manta Nalippati, not sticking to the middle. Tambhumi Mahapuriso, he is the great man. Say the Simbani Majjaga, that great man will removing the stitches of the magician. There will be no tie knots. This sutra is very important. This is the presentation of Majje Sutra. It is very important. Vijnana, consciousness, occurs due to duality, but we are presenting a special fact which is not easy to find from books. Aryan Vanse says, person who seeing through insight can find these points in sutras. But if you see just here and there, you cannot find it. That is Nibbidanti, Viraganti, Viraganti, Nirodanti, Nirodanti, Patinissaganu Passi. Here is the path of melting, ashrava, keles, mental impurities, defilements. But this path will be getting ready, owned only for the seeker and Aryan who reached Madhyama Pratipada, redeemed from extremes. Sammaditthi, right view. That shunyatava, emptiness, is Arya shunyatava. Arya emptiness, not blank or empty. While everything is around, only the mind is empty. Maybe you are in between a crowd and going on a journey with an empty mind. As we have presented you earlier, Aryan Wahanse said, in that journey, you will not meet anybody. An empty journey. Difficult to understand this. If you have such an experience, it is an experience. One day, you must experience that truth. Then it would not be a knowledge, not a thinking. It is one of your realization. This is like an ice cube in the middle of a fire. How come a person, a seeker with an empty mind, can live within a crowd? Though there is a crowd, nothing is crawling into the seeker's mind. Sabbe Dhamma Nalang Abhinivesa. Seeker's mind does not crawl anywhere. Like what? Udana Vakya sayings said Bahya Daruchiya. Closer to that, Sakkapanna Sutra preached to Sakra Devendra. In these, there are a lot of hidden facts. There is no individuality at the point of which you are passable to the wisdom. Rhythm of nature is passable to the wisdom. In that, defilements, mind impurities are depreciating. It is called going to Nibbana. That is disappointment about the mind and redeem from the mind. Not attaching from the mind. Viraganti, Nirodhanti. Redeeming from the mind. Patinissagganupassi. If you can realize that there is no occurrence again, at that point is arahanthood. But until there are mind impurities, defilements, that will never happen. That is why here you should properly see Uddambhagya Sanyojana for this. Mana, proudness, avijja, unknowing, Uddacha Kukkucha, very deep facts. In this era, we see lot of proud people issuing statements that they have reached arahanthood. Must be very much careful. Without their knowledge, the whole world can see their pride. Though you say you are an arahant. Your mind impurities can be seen through your videos uploaded by you. Your pride, nature, and struggle to show peaking are emerging. I am the person. I know everything. I can do everything. This kind of person is an useless, empty man, having words without a core. That shows you have subjective concepts. If you have mind impurities, defilements, sometimes it is amazing. There is a big meaning of the precepts Lord Buddha imposed upon Bhikkhu Sangha. Discipline imposed in Vinaya Pitaka is very, very glorious with the comparison to Lord Buddha's era and confused society of this era. We can understand the Dhamma. Discipline is very important. We can understand the meaning of Dhamma Vinaya. The person, seeker, who is practicing Dhamma will automatically set up his own discipline. Therefore, after receiving Buddhahood, during the first 20 years, imposing disciplinary rules on bhikkhus are less. During later years, stupid people who ordained during King Ashoka's era, some people ordained due to lack of food. If there are somebody in the robe without aiming Nibbana, a big mistake will happen to the society and the whole world. Don't do it. Do not tell the Margapala pathways you have not achieved. If your arahanthood is a problem to a person in front of you, a few people in these days purposely doing this, running behind to get pleasure, like pretas. It is a big scar to Dhamma. Somebody says, while having arahanthood, they are enjoying liquor. Discipline is important here. Shasanaya, order is different from Margapala. Pathways are different. Even a bhikkhu achieved Margapala pathways should bow down to a bhikkhu who is senior in Upasampada than him. That is the Vinaya Niti, disciplinary law. These facts are very deep. Now you know. The facts we have presented, Aryan Vahanse says, at what point showing the truth to the mind. Point of seeing each and every objective occurring, not tying knots of nama, name and rupa image. That is the door of this path to Nibbana. Whatever path you go, you will have to cross this point. A person, seeker, who sees through wisdom will see the objectives occurring in the mind, but if he has nivarana, feelings preventing nibbana, his mind will scatter. Therefore, he should overcome nivarana, things preventing nibbana, to see the truth of each and every objectives occurring in his mind. Pancha nivarana, Kamachanda, Vyapada, Tīna Midda, Uddhaca Kukkucca, Vicikicca, feelings preventing Nibbana, redeeming from them. If you are at the image extreme, it will be a Rupavachara Dhyana. When you suppress Nivarana, Dhyana will occur. Nivarana occurs due to the scattering mind. If you want to see the occurring mind without being deluded, you need samadhi, one-pointedness, to overcome the scattering mind. You should see the value of samadhi, one-pointedness. To do this, you must practice a kamatahana, slender, relevant to you. This is to aim one-pointedness. To the point you show the truth to the mind, occurring objectives through wisdom. With the help of this kamatahana, slender, aiming one-pointedness to the mind in kusala chitta. You can find one from 40 kamatahan, slenders for you to practice for a while. You must keep your mind at sati nimitta, sign to achieve one-pointedness. For that, you can use dasa kasina, dasa anusati. You must practice kamatahana, slender, relevant to your mind. You can purely see everything in this nature as kamatahan, slanders. When your insight is developing, these facts will be highlighted. It is easy for you to aim your mind to one point. The mind roaming around the world can be aimed to a Buddha statue, Buddha Anusati. Like that, if you see something or else your mind is staying at a point, you can take it as sati nimitta, slender, to aim your mind. You can use it for your samadhi meditation. It is necessary for you to see the truth of the thoughts. That ability is needed. The person, seeker, who is having Satyajnana, wisdom of truth, Darshana, Samapattiya, philosophical wisdom. We are talking about the countermeasures of Satara Satipatthana. The seeker who knows Dhamma, only having something to practice. One who saw the philosophy needs a practical to experience the truth. Imposed Satara Satipatthana, or else practicing Satara Satipatthana to achieve what? If you are not known the practical use of Satara Satipatthana, it is useless. It is like you are in a journey not knowing the address of the final destination. Will be desperate, definitely. Practicing an aim is to achieve a goal with a vision. As an example, let us imagine the seeker has chosen Anapanasati, breathing meditation. This practice is to redeem from Uddacha Kukkucha, scattering mind. There are two types of samadhi here. There is a samadhi, mindfulness, at the point of watching each and every objective appearing in the mind. That is Animitta Samadhi. Each and every thought appearing in the mind is watching and giving up, seen by the wisdom. Animitta Samadhi is not taking anything as nimitti, aims, seeing the occurrence of each and every dharmatavaya, thoughtfulness and prohibition of that. Like that, when seeing the truth of each and every objective through wisdom, automatically the mind will see the truth of each and every thought. This seeker will be able to see easily samudaya, arising, and attagamaya, fading. It is a samadhi position, mindfulness position. This is animitta samadhi. This is not a samadhi of aiming one-pointedness. Inside an aiming samadhi, pointing at one goal and keeping the mind with to stop scattering the mind. Keeping at one goal to develop sati, awareness, is called catching, sati nimitta, aiming, awareness, taking as aims, goals means upadana, catching by the mind is there. If upadana, catching by the mind is there, bhava, existence is there. If there is bhava, existence, jati, birth is there. If there is birth there, if there is birth, there is a death. If so, jara, getting old, marana, death, shoka, sorrow, parideva, pity, dukkha, sadness, domanassa, unhappy, upayasa, worry are there. When meeting something from outside, no way of redeeming from sorrow. Lord Buddha said, occurrence means occurrence of sorrow. The seeker who identified animitta samadhi, mindfulness of letting go objectives, his mind will be getting used to practice it. If this seeker is unable to practice animitta samadhi, mindfulness of letting go objectives due to scattering mind, he should practice sati, awareness, to get rid of scattering mind. This ability will help him. That is why Lord Buddha preached there are two types of meditations, samatha pubbangama, vipassana pubbangama, to activate the mind. Samatha meditation is also helpful to practice vidarshana meditation. In this Dhamma, the seeker who is honestly practicing this path will experience samatha, one-pointedness, and vidarshana, seeing and letting go of each and every thought. Yugandhan, both meditations hand in hand. The seeker who identified animitta samadhi, mindfulness of letting go objectives, cannot practice with the scattering mind. Here the seeker should practice sati, awareness to overcome the scattering mind. He should practice the one-pointedness samadhi for a while, only to get help to aim the mind to overcome scattering at each and every thought objective. This seeker is also practicing a sati, awareness. That is why in Sabbasrava Sutra, Sutra of depreciating each and every tearful mind impurities, defilements, describing when a realized Shinasrava Ratan Vahanse is attaining arahanthood. Dasana Pahatappa, mind impurities defilements, redeeming by seeing. Adivasana, Adisevana, Pahatabba, Vinodana, Pahatabba, Sanvara, Pahatabba, Patisevana, Pahatabba. Lord Buddha preached 7 ways to redeem from mind impurities, defilements, such as with patience, by avoiding, etc. At last, Lord Buddha preached Bhavana Pahatabba and described these ways of meditations. That is why Samatha, Vipassana, Pubbangama has to said. This seeker is practicing a sati, awareness, anapanasati, samadhi, mindfulness of breathing as a help to practice animitta samadhi, mindfulness of letting go objectives. For this sati samadhi meditations, you can practice Buddhaguna, Maitri, Asubha, Kamatahan, slanders also. You can practice any Kamatahan, slander relevant to you to create Samadhi. For the help of practicing Animitta Samadhi, mindfulness of letting go objectives. There is no upadana, holdings, no nimitti, aims, each and every occurring, appearing objectives are mindfully seeing and redeeming from them in animitta samadhi, mindfulness of letting go objectives. Since there are no nimitti, aims, this is called animitta samadhi. There is no room to occur. Jati, birth, jara, getting old, marana, death, soka, sorrow, parideva, pity, here. This animitta samadhi, mindfulness of letting go objectives, is bent to nibbana, bent to the nibbana. Now you know to overcome mind impurities, defilements. This is the point to watch. See with awareness and wisdom. Be mindful with awareness to the aim is important to avoid, overcome speedily flowing of lusty thoughts. One who accustomed to practice satinimitta, awareness aim, can easily see the skandha, heaps of objective thoughts, udaya, arising and fading. But this is a very advanced opportunity. This practice is based on the ability of each one. To do this, the seeker must have a fair knowledge of Satara Satipatthana, recognizing the Pancha Nivarana, 5 preventions of Nibbana, which comes to the mind, and then practicing the relevant Kamatahan, slanders, to redeem from the Nivarana. Preventive thought patterns mostly bother you, will help you to practice the path. As an example, to overcome kamachanda, lusty thoughts, Practice Asubha Bhavana, ominous meditation to overcome Tina Midda, sleepiness. Sakman Bhavana, walking meditation to overcome Dvesha, hatred. Practice Maitri, loving kindness meditation. As an example, collected weapons will be a help for a soldier who is going to war. Likewise, elements of Satara Satipatthana for ways of practicing mindfulness will help to overcome all five nivarana: Kamachanda, Tinamidda, Vyapada, Uddhacha Kukuccha, Vichikicha. Overcoming nivarana, prevention of nibbana. Overcoming nivarana, preventions of nibbana is very important. When doing like this, the seeker will understand. He should have indriya samvaraya, well-mannered senses. When seeing the images through his eyes and voices, hearing from his ears, he will realize that he should observe some kind of silaya, virtue. Otherwise, it is difficult for him to achieve indriya samvaraya, well-mannered senses. Now, he is practicing silaya, virtue, to maintain samadhi, mindfulness. The seeker is growing this silaya, Arya Kanta silaya, Skandaya Udayavaya Dakina silaya, see in the arising and fading of the heaps of objective thoughts, and samadhi, mindfulness, to achieve darshanaya, philosophy, and wisdom, working for three siksha, three kinds of discipline. Born shikshavo, discipline means the path is born, appeared. Shila, virtue, samadhi, mindfulness, prajna, wisdom. In accordance with the facts discussed up to now, you may be clear. Aryan Vahanse said, you may be clear that the path is keeping the mind on sati nimitta, continuous awareness, and skandaya udevaya dakima, seeing the arising and fading of the heaps of objective thoughts. When talking about the path, we remember Arya Ashtangika Marga, eightfold path. First in that Sammaditthi, that is Darshanaya, philosophy, Satyajnana, wisdom of truth. The seeker who is having Satyajnana, wisdom of truth, has to do something. Without Satyajnana, wisdom of truth, nobody can practice this path. Saying in another way means keeping company with Kalyana Mitra, and holy friend, realized friend, and Parato Gosha, getting his wisdom and practical knowledge to experience through the seeker's life. Krutya jnana means imposing meditation. Nowadays, nobody knows this. They need something to do, just sitting and meditating and telling for what you said can't achieve Nibbana. Like this, nobody can realize Nibbana. For this, you need courage, trying hard, and a big effort. Nowadays, what is doing in meditation classes, even they do not know. Just reading a part of a page of a book, that's all. Looking at the breath until death. Some are like stepped onto endless vines and watching the breath until death, even though not knowing why they watched the breath. Then what to do? It is a wonder if they reach Nibbana by the things they do. You don't be deceived. There are differences in Anapanasati. Anapanasati meditation and Anapanasati Pratipada. Three opportunities. We said the Pratipada. We said this Pratipada. Practical experience is Arya Ashtangika Marga. Eightfold path. First step in that. Sammaditthi means Dukkha Jnana. Dukkha Samudaya Jnana. Dukkha Nirodha Jnana. Dukkha Nirodhagamini Patipada Jnana. Idang Uchchati Sammaditthi. In Sammaditthi Sutra, the way of showing Sammaditthi. Dukkha. Dukkha Jnana. Dukkha Samudaya Jnana. Dukkha Nirodha Jnana. Dukkha Nirodhagamini Patipada Jnana. Idang Uchchati Sammaditthi. Here reads Anapanasati as Sati Kamatahana. Our awareness slender. Growing awareness. Other than that, you do not get anything in awareness. Here, Anapanasati meditation means Samudaya. Dhammanupassi viharati. Vaya Dhammanupassi viharati. Samudaya vaya Dhammanupassi viharati. Looking according to arising. Looking according to fading. Looking according to arising and fading. Then the Satipatthana Bhavana. Gamini Pratipada means Arya Ashtangika Marga, eightfold path. Sammaditthi, Samma Sankappa, Samma Vacha, Samma Kammanta, Samma Ajiva, Samma Vayama, Samma Sati, Samma Samadhi. This is the path to Nibbana. But you must see this path by matching with the delicate wisdom. End result of all this is seeing the sorrow, pain. Telling in another way, realizing Chaturarya Satya. Only one path is Satara Satipatthana. That is why Lord Buddha preached Ekayano Maggo Ayam Bhikkave. fellow Sangha, there is only one path to Nibbana. Dukkha Satya Jnana, Samudaya Satya Jnana, Nirodha Satya Jnana, Marga Satya Jnana. Dukkha Satya Krutya Jnana, Samudaya Satya Krutya Jnana, Nirodha Satya Krutya Jnana, Marga Satya Krutya Jnana. Dukkha Satya Krutya Jnana, Samudaya Satya Dukkha Satya Kruta Jnana, Samudaya Satya Kruta Jnana, Nirodha Satya Kruta Jnana, Marga Satya Kruta Jnana. Satya Krutya Kruta. Satya Jnana means realizing the suffering due to skandha occurring the heaps of objective thoughts, taking an objective thought as something, attaching to it or detaching from it. Krutya Jnana is for the person, seeker, who is having Satya Jnana, see the suffering as suffering and Samudaya, Prahana, redeem from arising objective thoughts. Then the Nirodha, realizing the fading of objective thoughts. That means the path is growing. When the seeker does this one thing, mind impurities, defilements are depreciating. Krutajnana means realizing the suffering, samudaya, prahana, kala, redeemed from arising objective thoughts. Nirodhaya, sakshat kala, realizing the fading of objective thoughts. Practice the path and redeem from bhava, trishna, craving to existence. Shina jati, Shina jati, ushtan brahmacharya, katang karaniyang naparang gachang. Lord Buddha preached, there is nothing to do anymore. That is clearly realized. Chaturarya Satya means Satara Satipatthana. Now I am going to conclude this session. Teruvan Saranai. I worship Triple Gem respectfully. Also, I pay homage at the feet of our Kalyana Mitra, Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse, Teruvan Saranai, Dhamma friends.
I worship Triple Gem with great respect. I worship at R.N. Hase's feet. There was R.N. Hase, and may all of you get the blessings of Triple Gem, and also I want to convey my gratitude to all our Dhamma friends who are helping us with technology. This is yet another question and answer session of Buddothpado PeoTV English series, which is done round the clock 24 hours a day. So each session is done by a different speaker, and since there is no time allocated for questions on those, we have this separate question and answer session from 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. Sri Lankan time, where everybody who join us to listen has the chance to get whatever the unclear areas or the doubts or the questions to be discussed and then cleared. So this is from Sri Lankan time to 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. And some of us who are doing the sessions will be joining. So you are mostly welcome. And also I invite the Dhamma friends who have joined the YouTube at this moment to come to the Zoom so that we can discuss whatever questions you wanted to ask during these sermons. So as you are aware, this Buddothpado PeoTV channel was started fairly recently, and our spiritual teacher, R.N. Mahanse, is guiding us, and it was his brainchild actually to have it in this way so that the message of true Dhamma can be conveyed throughout the world, especially for the Dhamma friends who are trying to find the truth. And also in this way, I mean, we introduced this Wisdom of Asia website also, which gives some scientific evidence of what our noble friend R.N. Mahanse is explaining. Actually, these facts have been mentioned in Buddhist teaching, which occurred nearly 2,600 years ago, but different terms, different metaphors have been given, but exactly it's the same that is being explained by our noble friend R.N. Mahanse in simpler words, simpler explanations, and also newer examples and metaphors. So it's easy for us to follow. Since today Shani didn't join, we can take some topic and discuss. I just wonder, we were discussing about the Anya Samiti, Anyindriya and Anya Savindriya that day. And there were some clips which contained our R.N. Mahanse's explanations on that. I don't know whether that is an idea just to have a brief discussion on those three to start with. Thiruvan Saranai, Dr. Kokila and Surangika. If it is okay by you two, we can briefly discuss on those three and then get on to another topic. Thiruvan Saranai.
May Triple Gem bless you all. I didn't see any of that.
Okay, then maybe we can.
Is it in English?
No, it is not in English. It is not in English, of course. Yes, it was a Sinhalese one, just a small clip.
I think I'm not in that group. I'm only in the
Dr.
Australia, New Zealand group. Yeah.
I think that was what you and I spoke of the last weekend when Dr. Sakuntala was not there. It's
Sorry.
clip, one of the clips, but I sent it to both of you actually separately, Dr. Kokila.
That one, yeah.
Yeah, the Anya Sameti that we discussed, but Dr. Sakuntala was not there, so maybe she may benefit from an explanation if you can give an explanation, Dr. Kokila, about it. I think that talk was quite clear, wasn't it, Dr. Sakuntala, about how,
It's basic. Sorry.
I think you better go ahead because I can't remember now that one. Yeah. I can add things as you go along.
Yeah, what I understood was that actually Anya Samiti means the self-perception is there, and it's what is it? Not the Shunyatavaya.
But the feel that things are not becoming a thing is there, isn't it? So there is that turning.
Yeah, right. Yes.
But that feel is still, that one is still aware of the feel, which is where R.N. Vance pointed out, as long as there is an awareness of the feel, the self-perception is there.
Yeah. And then that self-perception is the one which gets less and less
gradually.
Anyendriya,
That's
isn't it?
Yeah.
And then at the end, that goes to the zero level where there is just the sukha type of experience with no person, no self-perception. Is it?
Yeah. Actually, I think I brought it up because I was a bit, I couldn't remember about those 3 words, and now I got it because you have to have but the tricky part here is actually knowing in the sense, actually feeling well, I feel, and in the sense, existence feel with the power or with the burning, or existence feel without the burning. That is the problem. I think the challenge, as soon as you kind of have some holding about that, then you definitely will feel the defilements fading, because defilements fading also is a feel as well. So yeah, I got it, because I was confused whether it was coming in the end, but as Suranka said, it is with the defilements fading also, you can feel the defilements fading, but still I have little problems with the wording, because Asavaksha Jnana is not similar to, what do I say, there are a few things that should be asked from him in a single Zoom meeting, I think, because even this Asavaksha Jnana is in the path, actually. They're all in the path, not in the fruition. So
yeah, I think we will ask some other days if you want
today
to. Today
morning, the discussion was so beautiful. Did you get the chance to hear that?
Yeah, I listened to it, yes.
What about Surangika? Did you listen to that, Surangika? Today morning?
Still listening, Dr. Kokila, and I'm still like towards the end, but still at the point where he's explaining to Asanti. But I missed somewhere halfway. I think he spoke about, and that was the aspect he was trying to expand on, where he said something about everything being in one vibration. And I think, was it Asanti who asked whether that was in reference to this thought occurring in this moment? That part was not clear, so I thought I'll listen right to the end and then come back to listen to that point. But if you can explain that, that will be good,
No,
Dr.
actually,
Gokula.
I had to listen to it because I usually listen to these things while I'm having gaps in the work. So
Yeah, same here.
I think I might have listened to it because it was so profound. And also that's the thing, when we talk about that's where I think my question came also that day, because when you come to one vibration, it is a field. So that field and the initial this Aswakshanyana, yeah, there's a bit of a thing there. Anyway, I think they are all theoretical issues. That's the thing. They are actually theoretical issues. So that's nothing to do with your defiance. So I don't know whether he will ask me whether I'm Mongol again, because it is a possibility to hear that answer. But the issue, that point that Aranhanse was trying to make was really important, because that from the help of that initial mother's question, he went in to say several things and address the answer. The answer was also, he was trying to correct the answer. So it's a complicated answer. Aranhanse has given a complex answer. So I think listening while working isn't that good in that particular. I finished listening to that. I think if I'm trying to tell it to someone, I will make. I don't want to make any mistakes there. I have to correctly get it, because I don't think I actually properly listened to it. And that's unfair, if I say something.
Dr. Sakuntala, were you able to get the gist of it?
Yeah, I also listened once, but I also was thinking of listening again. One point that I picked up was that about this aramuna or arammana. Now, what he said was, now this example was given some time back. He said, you look at the wall, there are several things. There is a nail fixed, there is a cobweb, and there's a picture or something like that. Few things on the wall, but you are basically seeing all of them, but whatever is focused is what is meant by the aramuna. So if you are focusing on the cobweb, the nail and the picture becomes the items which has no value, or there's no focusing to those two, but the focusing happens to one point. So if that focusing was to the cobweb, that is what is named, what you can say as the aramuna, which means what is the point of concentration. And if you have no fire or no burning towards that particular focus of concentration, that focus only, then you can say that you have no, it has not become a thing to you. I don't know whether the wording I used was correctly explaining what I was going to say.
Yeah, that's what Aranhanse is always telling. When there is a vibration only, you can feel the non-vibration also. The non-vibration is felt in the field that when there is a vibration, you can't really feel the demarcation otherwise. But if you have become an arahant, there won't be a demarcation. But what I'm saying is, as everyone in the path, and he said a lot about the path and a lot about the the difference in this. I think we discussed this yesterday about, I don't know whether Suranga can remember. I was telling that it is important to focus on the 4 aspects of the program.
Yeah, he particularly explained about the first step, isn't it?
First step, second step,
No.
all the 4 steps you have to focus and then continue that.
Yeah, that is at the beginning.
No, even the beginner, what happens is...
No. What I meant was, when you start the program, when you start practicing the first step, before starting, each person has to focus on that.
But then he went on to say there will be 4 types of people who would be thinking about it, and then another one who would be
the person who is actively thinking, and then
passively
another person
thinking,
will have a passive thought.
passive thought, and then the other one would be
feeling.
Feeling, and there would be another one not feeling at all.
Yeah.
So
actually
that was
we briefed
beautifully
because
placed.
He mentioned it few days back also. We did that. We practiced it at the Saturday hour program also. So that is how we did, because earlier we didn't follow it that way. So what we did on that day was ask everybody to concentrate and think as a thought. I mean, think that I am going to see this as a thought. I am going to see that this is not in the mind also. Like that, each step we ask them to actively bring it up and take it up as a thought before starting.
And that's the thing, every one of us, if you haven't felt that we have missed a step, we need to actually practice that step. If you have missed the first step, of course there's no point, because you have to go from the beginning anyway then, because you can't miss the first step and then do the second step. But what I'm trying to say is, if we have gone to like the third step and we are lagging there, then we need to keep doing the third and the fourth. That's kind of my understanding, because the stages are different, So stages are different. So someone, but even the first step is so profound. And I wanted to remind, for the English listeners, it would be good. The RN1 says today's sermon actually had another one. Now only it is slowly coming back to me. It was like blank when you all asked me. He was telling how well, it went again. He was trying to say, if the electricity is there, in the sense, if the formless is there, if you haven't fully there's no internal transformation, there is a possibility that you can trap in any perception, but you might think my karmasthana or the volitional formation is happening with the parents, or volitional formation is happening with the children or the daughter or the son, or the volitional formation is with the job. But then actually there's a possibility that these things can keep changing. Actually, it's a good point, because this truth also, actually this Dhamma also can become a thing, and where you will be very focused, so focused on that, the strength of the mind bubble will be bigger and thicker. I mean, it's very important to kind of catch these things. I think with more and more experience, it is easy, and also another thing is entertainment of the sensory functions. You know, we misunderstand that it is self. So there's so many aspects, and it is very tricky when someone is not fully aware about this satyajnana, or the truth, that how this self-perception occurs, because their self-perception actually has no self. Chair perception actually doesn't have a chair in it. Pineapple perception doesn't have a pineapple in it. So it's very important to understand and feel these things as well. But Aran Mahanse said a beautiful thing here. Oh, now I got it. You know that he was saying to that mother before talking with Asanti that if it is not a thing, it is not going to be any burning at all. He used few specific words in there, which I thought very beautiful. I can't exactly remember the exact words, but I think everyone should listen to it at least twice, because, you know, when we see something, or when we hear something, when we feel something, if they are not magic anymore, the perception level, or the sensual level, or the perception level shouldn't be a thing. And he told that beautifully. Do you remember that, Dr. Sakuntala, that initial bit? He started with that, actually telling that mother he joined as soon as he joined. So
No,
it
I
was,
can't exactly remember the words he used, of course.
yeah, but you remember the message, yeah? Like, it will not be a thing. But he said it in like a simple way. Then he wasn't using the thing that much. He was saying in a different way that the chair won't be a thing. But he said in a different way. I think I will listen to that again and come back
He
tomorrow
said that
maybe.
it can be in 3 levels. That I remember. Now the chair is one thought, and then the existing chair, or when it comes to the itta sanya level, that means the perception of existence. That's
That is
another level.
actually urge to maintain the chair.
And
So the
third
urge to
is
maintain the
urge to
chair is
maintain.
one thing.
Yeah,
The
urge
urge
to
to
maintain
maintain
is
the actual perception. Yeah, even urge can be can have levels. You know, we have a urge to maintain the chair itself. That is a sensual world kind of thing. You know, we
yeah, that
want the
is a
chair. We are
karma
trying to,
loka.
yeah, we want to keep the chair with us. But then when that is released, in the form world, it will be urge to maintain the perception, not actually urge to maintain the chair itself. It's just to maintain this mind bubble. It's that's the way I tell, but it's a trying to maintain the perception, or kind of
Perception.
you kind of feel that it is existent, but there's no much need to, you're not trying to actually do anything with the outside chair. It's a perceptive way of it. And the third level, there is a third level also, because you are trying to maintain the urge to feel it.
That is a
These
level
are,
of self-perception, isn't it? I mean, wanting to maintain.
self-perception, self-vibration also, the urge to feel. Urge to feel. So that is also one way of saying. Aran Mahanse was saying in a different angle, the urge to so he was talking mainly about the self. So the urge to maintain the the self view, that nurturing the self view, and maintaining the self perception, and maintaining the self vibration. I can't remember the exact words again, but he told it in a nice way. Do you remember the exact words? In Sinhala even? No, not really. Yeah?
No, I need to listen again.
Yeah, it was so beautiful. It was so profound discussion, I think, because but I think he didn't do much of a discussion last night because no one actually was asking questions. So in vain, actually, in vain. I think everyone should try and join it. Who is awake should try and join. I think
there were more than one thing that he went into depth, isn't it, in that talk?
Today morning, yeah.
A couple of aspects actually.
He touched a lot of things in like a very small time, and they were profound. I felt that, but I have to listen again.
Yeah, before I ask about one of the other things Asanti asked, and he started elaborating on that one, just on the point of those 4 points of contemplation and focusing. So I think that's where Asanti wanted to ask the question, because he said, okay, you focus and do it, you focus and do it, you focus and do it, and then he said there will be people, like you said, Dr. Pokula, in different stages. There will be mothers who will do the active thinking. There will be mothers who do the passive thinking. There will be people who will just have the feel, depending on how much they have practiced. And depending on their inner transformation, that will be only a feel for them. And there will be those who don't have
he said
any...
sukha. It's just sukha.
Yes, so he mentioned there that it's the arahat nature. But question or experience or whatever, both that I had at that time, the thought that crossed my mind was that arahat sukha thing can also be a mix with the third one. It doesn't have to be one is arahat, second is feel. If the feel, now when we talked about the Samiti also, the field is also fading. So, and that is through experience. There is experience to say that you can have the sukha and you can also, what's the third one? The field and the sukha. And then, but the sukha is not permanent, which is the only difference.
I think but it depends on the stimuli, darling. That's the thing. You can't really, that depends on the stimuli. So
there's no stimuli, Dr. Pokila, at that point.
Yeah, we always have the stimuli. It can be a cross sound. It can be a flower. The stimuli is not gone. It is it is you that you're going to lose. It's not the stimuli which is going to vanish. I mean, the value is gone. So that is the thing. It's very tricky. So, the stimuli with the burning, stimuli without the burning. This is where the challenge is.
Yeah, so by that time, at that point, it's apatita viññāne, non whatever.
That is an arahant. That is an arahant.
No, but the apatita viññāne, that's what I'm trying to say. The apatita viññāne is also not permanent, which is why the sukha is also not permanent. But there is, what do you call it, an oscillation. It comes and goes. But it's not an active thinking, it's not a passive thinking, so it can be somewhere between the third and the fourth types of people or whatever system.
Can you in
No. I want to add there something. So the third and fourth, the Buddha status, okay, Buddha status or the Arahant status or this what do you call it, last fruition status, if you even have felt it for a fraction of a second, that is the first experience. That is the first experience.
Yes, we are talking about something past that.
Yeah, but that is the first experience. So if you have that, then only you know how much power you have and how much is the non-power. Then there's the the asavaksya jnana, because you know the power. How much power is there in the non-form level? Because non-form level is the catchy area. So the arahant status not being all the time means those experiences, fruition level is not there all the time. Yes, fruition level is felt once. That's someone who we call stream enterer going to the next level, because it has been felt at least once, but then it keeps ongoing situation then after that. But then if all the stimuli are like that, then it becomes a titya. Then only it
Yes.
becomes a titya.
Yes. So, I
Isn't
think
it in
just for,
Arhat?
yeah.
Yeah. In Arhat's mind, Arhat state, isn't that lasting? That where this word titi can be used, because it is it oscillating like
No, it's
that?
not
It's not
oscillating at that
oscillating.
It
time.
is
No.
permanent, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah,
Lasting. That is
titya
where
is
the word
permanent. That means
titi,
every
yeah,
stimuli there is no burning.
yeah,
Yeah.
whatever the posture, irrespective
The
of
alive
the
feel is
posture.
not there. That's like a tree.
Yeah, that's right.
So, what I was trying to say there was, I think, just for clarity of showing the 4 stages, only Aryan Vansa explained like that. But out of experience, I think it can be expanded. All these points, Aryan Vansa says, that there are finer points. You can expand each of these areas. So in that
You
in that
start to
finer
feel
point of,
super from the beginning. That's what you're trying to say. But it is also different stages, because now imagine, Surangika, imagine someone feeling the outside is just a perception, is going to have a very good feeling already.
yes, but
So this is going to
the I
expand.
could be still prominent and could be felt quite tangibly. But there can be again stages where even the I is not felt tangibly, and the stimuli, the bird cawing and this and that.
But the Sukha Aranahansa is telling is the last, when we call about it in the last stage, is the non-alive feel similar to a tree. So that's where we shouldn't compare them, like we shouldn't, because the first one is just a good feeling. It's a good feeling, yes, but it doesn't necessarily mean that even on anagami, it is going to be a good feeling, because none of the worldly perceptions are going to be a thing for that person. So if you take the tikara, even if the roof is going to fall down on him, it doesn't necessarily mean to him. That's why Lord Buddha at that time, not Gautama, Lord Buddha, I can't remember the name. Lord Buddha at that time actually requested the other monks to get his roof for the broken roof in the temple. That it's he has no problem with that. So the worldly perceptions are not a problem to Gatikara. But Gatikara still has this self-vibration, but only in the Sukha. So that is the thing. So the description change according to the stages. And why we say that now akasanyayatana vijnanayatana, like that, it goes on. No, that is the non-form level. But in that also, it's all about the feel only. There's no talk at all about a perception there. Nothing. even in one stimuli, if you experience, it is the same. There's nothing at all, no perception at all in there. So yeah, even if you feel it in a one stimuli, or whether you feel it in all the stimuli, the experience doesn't change. But that's where the tithya comes. For an arahant, it will be like when Lord Buddha asked from Buddothpado whether it is there all the time, and he said no, and he said reasons for that. That is the reason, because that means he has felt it before. He says no means he didn't say no, I have never felt it. He didn't say that. He said no, it is not there all the time. That means he has felt it before, but it's not there all the time. So that means he said 10 reasons or 10 what is the sutra?
Asavakya Sutra?
No.
Upaklesha, sorry.
Upaklesha Sutra.
Yeah.
Yeah, he said the Lord Buddha explained the Upaklesha Sutra. So that's the thing. So this everything, every little thing Aranhansa is saying is from different angles. It depends on the person's question. So that's why actually it will be not that answer when you ask the question. If Dr. Sakuntala asks a question, it will be never in that aspect. It will be a complete different aspect from the noble friend. Because it's different. So I think I think all the people who are doing these programs, Zoom discussions, all should actually be actively participating into 7 o'clock Zoom discussion. Actively participating.
Yes, actually, it's such a waste and such a shame, isn't it, Dr. Pongkila? Honestly,
yeah, but because we are trying to preach it, like we are trying to preach it to others. How can you preach it if you haven't experienced? If you don't know about the alive field and the non-alive field, what are you going to offer to them? You're going to just offer the Satyajnana in a way that we offered the something like 1 + 1 is 2. But
and only to the extent of experience, isn't it? And so that is therefore a limited discourse in that sense.
Yeah, actually no one is actually questioning Aranhansa. When I was explaining this, I got this problem. How can I explain that? I haven't heard these questions, but there are so many Dhamma friends who are actually holding the day programs, the talks. I mean, I can't understand. I don't think everyone is an arahant. If that is the case, Aranhansa will probably stop all the Zooms thinking that my work is done. But even he can't say that now. Because as Lord Buddha thought, Lord Buddha thought, my job is done. Lord Buddha thought. So that's the thing.
And he also said, I think it was in the 5 o'clock Zoom, where that is why each time now, to Asanti's other point, where she said that in the form world, she said the perception of wanting to entertain the perception was still there. And then Aranhansa said that is self-perception. Because first he said, no, it isn't. That's just a thought, isn't it? But then she said, no.
Then there is Atmaya.
Yeah, she can't get away from it until she actually entertains the perception for a while longer without actually, automatic dismissal of the thought as being not a thing. There is entertainment. And then Aranhansa said, yes, that means there is self-perception. So good that you recognized it. Recognizing itself will bring release. So in that point, then he said about But then when that is released, then the mind
There'll
will
be
go
another
and
one.
attach itself somewhere else.
Yeah.
Anyway, that wasn't the point I was going to say. I don't know, now that thing slipped from my mind.
Yeah, that
I'm having the
happened to
same
me.
problem
I
as you.
said, I got it. And then I'm like going to tell it. It's not there. It's weird. Today is a very hectic day, I think, for me. Has nothing in the head. Anyway, it was a very profound talk, and I wish all the Dhamma friends who are doing the explanations, who are doing the Zoom meetings, who are actually trying to tell someone else this Dhamma should actually join and discuss with Aranwanse their own problems, or whether they have any misunderstandings, whether they are thinking that this is burning me or that is burning me, because it's all ignorance. At the end of the day, it is the ignorance, and Aranwanse will definitely help that to get rid of that ignorance. Like this became a thing to me, that became a thing to me. Any thought can come, and the way you take it is the actual ignorance. So it's very tricky. So I wish everyone. I don't know whether there will be a 7 o'clock one today. I don't know.
Yeah, that
He said
remains to
no.
be seen, I think. And now I think I just remembered what I was going to say is, so that place where Asanti said when the perception was being entertained, and then the tendency is to go and the mind will go and latch itself onto another very fine point. And he said that is why the Buddha had these discussions practically every evening. Every evening, because day by day this mind is going and latching on to something else. If it's something else yesterday, it's another thing today. And yesterday maybe the Buddha cleared it in the evening through the discussion, and then today the Thero's mind is getting perception is going and getting stuck somewhere else. So it's like what do you call that thing, the Kohola Gulia.
It's actually like the electricity. Until the electricity is there, there's a possibility of any instrument getting action. That's the self vibration, actually. If the self vibration is there, perception can come at any time. That's the thing. So if the self perception is there, self view can come at any time. Because self perception and self view is both in the mind side. It's in the mind bubble. Self perception, when it repeatedly happens, it becomes a self view. Same way, if the chair happens, it's a perception of chair. If it repeatedly happens, you feel like the chair is there. It's a view now. The chair is a view now. You know what I mean?
But so even if the self view is now gone, the perception, I think that was the point Asanti was trying to say, there's a perception still keeps coming back, and there is a wanting to entertain it. So that is coming without self-view, but it is still that self-perception, the vibration there that is active, isn't it? It's the vibration that's active at that point, or the sanya, atma sanya, self-perception, which is the same thing that Kemakatero, I think, said as well.
Yeah, but don't you get a small point there, Surangika? Isn't there a small point there? Because if the self-view is permanently shattered, whatever you think, whatever the perception is, whatever the burning is, it is it is not taken as a self thing. That is what Aranan's first answer was. That's the way of the mind. That was the first answer. Then when she said, no, but that happened, then he actually said, no, then it is the self-vibration. Because Atma is not the self-perception only, it's the self-vibration. So that's the thing. I mean, I don't know. It's just a thing that crossed, because it's very tricky, you know, these things, very tricky. So,
Yeah,
which,
he said Atma, isn't it? So no,
yeah, Atma
he
is the
didn't say
self-vibration.
Sakaditya. He said Atma, I think, and he said recognize the self-perception at that
Yeah,
point.
it is very tricky, actually. I don't know.
Mm.
But, you know, thinking that it is a self-perception is tricky itself. Because actually it is the way of the mind. Mind is like that. Keeps changing the point of, you know, it changes.
Yeah, and actually it's good that Asanti asked that question because I had the same experience that the perception comes and like lots of perceptions come and go and there is no entertainment, but some perceptions last a little bit. And even if it lasts a little bit, the auto reflection, what shall I say, reaction is that okay, if the perception is lasting, there is a going along with it. It's not a person going along with it, but there is a going along with that perception if it is recurring. But there is no now those
That's
days.
the point, Surangika. That's mainly about the. It's nothing to do with the self. It's the thickness of that perception.
Yes, that's what I was trying to kind of because I
So
thought
when
that was a
you
good
are
point to
away from the
expand.
self
And
view,
yeah,
completely it becomes the other side only. So the
that
other side is the chair, thickness of the chair, perception of thickness. So then it becomes, okay, what is more important to you? What is important to Suranka? What is important to me? Like kind of like that. So they are the problem with the perception. In the sense, the aramana or the stimuli. How thick the stimuli is, that's all. Nothing to do with the self at all. There's no self.
yes, that's the thing. But then yeah, the perception is still somewhat thick, which is why, like, unlike the other ones,
That's
it
the
kind of
thing.
sticks on a little
That's
bit.
all. That is going to die down. Is Joel or has Joel?
Yeah, I
has,
thought I heard somebody. Oh, yeah. Okay.
Hi,
Joel
Doctor.
is-
Good
Hi.
evening. Hi,
Good
Madam
evening. Good
Sarajika
evening.
and all of you.
Hello, everyone. Sana.
I just want to ask a question because I faced that problem today and it's a bit troubling me. Can I ask that?
Yeah.
You know that I go to church and, you know, I asked you a lot of questions whether I can talk to a girl and that and all those things. But the person I spoke to has gone and told the big person, the pastor, that I misbehaved with her, which was not true. And it was really hurting me why she went and told that. And that morning I spoke to her in the office when I met her with another girl. I spoke to her. After the service also I met her in the shop and I spoke to her. There was another girl. And she has gone and told that I have crossed her boundary. And she has cried over past. And I was like clueless what I did. Normally I talk to girls. What do I have to do in this point? Can anyone explain it to me?
So, you know, Joel, sometimes, not just imagine this scenario. If I keep questioning you a bit too much, you might feel that I am stepping too much in, yeah? it's a problem of the other side. So it can happen. It's a perception that we have. Like in a younger generation, I have young kids. So younger generations' perceptions are terribly different from my time perceptions. My time perceptions are like just simple, but now they know about the gaslighting. They know about the I don't even know some words. Okay, they know a lot, so they have so much perception in that. Guilt tripping. Well, if you ask, if I question one of my children, they will go on telling they are not even they are just school children. But what I'm trying to say is, our boundary, like imagine if I have a boundary, okay? If I have a boundary, I always can feel someone is beyond that boundary, someone is trying to get into my boundary. But where this boundary is coming from? So what is Joel's boundary now? Now Joel specifically had a boundary. When Aranhanse asked, what is the problem, Joel? Joel couldn't utter a word because Joel also has a boundary. So if we are asked, if Dr. Sakuntala is asked a question, and if Dr. Sakuntala has a boundary, Dr. Sakuntala's answer will be within that boundary. Boundary disappears with the disappearance of the self-view only. Okay, hopefully I'm telling something sensible. So these boundaries are always there. But remember, these boundaries are formed with the perceptions you had from childhood to now. Because there's internet now, there's a lot of Instagram or whatever. This is a lot of social media out there. So people are talking about a lot of feelings, a lot of emotions, a lot of ways that people can attack the other person. So they have their own perception about these things. So they have a kind of a boundary too. So if someone talk to me, and if I have a boundary, this is really interesting. If I have a boundary, then I would be like watching that person to see whether that person is crossing the boundary or not. You know, this is according to this side perceptions. That side perception, okay, if you talk about the other side, okay, other side, if that other side was, imagine the other side was a baby, will the baby know whether I have crossed the boundary of the mom? No, because really clearly, moms, they don't have a boundary with the baby. So baby can do anything. Baby can jump on the body, baby can, harass the hair, baby can do anything. But the mom's perception is, oh, my darling son, my darling daughter, you're so lovable, But if another child comes, that's crossing the boundary. Why did you touch my hair? That's the boundary. So this boundary also changes, according to the perceptions. This is a beautiful example of perceptions. What your boundaries? So imagine you have a group of friends. So the group of friends can cross the boundary all the time. But if there is one new person, if the new person come and hug you as a friend, you will be like, this is suspicious. This is suspicious. He has crossed the boundary, or she has crossed the boundary. Why? There is a boundary in this side perception. So, okay, you didn't have a perception about crossing a boundary. So there's no problem here, Joel. But next time, that's why I have told you multiple times, increase your field. If you feel that other person, because your mind is a bit stronger, your field side is poor, this can happen. If you feel that other person, even the way they flinch, or the way they look at you, or the way they change the tone, or the way they even walk, turn, you might sense, have I annoyed her? Then to retreat quickly. That's all in the feel side. What do you think, Joel? That's the way of improving your side. But you can't actually change other people's perceptions. You can change yours. You can change your self-view, self-perception. You can actually improve your feel. You can feel, if you start to feel everyone, then this is not going to be an issue. But because the mind is strong, sometimes we don't feel these small things, which is very possible, What do you think? We'll ask other friends also to comment. Yeah. No, I can't hear you. Your line.
Got your
Yeah.
point, Doc. But hello.
Yeah.
Now am I clear?
Yes.
Okay, I got your point. But like my question was, please bear with me. When I didn't cross the boundary, or when I didn't do anything wrong as to my conscious, that person has gone and told it to the senior person. Rather, she would have come and told me about this, and I will correct myself. And it
Well,
was a
you
big
are
problem
expecting
today.
too much from the mundane world people. You are expecting too much from mundane world people. I told you the day that you were talking about the doctors striking and all that. That is our perception. We expect everything to be in order. When are we going to have everything in order? When is a family life going to be in order? When is the workplace going to be in order? When is the justice going to happen? When is your body going to collapse anyway? When is the war not going to happen? What reassurance you have that next day there will be a nuclear bomb in India and the whole country will be wiped out? Where is the reassurance? Where is the justice there? We can only actually understand this stimuli and have no burning here. That's all we can do, Joel. That's all you can do. That's all you can do, because the mundane world people, you can only forgive them because they are highly agitated, highly anxious, highly irritated, worried about the boundaries, worried about death, worried about the illness, worried about status, worried about everything. But this is a beautiful Dhamma we are talking about, where we are talking that there is no self at all. And this self is a perception only. And self is a self-view is a joke. So when we talk about these things, what can happen to the other perceptions? So with the self-view, we are going to act very weird. The things can happen, anything can happen. So don't expect too much from the mundane world. Just be kind to them. It's like if you are very calm and collected and you say, nope, I didn't do that. And your head of that thing will be like, yeah, Joel hasn't done that. I can see from his behavior. Because you're not having any guilt about that. So there's no problem. But even that, whether you have the guilt or not, we can't change other people's perceptions. We can only change this side. We can only change this burning. We can only cool down this side. This, all the perceptions are just a manifestation of the sensory function, mind. The boundaries are like that. Happiness you want is another perception. You expect a lot of things from the world. What do you think? I think we can ask Ramika or Dr. Sakuntala. Dr. Sakuntala, what do you think about that? What is your kind of point of view?
Yeah, actually, that is what basically we were discussing yesterday, isn't it? It's always the mind. It's always a creation of the mind, because we were talking that yesterday. The creation in the system called Joel is completely different from the creation which occurred in that other system, isn't it? The creation that you had as a thought in yours, I mean, in the system called Joel or yourself, it was kind of disappointment or sort of unhappiness, or you can name it in that way. The feel that you had can be named as disappointment or unhappiness, whereas the thought that was created in the other system was something different. I mean, you feel that you are innocent and you didn't do anything. That is according to your perceptions, but the other one had completely different opposite type of perceptions, where she went up to the level to complain. So as we discussed yesterday, it's always a creation of the thought in the mind. So whichever the perceptions that she had time to time has come as a thought of kind of again unhappiness, and unhappiness about you for some reason, some form of interpretation. So I think, as Dr. Kokila said, that if we expect happiness and sadness from the mundane world, from the outside world, it always is a kind of disappointment at the end. So as Dr. Kokila very correctly said, just turn the camera towards you. Just see how your thoughts were formed. Now you feel unhappy and you are disappointed, and maybe in a subtle way you are feeling angry also about what she did. So just try to identify or recognize the current which was created within you. That is yourself again. That is a self self perception. So I think only way is
And why it
yeah.
is so important is Joel
Mm.
always has this justice thing in his mind,
Oh
like
yes,
like
yes.
the correct way. This is the way to
Mm.
do things. That's what
Mm.
he thinks. But then that somebody else thought best way is to not to go to that person. Best way is to go to the next level,
Yeah.
because she felt safer in that way. You know, as a medical officer, we really get so much workplace harassment and bullying and all these things to manage. So once someone is exposed to something, any kind of any problem, they perceive things differently from that onwards. Even a subtle thing can be a harassment to them now, because it's very tricky, you know, like if a child is harassed even at home, doesn't necessarily mean the work, even at home, all the time, she felt violated in subtle ways. She's actually actively looking for violations. She's scared about the violations. So That's what I'm saying. It's very difficult you to actually feel everyone, but I think it's best way to find out is by your own improving your own feel, because mind can say she won't do that, but in actual scenario she has gone to the highest level and complain. And this is where it is important to go by the feel and actually if the vibration is higher than you, to be careful. I think I told that in a subtle way that before also. If you're actually matching up with a self vibration which is higher than yours, you're going to have suffering anyway. But if it is something lower than you, even in these discussions, you know, when Alan joins, it's kind of really different because he's the non-vibration our teacher, so we can feel it instantly. You know, he has no judgment. He just says what he wants to say. He will be very open. You might feel like he has violated. Definitely, I have seen this happening. Someone might feel with a sensitive, you know, there are people who are very sensitive, you know, with this boundary thing. They might feel violated. That's why specifically in this country, I have told this again and again and again. It's not possible. It's not possible because they have a boundary already. Like you can't tell anything about your beliefs. You can't tell anything about your religion. You can't tell anything about actually nothing. You can't even question about your private life unless they actually volunteer that. It's really interesting where this new generation is going. So everyone is guarded. Being careful. What do you think, Surangika? I think Surangika will have an idea what I'm trying to say. So the perceptions are different. If you go to the office, their perceptions are different, their boundaries are different, they have their own boundaries. So if someone feels that you are stepping into that, you know, even if you touch someone, you can be sued for that. Just saying that, hey, she violated me. You know, just by touching on the shoulder, that's their perception. I mean, it's an extra ordinary example, but these are the things. So the perceptions are different, especially nowadays. The young crowd is specifically, they are fully aware because they are taught also in the school. So they are fully aware. Only some children will be like, oh, who cares, you know, in that attitude. But some actually do care a lot. And their perceptions are very strong. The ego is very strong. The vibration is very strong. Self-view is very strong. So when the self-view is very strong, you're going to build a wall around you, 100%. 100%. What do you think, Surangika, about this? Don't know whether she's free.
Yes, Dr. Kokila, it is actually, particularly in these countries, out of personal experience, I have got it wrong several times and had to apologize as well by trying to be too keen about and not just even explaining the Dhamma in some instances, just trying to, you know, say something sympathetic and make them kind of get out of the suffering that they're feeling, say about dog that has died or something like that, and next moment there has been a complaint that Joel, so always remember these things happen to everybody, whether
Yes.
it is in Sri Lanka or anywhere. And next moment, I'm happily oblivious that I try to just lend a helping hand and a sympathetic ear, but next moment the complaint is coming from someone else. The thing that was said was taken in a totally different way and complained. So to up it to a level that she felt that it was an offense
Insult.
rather than a kind word. So can you see, just to Dr. Pokula's point, it is just the perception, the way she took it. So in that same manner, in your example also, this is the thing. And one cannot change. If there are 8 billion people, you may have heard Aryan Mahansa saying, there are 8 billion vibrations. And for each of those 8 billion vibrations, there are different ways the perception works, the self-view works. Because the vibrations that have telepathized to that system is quite different to the way the perceptions have got telepathized to the system called Jewel, to the system called Surangika, to the system called, I'll say, XYZ, the person I spoke to, thinking I was trying to be helpful. And that went radically wrong. And then if I take a Dhamma example, again, a close by neighbor who I always chat to with regard to very mundane things. One day she asked me about what I was listening to, and I tried to explain that to her, and she said, it's her right to think that the world exists and everything. And then she asked me whether I have no respect for the way she believes, or what she believes. So, it... Yes, so these are just examples I'm giving, that everything like that, people have a way of thinking. And to Dr. Hukula's point, they're very prickly. Prickly means very sensitive. And in these countries particularly, everything has to, what she said is the boundary is like, I don't know, some kind of massive wall around them.
Yeah, like the privacy, the boundary. There's so many. I mean, I can't even, I don't know even the words. There's so much walls, maybe like 10 walls, no, maybe like 100 walls, I don't know. They have so many ideas about this existence, that it is true, and you all have to understand that. Actually, I do, actually. So best thing is to like appreciate their like kind of the way of thinking. If they are happy, they are happy. Aryan Mahansa tells this all the time. If they're happy, just fine. It's fine. And sometimes you can't change people. But Joel's point of view, I'm actually waiting one day that Joel will come and tell, Doctor, actually I was blackguarded by a person, and I was able to go to that level and just say, I'm sorry, I didn't mean that, but I'm sorry that you felt that way. I'm really sorry. And just walk away from that situation without having any second thoughts. But that's a long way, that's a long way. Because we always have second thoughts. We always have 1,000 thoughts after that. We are like, why can't she do the other way around? Why isn't she having some courtesy to tell me first? Why is she even thinking like that? I didn't do anything. There was another girl all the time. And there's so many arguments in that mind. See how your mind is so faster. It's beautiful, isn't it? To even feel that how mind works. That's where the mind is. Don't worry. That will get better. What do you think, Joel?
Yeah, like I got a bit tense when this thing happened. I didn't know how to react. I was really tense because something first time, and also, it was a bit difficult to comprehend with. It was
Yeah,
really
it is a
difficult.
damage to your image also, isn't it?
Yeah, it was against my conscious and against my personality. And the big person, I feel safe sharing it to you, all my personal things. So the big person said, I trust you, Joel. I know about you. You go and solve it. I'm not going to get involved. I'm just informing you that this happened and she came and told me, you go and solve it. I'm not going to get involved. And he said he trusted me. That made me something, a good vibe and confidence to come out of that place.
Yeah,
Thank you.
that's good. But Joel, you have to remember this. You have to remember this forever. These perceptions are actually past experiences. So the past experience, so Angulimala killed 1,000 people. Lord Buddha didn't worry about that. So if a person has killed 1,000 people, will you have like a good idea about him? No. But Lord Buddha didn't worry about that. He went and said only few things. I have stopped. Can you stop? And that has a like an immense meaning there. I've already stopped. But he was walking. But he said, I have stopped. Can you stop? So, you know, I think from your point of view, Joel, the image or whether the person accepted it or not, the image can get tarnished at any time, because image is actually a perception that we have anyway. A girl's image can get tarnished at any time, boy's image, or some, head of a state, head of a company. It is very difficult to get the name tarnished. But if your vibration is low and you're like kind of you feel everyone, there will be situations that you won't even get into, because you're not seeking happiness elsewhere, because you're already happy. So, but just remember, Lord Buddha actually was blamed for harming a lady and killing that lady in the temple. Imagine, at that time, Lord Buddha was expected to be the purest and the kindest and everything. And his image was tarnished by that thing, saying that Lord Buddha has damaged a person and has killed that person and it's hidden in the temple. Actually, someone else did that. And everyone took time because everyone asked for the death of Lord Buddha by the king. And king was advised by other people to give more time for the investigation. And actually someone in the drinking area, the pub area, someone was actually boasting about killing that lady and hiding so that the Lord Buddha gets into trouble. So the problem was solved. But if the Lord Buddha wasn't Lord Buddha, they will be so sad, isn't it? But being Lord Buddha can't feel things. Lord Buddha told Ananda Thero, because Ananda Thero wanted to go away from that temple. And Lord Buddha said, no, Ananda, we are not leaving here, because anyway it can be the same. And he was there, and there was no food offered at that time. So even the purest person can get any attack at any time, any blame. It's very easy. You are talking about an incident in the place. Very easy. Online tarnish. I mean, this era is so horrible. Online tarnish. I have seen cases where young girls have damaged themselves, actually suicide, because their photos were put on webs, websites where their identity could be found. But sometimes there are very innocent things done with the maybe with the partner. Doesn't matter. Now they can't handle that, you know. So if there is self-perception, there is always place for suffering. Don't forget that. And expecting only good things from the society or the mundane world is actually a joke. And in this world, if good things are happening around you, that is good. But if the bad things are happening, even the good and the bad is a perception. There's nothing called good and the bad. There's nothing called actually right or wrong. They are just another incident. But for us, they are very strong because it's damaging your image. You're tarnishing your image, which is built on a wrong perception. There's no even a self, but we are worried about that image. It's really tricky. I'm glad that you felt better with the head person's reassurance, but it can be otherwise. It can be anything. Imagine a person going to the court, innocent person going to the courts. Is it only once it has happened? No. Someone can actually trap the innocent person in the court. Is it the last time it is going to happen or first time it is going to happen? Only thing you can do is to see how you can do this cessation of suffering here. You can't do anything other than that. Yes. What do you think, child?
Yeah, feels a bit relaxed now after talking to you all. Nothing that I did was like after the big person told go and solve a problem. I went to the person who was involved with this thing, who has went and told about me. I went and asked her what did I do wrong. She said nothing. And she's changed the whole story, and I just gave a good words to her because I was hurt on this side. It is a bit too much for me the first time it came as a black mark. And I just gave good shells to her that she has to have to understand that she can't tell anything what she wants about a person. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. But in these countries, actually, there are formulated answers, which I learned after coming here. There are formulated answers like, I'm so sad that you have felt that way, but I didn't mean it at all. That's kind of the thing, because don't know what went through in her mind. Yeah, it's a beautiful example, actually. Anything else to add, Dr. Sakuntala?
Yeah, as you very correctly said, I think it's all, I mean, it shows her childish behavior, isn't it? So when you understand that it is a kind of childish behavior, rather than getting angry, I think some sympathy should be in what should come up from your side, because you can't correct these people. And also,
you can be stern, though. You can be strong and say to the point. But you can be kind also. But that comes with less vibration this side. But I think Joel will slowly get this point slowly, and because self vibration, when it is low, you kind of can take anything and everything. But at the same time, you can directly tell that. We have seen how Haranwansi reacts, you know, he tells directly. And he sometimes shouts also. And someone not used to him might think, oh my God, he is so full of hatred. No, that's the thing. It's very difficult to explain whether, because he can be very direct and say, can you mute? And if that doesn't happen, he might even shout. But it doesn't necessarily mean that he's having a self vibration there, because he's trying to prove a point in Dhamma about Dhamma. So it's very tricky, you know. Even the sound waves, he can also raise the sound, he can raise the voice, and he can actually say something very in a low voice also. So that's what the thing. The Lord Buddha also shouted at someone when he said Tucha Potila, the foolish Potila. But then he, on the other hand, he is the kindest person, kindest words and all that. So, but it's all to prove one thing. But another way, he didn't say any Dhamma to the person who was the neighbor of the Jetavana. That was a person who was killing animals. He didn't tell any Dhamma to him, even though he was the neighbor. And when one monk asked about that, he said, I don't want him to go to a lower realm than he is going now. Because he knew that he will never listen to any of the Dhamma. So we have to be careful what we are doing. So just like kind of feel where things going. Sometimes we are blinded by things, by the thoughts that but spontaneity, we have lost the spontaneity. We have lost the spontaneity due to a lot of things, like you can't talk spontaneously, you can't think spontaneously because of the self-view, self-perception, self-vibration. Everything is biased. What do you think, Suranika? Isn't it? It's all biased. Actually, everything is biased when there is a self-vibration. We are trying to safeguard me. Isn't it happening all the time? Like it's safeguarding here. This system. That's the wall. These are the walls we build.
Yeah, because every thought is a past perception telepathizing in this minute, and every perception means it has become a thing. And that is the thing that is again telepathizing and telepathizing until such time this self-perception is completely dissolved. And the thoughts are kind of almost destined to come that way. There is a Sinhalese term, Joel, that says, or maybe Pali, I think, Atita and Bhikkhave Kammang Vadami means we are eating the past, or we are consuming the past. What that means is that the thoughts are the world that basically the world is made up of our thoughts. And every act and function, everything that is being done is a perception. But what is the perception that is acting out in this moment? A past perception. Everything is a past perception telepathizing as a new perception, which is why that Purane Kanava, meaning the past is the thing that is being relived in every moment. So getting out of that and for that not to be a thing is to keep on seeing the truth in the thought arising in this moment. So to do that, and finally, as Dr. Pohila said, one fine day, there'll be the system called Joel who will when he hears that from that master or whoever, that such and such a person said something about him, that would be just a sound. That would be not that the words won't be heard, the words will be heard, and the mundane meaning of the words also will be known. But it will lack the sting. Those words would not come across as somebody is scolded, and there was a person here to be scolded. There was a person here whose reputation got damaged. It won't be taken by that. That is the beauty of this Dhamma.
Yeah, really.
The
That's
same
the
thing will
beauty.
be said, but the sting is not there. It's amazing, actually.
Yeah, it's amazing even to talk about that, let alone the experience. So people can shout inside the office and say weird things that you never believe that you will hear. You're there to help people, you know. You're not there to get abused by anyone for not doing this or not giving any opioids or not giving this and that. But even that, you're like, it's very interesting how this Dhamma works inside, because it's just not touching you. It's like an iron dome, basically. So we can wait till iron dome is going to happen to Joel, isn't it, Joel? What do you think about that? Once you actually start practicing this Dhamma, there will be an iron dome, isn't it? Do you know what we are talking about? Iron dome, where
Probably
all
not.
the
Maybe let's elaborate on that. That was
missile,
in Zoom.
yeah, all the missiles in Israel is actually not actually coming to the flow because there's kind of a system where it is rejected. Kind of a similar system where you know it is coming, you know it is happening, you know that it is an abuse, you know everything, but it's not felt. And you'll be like, I'm sorry. Yeah, that's it. And they are like helpless because it's not taken. It's like once, I don't know whether it's Lord Buddha's time. It was, I think Lord Buddha's time. Someone came and shouted, and Lord Buddha said, if someone comes to your home and you offer things to them, and if they don't eat that, what would you do? That person said, I'll eat that. Then you can do same thing with this. You know, I'm not taking that. It's a disaster. I mean, if you tell that to someone. But what I'm saying is such a profound thing. Because if it's not felt here, it just...
I mean, even that example, Dr. Kokila, now just see the level to which this world has become, as you were talking about the younger generation. Now, when we heard that example, it is taken in the spirit of in which it is told that it is teaching a lesson with regard to the self-vibration or the Atma, the self-view, isn't it? But nowadays, just imagine repeating that to somebody, say a younger generation or a person in these countries. You can imagine the way they would react to something like that, isn't it?
Yeah, so you have to be very, 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 very in this era to actually understand the vibration
Yeah,
now.
Joel would understand, but I know it just
Yeah,
depends
Joel
on...
is young and Joel will definitely feel that. And Joel must be associating with younger people anyway than us. So
Yeah.
Joel will be definitely feeling this. And actually, Aranwanse says a single word for this, Jana Vinyane. It's kind of the level now. It's the level now. It is different 10 years ago. It's different to 20 years ago. It's different to 30 years ago. Like, it's different to parents' time, you know. So everything is different. Everything is quite Unless you are an open-minded person, you can't even change. But if you are open-minded, you can actually blend into any system. Any system. You just have to know. There was one time where someone, it was not inside my office, but someone was shouting, and according to the, I didn't even understand the bad words they used. And I was like really asking someone, what is that word? And they were like horrified because that's a really bad word, apparently. And I said, I'm sorry, I didn't know. And they still laugh at that because, oh, she doesn't know the bad words. So it's just, the perception was not there. And now the perception is there that it's a bad word, So we'll be careful. But it's all like the past perceptions happening again and again. So the boundaries are like that. Good and bad is like that. Good here would be bad somewhere else. Right here would be wrong somewhere else. So you need to understand these variations in this system, and the perceptions are not actually true. If you really believe that the chair is out there, you are still in the self-will. If you really believe that there is mother out there, you are basically very strong. So, but you keep understanding that everything is a perception here, this side. It's very important. You can treat anyone really good because it's not their problem. It's just the problem of this system. I think we are running out of time. Are we? Or not? What's the time now? Or do we have
I
time?
think there's half an hour more or 25 minutes more.
Yeah, okay. So, yeah, it is very interesting, how these things differ. Even the countries, Japan, I saw a clip where one of the Japan players was asking for forgiveness because he hit the ball and it went and hit someone else by the side. He directly landed on the floor. That was his way of forgiveness. It was direct, not even worshipping. It is like directly on the floor, the whole body, and bending his head down. He's asking for forgiveness until she told that he didn't get up. See, that's not even in our perception, is it? Would we like immediately flat on the ground to ask for forgiveness? No. But for that student, that child, or that sports player, that was the thing. And it was a beautiful clip where like everyone in the world is like appreciating how the beautiful forgiveness, asking for the forgiveness. It's really different from culture to culture, environment to environment, country to country. If you are in a tribe, completely different things. If you know some tribes, how many damage they do to their young girls. Actually, parents are damaging the kids because it's a tribe. Their norm, their culture. So they are doing that. The mom is doing the damage to the daughter just because it's a cultural thing. So these are the perceptions that they have, that it should be done. It should be this way. It should be that way. So we have to be very careful if we understand Dhamma, we understand the whole world. We understand actually the self as well. We can't just understand self and not understand the world, or just understand the world and not understand the self. Everything is the same. The chair is still true to you. Self is also true to you. Yeah. Anyone adding any thought? Joel, do you have any other questions?
No, doctor.
Yeah, good. I mean, everything would be very, very different perspective in future when you kind of deal with people, kind of deal with animals, kind of deal with any being, not only humans, any being, you might understand the self vibration or the self perception or the self view is the reason for burning, nothing else. Nothing else. Yeah, anything else to add, Strangika? And today morning, Aaron Hanse's discussion was so profound. I have to listen to that again because I was listening halfway. There are so many beautiful discussions he does in Sinhala language. It was
Yeah,
at
and
5 o'clock.
actually the issue that when you do it in between various other things is that full attention, I mean, it's done, full attention is not there, which means that the deep reflection also, I mean, that's something that I've experienced also, that full deep reflection is not there, which is why, unfortunately, again, you have to go and listen. That happens because, and then one is not, what shall I say, giving full justice to the to the talk and what can be gained out of it, especially because it's becoming finer and finer. And in that sense, but anyway, I was just thinking because Joel is here and he was asking yesterday or day before about those 4 points of contemplation when he's putting this into practice. I mean, it's relevant for any other listeners also who are contemplating doing the practical program. So given what Aaron Mansa said today about the focusing, Dr. Pokita, perhaps you can give some advice to
Actually, we
person
talked
like
about
Joel.
it. Yeah, we talked about it yesterday. Joel Aaron also talked about it today morning. He was nicely telling it again, so we will repeat. So the 4 ways of contemplation. One is anything outside is actually a perception here. That's the first one. What he said was, if you're doing it, to do it, not to keep thinking while you're doing it. Actually, the best way is to actually focus that point before you start walking and do it. Walking, if you're going for a walk, maybe just Joel starts doing like a routine thing, like going for a walk for 1 hour, something like that. You're in Kandy, so even around Kandy, well, the yeah, that's the one. So I don't know how long does it take for you to go around it. I have gone there multiple times, but I can't remember how long it takes. But if you start if you're doing 4 rounds, I mean, easily this can be done if you're doing 4 rounds, but something like that. Example. So first you focus on the first point of contemplation, that is the outside, whatever the outside out there is a perception here, whether it's the girl, whether it's the head of the institution, whether it's the teacher, whether it's the mother, father, whether it's the neighbor, whether it's the person passing you by, whether it's a flower, whether it's the sound of the crow, whether it's a swan in the lake, whether it's the water, whatever the point of focus is, that one is a perception in the mind. That's the first one. So you can focus that point and then start walking freely. It should be a very free walk, not a tensed one, because you're not trying to achieve anything. You're just trying to practice something which you have never practiced before. So you just focus on it before start walking and continue walking. And imagine you went around once, and then you come to the start point again. You can concentrate on the second point. What is that would be the perception is not actually there, because perception is the formation from the vibration of the ear, the light and the touch, and the smell and the taste. So the sensory, it's a combination of sensory vibrations, the perception. So perception is not actually true. It's not there inside the mind. There's nothing like that. It's just a vibration. And you do the walking with that focus. You don't keep thinking while you're walking. You just focus on that in the beginning. When you come to the third one is there is sensory functions. Yes, the sensory function only. It's a sensory function only. So if it is the light, it is the past occurrence of light only, because it's originated in the eye. Nothing is coming from outside to the eye. It's just the origination in the eye. That vibration, it's just that vibration. There's nothing else here. It's just the function of the sensory organs, sensory faculties that you feel. So if you're feeling something, it should be either taste, either vision, either sound, either a smell, either a touch or temperature. So if someone is actually coming and telling you a story that girl has complained about you, it's a sound. But the perception of that, whatever the talk is based on, can't be a thing for you to actually come to that level. So that level, actually, it's only the sensory function is the third one, and the fourth one is there's no self. There's no self at all, because if the perception is only a sensory function, there's no self. That's the fourth one. So you can do that. So what he said was just focus on that in the beginning and just keep going. And Joel, how long does it take to go around the Noravale? Do you remember? I don't know if you're close to that, but just actually
Where, doctor?
the Candy, near there's a Candy Lake. Is it Candy Lake?
Oh, that's
No.
a long way for me to walk. But
Yeah, something like that.
uh,
Something like that. You can find anywhere, go for a walk. You can find kind of a time. If you're going to do that for an hour walk, it would be good for you anyway, for the body point of view. But you can focus on these things and keep doing it. And yeah, it would be very beautiful if you can do this for some time, because it should come to the system. It should come to the system first. Then only the sound will be just a sound, because sound to be just a sound is a long way, because even a person who has listened to Dhamma for 3-4 years can struggle with that sound to be just a sound. Because that doesn't mean that you don't know that what the person said or what the sound was. That's not the point. It's not a thing. It's not important to you. So it will be just a sound. And even that sound is just a function of the ears only, of the sensory faculty only. There's no self who is feeling it. That's the third and the fourth. Yeah. Anything to add, Surangika? Anything I lacked?
Yeah, Dr. Kopila. So even, going in the park or somewhere close by where you have a walking spot, Joel, another good thing to do is, how on the walking track you're encountering people. Of course, you can use that also as a point of contemplation, particularly for the first point of contemplation, because you meet people with children or in the pram, you will meet people taking dogs for a walk and so on. But if you, most of the time, I mean, what I've also done is in the park, instead of using the paved path, you get to the grass part of the park, and you find a fairly long stretch where you don't generally get disturbed by people. You're not meeting people. You're still in the park, but you're not meeting people. You just find a grassy stretch where you can go up and down quite a distance, and then when you turn, you can do the second point of contemplation. First one, you go in one direction, and then you turn at a point, and then you can focus on the second point of contemplation, and then do the second one. So as Dr. Kokila explained, each one can be done like that. And then on the fourth one, again, Aryan Vahansa has explained this so many times, which is something you can do not only while the walking meditation, but even at home, is that, or supposing if it's in the park, and you hear, you can hear the birds chirping, you can maybe hear a dog barking in the distance, a vehicle in the distance, the engine of a vehicle, and so on. And then you just pay attention. Even the sound of birds, you can notice that one sound of the bird is different from another sound of the bird, right? And then in between, again, whilst you're walking, the attention will go to a twig that you trample on the ground. So that's the way generally the contemplation can be at the beginning, in the first point of contemplation, but then you can use those same stimuli. I mean, there are not going to be any different stimuli when you come to the fourth stage. But in order to contemplate that there is no self-fear, which is the fourth point, the same thing can be applied. So, if you can, when a sound is heard, the contemplation can be, there is a sound, or a sound is being heard, there is no eye hearing the sound. And there is an image being seen, there is no eye seeing a bird. I meaning the person or self kind of I. And then there is maybe there is a sensation like a feeling of contact that the body has made with something, meaning like if you have trampled a twig, or you're trampling some leaves, dead leaves or something, so then there is the touch. But it is not the I who is feeling the touch. So, of course, it's nicer when you say it in Sinhalese. It says asata pena, mata pena nime kind of thing. And kanata hena, mata hena nime. So it's the same thing in English that we are trying to convey. But ultimately, what is being contemplated there is that these are the hearing, the seeing, the touching, or the sensation, tactile sensation are just mere sensations that are felt because those functions are there, because the function is happening. It is not an I who is experiencing that function. So the function is happening. The sensor and the feeling that is arising from the sensor will still continue to be felt, but the attribution to a self is not there. So because the third point is the seeing, the hearing is only the hearing. And then finally the fourth point is when that third point is contemplated deeply, one realizes that actually without the self, these are all happening. And that is then the fourth focal point of contemplation. So you can do this with an active kind of thinking as well. Actively think it out, isn't it, Dr. Kokila? Because that can help in the initial stages.
Yeah, if you are a stronger person who can focus, then just one focusing is enough in the beginning. But if your focus is not that good, then you might have to keep thinking. Yeah, it differs from person to person.
Yeah,
because
because sometimes there are times or days that just a little bit of contemplation can be enough to not have to, go into that and then get into the passive kind of thinking or to get to the feel. But there can be some days where there might need to be a bit more effort because the concentration or whatever it is not so good. So then it is still worthwhile persevering with the walking meditation by doing that active contemplation rather than giving up on it. Because the tendency to give up also is also being given
very
by
high.
by the vijnana or the consciousness. Because the mind is tricking, mind is saying, no, today is not a good day. I can't seem to do it. So maybe I'll go and do something else. There's always excuses being given. So having a dedicated time also helps. Now early morning or having like 6 o'clock or 5:30 or 6 o'clock is a really good time because even earlier is also good, but if it is too dark still, find that time in the morning when everything is really, the mind is also clear, meaning there's less thoughts, less nonsensical thoughts that are going on in the mind at the beginning, right? In the morning, because that's quite a clear mind at that time, which is very conducive to contemplation of these points. So find a time like 6 to 7 or 5:30 to 6:30 where you do it, and ideally if you can listen to a Dhamma talk before that, or you can do some bit of contemplation and then get into the walking meditation, so much the better, isn't it, Dr. Gopinath?
Yeah, whatever the way which is conducive, like very easy. But one thing is your mind should be very light. Otherwise, if the mind is heavy with something else, nothing is going to work. Nothing. But don't give up, because the mind is going to get thinner and thinner every day, and you can actually win the mind one day. It's a beautiful Dhamma. It's actually we are not even doing anything actively here. We're just trying to understand what this thinking process is, what this feeling process is. Thinking is not me, the body is not me. Actually, what is felt as me is the stimulus. If the stimulus is a thing, that is what you feel as the me. So you just keep understanding that and actually feeling it one day. That will just fully clear that it is only the stimulus which is there, and there was never a self. Never. There was never a self. So the boundaries, the trying to maintain the image, trying to maintain the status, trying to maintain the good person, trying to maintain the right person, everything becomes weaker and weaker, because even the self is not there. What is there to actually to burn? So your burning is going to go down, but you will act as normal as before, because you know everything as well. You will have a beautiful happiness which is within you, which doesn't need anything to be happy with, because usually in the mundane world you need something to be happy. But here, Aranwanse, any Aranwanse in that case, doesn't need anything to be happy, just happy. Just happy. It's beyond the God, it's beyond the Brahma, it is actually beyond any vibration. The non-vibration has no limitations. So the extreme kindness, extreme super loving, super compassion, everything is super, because there's no self who is doing that kindness. There's no self who is being compassionate. There's no self who is trying to be kind. Nothing. It's just the human values which are happening without the self, because it basically godly. Yeah, so we will stop the discussion today, and we will meet tomorrow. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Dhamma friends. We worship Paran Hanse with so much gratitude. Thank you. May Triple Gem bless you all.
Dr. Kokilante, Dhamma friends. Dhamma friends. So let us continue with this Dhamma discourse. If you are tuning into either the YouTube channel or any other media in which you are listening to these Zoom discussions, what just concluded was a 2-hour Dhamma discussion of the Buddothpada 24-hour English Zoom channel, which has been a session that has commenced in the last couple of weeks. And what we are trying to share with the world through this session is the pure truth exposed by Lord Buddha more than 2,500 years ago, and which has been uncovered and realized by noble spiritual teacher Buddothpada Mahansa in the last 5-6 years or so to the world. There are more than 10,000 Dhamma discourses, mostly conducted in the Sinhalese language. In either the YouTube channel, there are multiple YouTube channels in which one can listen to this true Dhamma message. There are also websites, Buddothpadadhamma.com and wisdomofasia.com. There are other websites as well, where all these teachings of the true Dhamma, the pure truth revealed by Lord Buddha more than 2,500 years ago, have been uncovered in a very lucid and simplistic way and explained through experiential knowledge gained by the noble spiritual teacher in his quest of this truth. And some of these have been, in fact, translated to English books. So there are quite a few English translations also that if you're interested, you can find. They are in the form of ebooks in PDF versions available on the website, which is buddothpado-dhamma.com. And if you go into the English book section, you'll find quite a few volumes, I think about 10, 12 volumes of discourses that were given in the Sinhalese language but translated to English. They are revolutionary and imparts the real core truth of the truth about this suffering, about the cause of the suffering, how to end the suffering, the end of suffering, and how to end the suffering, basically the Four Noble Truths. And everything in a sense where, unlike in most other teachings of Buddhism, which one has traditionally listened to, in these Dhamma discourses, the unique part of it is that the practical aspect of how one understands the Dhamma philosophy, how does one actually put that into practice? How does one actually integrate that into the daily routine, the day-to-day aspects of life? And how is the contemplative thinking to be done in order to be able to really benefit and benefit from the principles and the teachings that are gained from that actual philosophy. So, because this is, in the past you would hear traditionally, there is a lot of revelations of things that have been mentioned in the Pali canon. We call it the Tripitaka. And so these can be verses and various Pali terms that are said in various stanzas. And there is quite a bit of difficulty encountered by people in trying to understand the meaning because they're written in the Pali canon. There are translations to the Sinhalese language as well as to the English language. There is a translation to English as well. And these are studied and researched and spoken of all over the world in various Buddhist monasteries. That is true. But the true Vidarshana, which is the penetrative thinking of actually understanding the truth of this moment arising in this thought, has to be experienced. And in order to experience it, one has to actually follow a path of contemplation. And how one, and the pitfalls that one can fall, and what is exactly to be contemplated are all revealed through by the Aryan Mahansa or the noble teacher out of his own lived experience. And that is the beauty of it, because there are teachers that are out there who may have, who may be on the path, who may have kind of got to a particular stage, but if they haven't realized the true Buddhahood or the state of vibration, non-vibration, then the journey has not come to an end for them, has it? And if the journey has not really come to an end, can they or are they able to speak of the pitfalls that practitioners can get into? Can they speak of the various instances in which the mind consciousness can trick practitioners into believing that they have now reached the Arahat state or the Nirvanic state? Because these are quite common in this path. The Buddha once said, or the Buddha has actually given several similes to indicate how absolutely rare the realization of this nirvanic state is, how absolutely difficult and challenging it can be in order to become the non-vibration. And I think in one instance, an example was given where if the cleverest possible archer tries to, I think, split a horse's hair into 100, split a single horse hair into 100 with an arrow. Even that is easy, he has said, in contrast to understanding or fully realizing this Dhamma. So one can imagine how very, very, very sensitive or very refined this path becomes as one keeps on, gaining this practice and gaining, the defilements fade, and then one continues on this path. So to that extent, the Dhamma and following the actual teacher who has had experiential knowledge in this on this path right up to the very end is absolutely important. I mean, the importance cannot be overestimated. So in terms of the suffering that is encountered, the suffering actually comes through from perception. And that is a crucial element that one has to understand in this true Dhamma philosophy. The Buddha has said several times, and I think there was a person during the Buddha's days also, where he was a bit of I think, what do you call them, explorers, and a person who had a lot of intellectual curiosity as well. And he took upon himself, I think it was roughly half half Brahmin, half God, or half type of, I mean, so that's the way the story goes. Or he's done this search during, I think, several lifetimes. And then, so in this lifetime as well, his quest had been to find the end of the world. So he had made it his life's mission to find the end of the world. And so I think he's probably had tried it for a long time. And then there was an encounter with the Buddha. And so in a similar fashion, I think he probably, the Buddha's reputation may have preceded him. And so this person, I think it was, might have been Mogaraja, the name. So he had a conversation with the Buddha and was telling him that this is what he wants to do. This is what he wants to, he's really keen to get to the point, to find where the end of the world is. And so in reply, the Buddha said, you cannot find the world from outside. The world that you know is actually arising or manifesting in these senses, in these 5 senses that a human being has. So your world gets made up basically from these senses. So there is no point in you trying to find the end of the world from this outside world, because the outside world is a manifestation in these senses, meaning it is an internal construct. And what is it that is constructing it? This mind, all this mind mechanism. So that was the sutra, and that was the story behind that. And the sutra goes on to explain this beautifully. But then that was just an example that was said. And in so many other instances, the Buddha has said the same thing. And that salayatana loko means that the senses make up this world. And the more one realizes through penetrative insight and deep contemplative thinking, how does this world come about? How is it that there is a feeling of existence? Because, I mean, if you think about it, how does one know that one is living, right? I mean, now if you contemplate it, you'll say, I feel as if I'm living. I'm so and so. I live in such and such an area or country. I have a family. I have a husband, a wife, or whoever, children. I'm so and so. I belong to this kind of family. I'm of this nationality. I belong to this culture, and I have hobbies, I have games, I have things of interest, I have a job, I'm a person of this kind of repute, I'm a member of this community, and I'm held in high regard, or I'm generally a kind person. All these things will be said, and the person will say, so I know I'm alive, I have a body, I can think for myself, and so on and so forth. So can you see that this is how, when a person is trying to describe oneself as to this existence, all that is described is these things that are surrounding the person, and things that also the things that they think, the thought that arises within them, that this body is mine and this mind is mine. And that this whole external world of everything is, they are in relation to me, isn't it? So everything is named from the outside, the husband, the wife, and the family, the house, the job, the children, the school, the street in which the house is, the family, the land they own, and so on. And then with regard to the I, they think, here, I have a body, I'm tall, I'm whatever it is. And then I have a free, I'm a free, and there is free will. So, I have a free mind, and this is me, this is my personality. So little do they understand, little do they know that all these things that they think exist are, as the Buddha said, just manifestations through these sensory perceptions. And it is the mind that constructs it by way of a perception, and it is the perception that is constantly associated, which collectively we call all these objects that were named: mother, father, family, house, children, neighborhood, etc. And these are the perceptions that are entertained, not as perceptions, but as things that are actually existing outside and being experienced by a so-called person here experiencing it, the self or the I. But if we think about any of these names that were just mentioned, all these aspects were not existent, did not mean a thing, or the baby in the cot did it. The baby in the cot is completely oblivious to any of these names, terminology that we just mentioned. For them, there is no such thing called a neighborhood. For the baby, there is no such thing called a teacher or a tree or job or mortgage or any such thing. There is a certain responsiveness to light, responsiveness to sound, because even at the stage of infancy, there are senses, and the senses are gradually beginning to develop. So what is the vibration that can occur in the eye still occurs. And to that extent, a sensation arises, and that sensation that we call a light is felt in the form of a sensation or a feel by the baby. Similarly, with the eardrum vibrating, similar vibration, if a similar vibration telepathizes in that moment, a sensation that we call sound emanates or is manifested, and that the sensation or feel that arises out of that is felt by the baby. But they are all just basic sensations at that stage. Nothing else. No recognition, no naming, no interpretation, nothing of that sort. So it is later on, if one can think back, reflect back, how did all these things that we consider near and dear to us now, I mean, if you think about how complex our world is now in this day and age, in this modern day and age, how many things are required to make us happy, isn't it? Not even to make us happy, I mean, to just exist. Even to just plainly, simply exist or live. How many things surround us? Even if you take a household, even if you take a simple house, I mean, you'll have, even if you take just the electronic stuff, leave alone the basic furniture in a house, you know, you're not satisfied with just you might have a bed and a bedside table and a desk and a chair. But then are you satisfied with that? No. In your bedroom, you'll have some picture hung. And then if you go to the lounge, you will have not just the lounge set, you will have the dining table and chairs, and then that's not enough. You'll have some kind of coffee table, and then that's not enough. You will want to put a vase on top of the coffee table, and then that's not enough. You want to have some flowers in the vase which is on the coffee table, and then that's not enough. Maybe you think, well, under the coffee table there should be really a rug or carpet, isn't it? So then you put a rug or carpet under the coffee table. Particularly I'm talking about in these countries, a standard house. I mean, nothing really elaborate. We're just talking a normal place. And then, so the dining table, the lounge set, and then you will say the walls are a little bare, maybe we should hang a picture or two. So then pictures are added to the walls. Then you think maybe we need a clock because we need to see the time. So then you go and buy a clock and you hang the clock also on the wall. Now let's go to the kitchen. So how many things in the kitchen? Now those days, if you can think, the basic thing is to cook, right? So it's either it should be a gas stove or an electric stove, and that's it. But no, what do we have? We have a microwave. That is to make life easy, because if you want to heat something on the go, so microwave is like a standard thing in kitchens. Then in these countries, an oven. Oven is also a standard thing in these countries because you're constantly baking something. Not just cooking, there is baking. And because you're baking, you will have another drawer full of stuff that is required for baking, whether it is baking trays, what do you call those things? Muffin trays. What are the other things? Those aluminium foil things. Then baking paper. What are the other things? Those cooling racks for cake trays and cake trays. Can you imagine all these things that are surrounding a human being's normal existence? This is like standard existence, but all these aspects are perceptions, isn't it? None of these things ever existed for the baby in the cot. Even if you take it from a very mundane sense, the baby was born without a stitch of clothing. And then only everything starts accumulating. A nappy is put on the baby, and then there is a little kit that is sewn for the baby, and then the baby will have little shoes that will be put on the baby, and then once the baby is at a toddler age, then there will be proper shoes, and then the baby is taken outside, so then there will be a little coat and some better clothes. And so on and so forth. And slowly, gradually, this thing gets accumulated and accumulated. And the world starts expanding and expanding. The child will go to Montessori, and then, as we said, all these perceptions that we take for granted, take for real, as not just perceptions. This is the world that is made up around us. These things that are in our house or surrounding us, which is part of this daily life, is taken for granted as things that are just existing. But how did all this accumulate? They have all been learned and given names in the tender age of maybe Montessori or in the nursery days. Everything, every object has been differentiated from each other by giving a name, a label, and then this is how this so-called world has been created. But each of these things, at that initial point of ascertaining what it was just arising from any one of these 5 senses. The 5 sensory organs will give rise to the manifestation of light, or sound, or touch, taste, or smell. And that arises due to the vibration. The speed of vibration will give the impression that there is light, because if a vibration happens at speed, that if it telepathizes with a similar same vibration of a similar frequency, then a manifestation of light occurs. Same with the sound. If there is vibration in the eardrum, that vibration will telepathize with another similar vibration to give the manifestation or the sensation that is sound. And the perception is sound. What was felt is sound, we say. What was felt is light, we say. What was felt was taste, we say. And touch and smell. And bodily contact, solidity, heat, like temperature, hot and cold, that kind of thing. So the basic sensations are arising from these sense faculties. which is why the Buddha said, all that you consider as this world, so-called world, is nothing but a perception arising from these basic 5 sense faculties. Now, if you're blind, then there is no vibration in the eye. So if that basic eye function is not working, the vibration even doesn't happen. If the vibration doesn't happen, there is no telepathizing with another vibration, and there is no, therefore, manifestation of light. And if there is no manifestation of light, distinguishing one image or shape from another, to call it the microwave, to call it the teacher, to call it the apple, to call it the banana, does not happen, because one has to start with, has to have a manifestation of some kind of image. And if there is some kind of image manifesting, only happens through vibration, that a sound can be associated with that image, and then the teacher will give it the name called banana, or give it the name called apple, which is the way the child starts to learn these things. But all that was shown, for example, was a picture or an image. But then showing that picture and putting a name against it and constantly reinforcing that message gives the child the impression that that image actually exists outside. Unbeknownst to the child, and even ironically the teacher, this mechanism, as the Buddha pointed out, through self-realization, is nothing but a manifestation happening due to the vibration in the eye. And this is not the same for animals. For animals, they can have a different vibration, and the manifestation can be quite different. The same image that is being seen by a typical human being, that changes also from human being to human being, is not necessarily the same thing that an animal will see, or a bat will see, or a dolphin will see, or a snake will see, or a bird will see. Each of the animals will have unique sensors unique to that species. And even that between a bird and another bird also it will change, it will differ. But commonly birds can have certain sensors and human beings can have a certain broad category of sensors. So is the world that is discerned through these sensor faculties the same across everybody? No. That is too unique to the manifestations occurring to that particular sensor faculty. For example, the sound cannot be discerned through the eyes. The light cannot be discerned through the nose, and the smell cannot be discerned through the taste. It is one vibration, and that one vibration being sent almost through different channels, or being, manifested through different channels, gives rise to different types of creations. And it is the creation, what one must not forget, is that it is only a creation. And that creation, because of the feel that arises from it, is then interpreted by the mind as a perception, and that perception occurring because of the speed of vibration is continuously happening. And with the continuous happening of a perception, or giving rise to a perception, a feeling arises that there is such a thing called light. A feeling arises that there is such a thing called sound, touch, taste, and smell. So the feeling, the distinct feeling that there is something distinct, quite distinct from something else, is what we call the consciousness. So, in fact, these 5 aggregates, the concept itself was something the Buddha found, the Buddha taught, because he had to find a way to show people, in order to understand the truth, to make them understand the truth. He had to find a way which is find a way to impart the truth because of the complexity of it and the complexity in which living beings and humans get caught up in this whirlpool, in this cycle of vibration and the manifestations, and then get caught up with a self view that was not even there to begin with. A self vibration that was completely kind of humans, living beings have got entangled with purely out of ignorance. The Buddha had to find a way to be able to show how this whole entanglement happens, how this entertainment happens, how this false sense of self-perception happens. And to do that, he used the concept of the Paticcasamuppada, the dependent origination, and even the 5 aggregates. What we call in Sinhalese Rupa Vedana Sanya Sankara Vijnana. In English, what we call the Panchaskandha is what we call in English the 5 aggregates. And what are these 5 aggregates? It is Rupa. Rupa means form, and sensation, and then perception. And we call the 4th one volitional formations or mental formations. I think volitional formation is a better word. And then finally, consciousness. So these 5 things are what we call the 5 aggregates. But if we explain that a little bit, form, what we mean is actually the Sinhalese word will better give the meaning behind it, but in Sinhalese we call it Rupa, and Rupa means Rupanya, and Rupanya actually means, which is the meaning doesn't come across in the English term, but it comes across in the Sinhalese term very well. And again, uncovered by our noble teacher, because this type of explanation has not been given before. But basically, Rupa means form, and form means the vibration. Form means that vibration that is occurring. And if that occurs, the manifestation of that vibration in the eye will give rise to a sensation. Every sense faculty, when the vibration occurs, will give rise to a different type of sensation. And so that is the second component. The third component is that sensation is reflected. I mean, there is a sign or a symbol given to that sensation. So the symbol given to the sensation arising from the vibration in the eye faculty is called the light perception. The same thing in the ear is called the sound perception. Same thing in the nose is called the smell perception, and so on. So that is the third one. And then the fourth one is this vibration doesn't happen in one shot and then it's not just one vibration. It is a continuing series of vibrations. So if it is continuing non-stop at high speed, that itself is going to give rise to a feel that that sensation is a continuous thing, that it is there non-stop, and that it is like a running thing. And you feel the current, you feel an undercurrent. That sensation doesn't go away. That sensation is always there. At least you get the impression that it is always there. Now, the fact that you get the impression or the feel that that sensation is always there is only because of the speed of vibration. Because of the sheer speed of vibration, we get a sensation that there is continuous light. Now, if we go outside and the sun is shining, we get a feeling that there is continuous sunlight. We get the feeling if we are in the house in the night and we put the light on in the bedroom or wherever you are doing some reading or sewing or something. And if you have the light turned on, you get the feeling that that light is continuous. But little do you know that this is actually a spark, and that this is a series of sparks. Because it is a series of sparks only, that one gets the impression that this is a permanent kind of continuous light. So the example that our noble teacher gave and gives in to understand this light consciousness or the eye consciousness is that imagine in the dark sky in the night, for example, when there is lightning, and if you have a continuous couple of streaks of lightning, you get the entire nightly sky is lit up like daylight, isn't it? So just think about that example. And this is from the mundane world. One can experience this. One has experienced this for so many times during one's life, right? You look at the sky on a stormy night, and there's lightning streaking across the sky. Streaks of lightning illuminates the sky. So when these streaks of lightning illuminates the sky, it's like, almost like daylight. At that point, the darkness disappears, and it is almost this magnificent streak of light, and the whole sky is lit up. For that moment, the whole sky is lit up. Now, consider that same phenomena happening in the eye. Due to the speed of vibration, that spark that occurs, the vibration that occurs, happens at speed. And when that spark happens at speed, there is the impression that there is a continuous light. And the impression or the feeling that there is a continuous light is what is called the eye consciousness. So from these basic sensations, so basically the 5 aggregates is just a collection. Why do we say collection? Because it is that sheer speed of vibration which collectively gives the impression that there is light. If not for the skandha means in Pali, a collection. And the collection is not actually a collection, but the impression that there is a collection, that is the way it is discerned by humans and by species, by animals and so on. So the impression is that because of the speed of vibration, there is a sensation of light. There is a sensation of sound and so on. So these basic perceptions is what then gets combined and taught through names being given to various stimuli as the apple, as the banana, as the school bag, as the teacher, as the alphabet, A, B, C, D, E. And then gradually, with all these objects being given names, concepts being given names, a world starts gradually forming. And unfortunately, due to ignorance, the world and the distinguishing between one object to the other and the names that have been given to images, shapes, taste, smell, and so on, are for the sake of differentiating, are for the sake of wanting to entertain oneself, is with the way the mind works, is projected almost to the outside. It is not considered as a construct, something that the mind is putting a spell on or an interpretation on, but it is considered as something existing outside, because even at the point of learning, the impression is that something is shown and a sound is associated with it, and therefore that thing that was shown or the thing that was heard was coming from outside. And that is the fundamental misnomer in this whole ignorance and the samsaric cycle. the more there is a belief that everything that is experienced is arising or exists outside in an external world, to that extent, that world becomes true. That world is then taken to exist. And unfortunately, when that world is taken to exist, the feeling, the next thing that arises is that there is a person here going to experience it. There's a person here seeing it, hearing it, smelling it, tasting it, touching it. But all these 5 sensations, hearing, touching, tasting, and all that, doesn't stop there. It is then turned into the chair, turned into the thought called mother, turned into the thought called banana, turned into the thought of even active words like drinking, playing, running, walking. Everything is given a name. Every act, every move, every type of behavior, every type of mood, every type of speech, whether it is singing, whether it is high-pitched, low-pitched, whether it is shouting, whether it is speaking softly, whether it is whispering, whether it is mumbling, whether it is chatting, whether it is gossiping. Who gave these names? Where are these things? There's no such thing called gossip. There's no such thing called chatting. These are all perceptions. These are all names that have been coined and taught. Every facet of these activities, names, concepts, pictures, images, smells, all of these have been given names, and these are perceptions arising out of basic vibrations, but they're not considered basic vibrations. They are given a spin. And this is the way the mind constructs the so-called world and projects it outside. The child and the person then gets the impression that a world exists, and that existent field then evolves into an alive field. The feeling that there is a self and an I and an ego here, savoring it, experiencing this world. And then also the I and the identity becomes real and becomes more and more powerful day by day. The more the world is taken to be real, the more the world becomes true. The I and the self is equally powerful on this side. So the duality automatically arises when a world is taken to be true. So coming back to what the Buddha said to that person who was trying to find the world or trying to get to the end of the world, because what he thought was, I think, if I remember the story right, he thought that the final salvation was if he gets to the end of the world. And that is why he was so earnestly in search of the end of the world. Because he thought that was where the truth was. That was where the final, the final end of the story was. But yeah, so that is where the Buddha said, which then the person actually realized, and I think it's a beautiful sutra. Yeah, he said, do not find, or you cannot find the end of the world physically in the outside world. No matter how long you go, how long you spend, you can never find the end of the world in this so-called external world. The world as you call it, the world as you know, is only the world that gets manifested in these sensory perceptions or sense faculties, nothing else. And once you understand these sense faculties, once one understands that how this self-view is born through taking this world to be real and then existing sense of existence then gets born. And then there is this so-called self, because if there is a perception, the person who is experiencing the perception automatically comes along with it. But that is arising also out of a perception which didn't have any base of truth in it whatsoever. That is only a vibration. It is the vibration that is then interpreted as light, sound, touch, taste, and smell, and then combined to form mother, father, children, dog, job, and so on. But what happens? The mother, father, children, dog, and husband, and mortgage, and job, and those are the things that make up your world, isn't it? These are not perceptions. What nonsense, you might say. This is very real to me. This is what I am. These people and these things make up my life. And what does that mean? That means that basically those are you. The you that you call yourself you identify yourself as you in relation to these things, in relation to the things that surround you. You are the mother of your children. You are the wife of your husband. You are the dutiful daughter of your parents. So, if not for the parents, you're not a daughter. Not for the husband, you're not a wife. So, always the description is in relation to something outside, which is considered to be true, considered to be real. So, in other words, the more the stimuli, because after all, these are all mind objects. The more the stimuli is taken to be real, the self-identity is also real. The self-identity is very much existent. And then the desire, the wanting of that, when one considers an object to be real, the vibration is very much there. The perception that that thing is real is very much there. And we know that the perception is basically a vibration. So underlying every vibration is a power. It is that power brought together by continuous vibrations happening at speed that gives the impression that these things exist. There is a feeling of existence, and that feeling of existence, that all these objects are there. These people are there. My family is there. When I'm at work, I take the bus and go home. Why are you going home? Because you have a feeling that the home is there. You have a feeling that your, husband has prepared dinner for you, and oh, how nice, and you're going home for a wonderful warm meal to spend with your husband and children because you have worked late today and all that. Isn't it? And even forget about going home. When you go out, when you finish work, why do you walk to the bus stop? Because you feel as if the bus is there. You feel as if there is such a thing as a bus, and at the bus stand you have to get to the bus stop to catch the bus to go home. So the bus is also real, the bus stop is also real, the getting home is also real, the fact that you have to take a particular route to get to the home is real. Aren't all these perceptions? And then when you get home, the children have homework, the children have something or the other. All those are also real. Everything is real. Everything is a perception, but it's not, you don't consider them perceptions, you consider them real. And every one of those things has been given a value. And it is through giving a value, making those stimuli real. This is done involuntarily. Now, that is a very important thing to understand as well. This is not you doing it. This is just a system. This is just a process. This is how the mind phenomena of the mind works. And the system called you, which has been cultivated from the childhood days by virtue of various bits and bobs of information being fed into almost like a program where stimuli has arisen due to perceptions. These various perceptions are then reinforced through learning, through the classroom, and then more and more perceptions are coined together, pieced together with sound associated with it. More and more data almost is learned every day. Either it is taught verbally or then up to a point where one can actually start reading books and accumulating information through other channels. Then the learning and the education and the deception continues. Because it is, after all, deception. It is out of ignorance and ignorance alone that the Buddha said that this great deception, that there is a world outside and that there is a self here existing, experiencing all this, that gets discerned. There was, in fact, never such a thing. The world, as you call it, is also just a manifestation of these sense of faculties. Whatever sense of faculties, whether it is a human or an animal, that they will manifest whatever it is depending on their faculties. But what is common across all these living species is that whatever that gets discerned through their respective sense of faculties, that gives rise to a sensation, again, only because of the sheer speed of vibration. But unfortunately, because of that speed of vibration, there is a feeling, a sensation and a feeling that that sensation is existing. And the feel of existence is the deception and the doom of all mankind, the doom of all species, because they get trapped by it. They get trapped by it by a false sense of believing that that sensation is true. That sensation is the thing that makes them feel as if they are alive. And that is the central thing, the fundamental thing that make all living species want to live, want to feel alive. And that is the thing that keeps them propelling themselves through that basic survival instinct to keep themselves alive, to continuously feel that sensation of being alive. And if that sensation of being alive is held on to, there is the vibration, and then there is no way of getting out of it. If one is holding on to something that keeps making them feel as if they are alive, that is the very thing that is going to keep them stuck in this samsaric cycle of birth, death, and suffering. But the uniqueness of the human mind, unlike any other species, is that the mind, deceptive as it is, magician as it is, still has the capability of being able to find a way out of this deception, find a way out of this ignorance. Initially, it is the tool, the mind is the tool that is used to first understand the true, pure truth, how the mind works and how this mechanism works, how this whole vibration turns into these perceptions and manifestations occur, how the world occurs, how these perceptions then trap one into feeling and thinking that the world exists and a self is born, a self-perception gets created. So this whole process has to be understood first. And once one understands that this is the way the mechanism happens, deep penetration, deeply understanding how light was created in the first place? Was there anything called light? Was there anything called sound? Because now we know that the chair, the table, the mother and father are perceptions. But we have to grapple with the idea. We have to still grapple with that fundamental problem that we are having. What is that? Why do we feel as if we are alive? That is the thing that we are trying to attack through the Dhamma. And the Buddha said, there was no self. There was never a self here. What is here is a thought that gets created in this moment. And that thought too arises and ceases, arises and ceases. There is only one thought in this moment, and that one thought is the thing that in which the world exists, objects exist, parents, teachers, mothers, fathers, spouses, everything exists in that thought. And when that stimuli arises, in that stimuli, one gets that existent feel, and the feel that one exists. That there is an I here experiencing, seeing or hearing object. And I see my children. I'm talking to my children. Or, I'm talking to my husband. Something or the other. So there is a stimuli, and then there is an I in relation to the stimuli. So where does this happen? In this single thought. So it is this analyzing of this single thought and putting that and being able to see through and through of that is what this Dhamma is all about. If one understands that, and this is through arising three types of wisdom. One is in order to understand the thought occurring in this moment. One is to understand the perception. All those perceptions that we have surrounded ourselves with, which we call this world. So how did the perception form? And then you go back to your childhood days, you go back in time. Not that there is a concept called time, but that is figuratively speaking, to understand when did this perception become real? When did this stimuli become real? Was there ever a thing called mother or father? Weren't all these just a term, a name, a label, which have then, through perceptions and through the importance, the belief that it is real, has given rise to value which is unprecedented. The thickness of the perception becomes stronger and stronger as you continuously believe ignorantly that these things are true. So once one goes back and looks at how these perceptions, each and every perception was formed, if one understands how one of these perceptions was formed through and through, the Buddha said, taking some tree, for example, and taking a leaf from the tree to his hand, he explained it, I think it was to Anandathero, and said, if you understand the makings and the pattern of a leaf and how it is made up of through and through, then it is the same, that it is almost as if you have, not almost, it is as if you have understood the entire tree. You don't have to be analyzing 50,000 leaves in the whole tree to be able to understand it. If you understand one leaf, how that pattern is and so on, that means you've understood everything. And so it is for a thought. If you understand how the stimuli arose, how the perception happened, how this mind constructed a thought out of basically nothing, out of just a vibration and a manifestation of the vibration, and that is how the mind got constructed, and the stimuli got important, and the stimuli became real. And because that stimuli became real, I got created. And then the I is there as long as the stimuli is there. If the stimuli is there, not there, then equally there is no I here. If that process is understood through and through, from beginning to end, from end to beginning, then the second type of wisdom that arises in this moment is when that thought arises, that thought, the current behind it, the strength of it to deceive, all that loses its value gradually. And when the thought that arises in this moment, each thought that arises in this moment continuously, one sees the truth in it, one sees the falsity of it. And when one sees the falsity of the truth, then there is no thing in it, nothing of substance, then the value that is attached to it, the power underlying that thought, which is basically the vibration, gradually and gradually fades away. And when it fades, the clinging, the aversion, the attachment that is associated with every stimuli, every object which we call the world around us, also gradually starts fading away. And that is the third wisdom, third type of wisdom, which we call asavakya, which in English is the fading of the defilements. The attachment that is there for these worldly objects starts gradually dwindling, and these defilements start gradually reducing, and this attachment to the world and worldly objects becomes lesser and lesser, and the refinedness of the thoughts also becomes stronger and stronger, which means that the perception is not thick. The perception lacks the undercurrent, the power of self-vibration, and slowly the system, not you, but the system gradually goes into a path of non-vibration, proceeds on the path of non-vibration. So, and with this arising of the three types of wisdom and the continuous contemplation, there is that inner awakening, inner transformation that occurs, which happens in parallel to the fading of the defilements. This is then the path, and a continuous reflection of the true Dhamma philosophy, the pure truth, will eventually lead to a state of non-vibration. There is actually no state that you can call as non-vibration. The fading of the defilements, the inner transformation, will ultimately lead to the dissolving of the self-vibration, and the complete dissolution of the self-vibration is in fact the non-vibration or the nirvanic state. So, Dhamma friends, I hope you got something out of this last 1 hour and the discussion. And if there are any points that piqued your interest, we urge you and invite you to come and join us in the 3 to 5 Sri Lankan time Zoom discussion and ask any questions. That forum is open for any of you to be able to gain more insight into this Dhamma and find a way out of this suffering, and find peace and solace permanently, and have better and peaceful lives without this notion of self, without the clinging, without the aversion, and be a beautiful soul without the soul. That itself is another story altogether. But when the self is annihilated, when the self dissolves, there is only great compassion towards all beings. And that is a beautiful state to experience. So we invite you to come and experience the Dhamma. Theruvan Sarana, everybody, and let me pay my homage to Buddothpada Aryan Wahanse with his noble guidance and vision. It's a shining light to all humanity, and we are truly blessed to have his guidance, and we invite you also to please come and get his guidance, get his advice, because that is the best thing that can happen to all humanity. Theruvan Saranai.
Yes. Now.
What do you think about existed field, otherwise alive field?
Yes,
The case is now the field. No, what is this field? Normally everything is happening, no? Someone eat the spicy, is hot is coming. But nobody is here. How is this experience? Nobody is here, hot is there. No?
has to be felt.
How is that one? So spicy is hot, no? So but no one is here. How is telling this? Yeah, it's okay. Because the sensor not working is not spicy here. Not hot here, no. Because sensor given this hot. No. It's the same. You are looking something. That's it's a beautiful, yeah. You are telling it's a beautiful, yes. Buddha also telling this forest is very beautiful, very nice. But nobody's there. How is telling this? It's a feel.
Mm.
You can't tell others. Because it's a beautiful. No? Yeah, it's a beautiful. But what is this? You don't want it. You are going. You leaving it there. Why? You don't want it. That's why. There's you want it or no. That's why, So something outside there is okay. It's good. No problem. But you don't want it. Why? It's not added. No. Everything is like that. No. So that's why Buddha's no upada no bow. That's the meaning. It's Buddha's word. You don't want it. Then how is that happening? So smell is okay, very nice. Jasmine is okay. He know this is jasmine. He know it's very nice. Yeah, smell is taste. Smell is very nice. But you don't want it. Why? No, it's a feel. How is telling that? It's an understanding finally coming this stage. That's why. Who are you? Who want it? He's there. He don't want it. He's not there. No. How is this? What do you think about a kokila?
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
beautiful.
It's a feel. Yeah, it's a feel.
Everyone should feel it.
What?
Everyone should feel the non-existence. I don't know how to say that, but
But existed also there.
Yes.
Existed also there. But
Sound
nobody
is there.
How is telling this?
Yeah.
How is telling that? It's okay. Existent feels. Simply we can tell existent feel, otherwise the alive feel. But existent also, they are not alive feel. Is there?
Yeah.
How is telling this?
I think the words can't can't actually express this. I think easiest way for you to feel it.
Yeah.
I mean.
English words, I think, is difficult to say this.
Difficult, yeah.
Because English words have something. That's why. But it's okay. But normally, it's a Buddha's words there. That's Adhigata Samadhi. Is talking about, it's a super awareness we are talking. Because awareness there, it's okay. There is something, it's okay. Awareness there. But super awareness, nothing is there. Because it's understanding. Like a mirror.
Yes.
We can see everything mirror, but mirror haven't anything. So like the normal world, we know everything there. It's okay. We understood the truth. Normally world is okay. Like a mirror, you can see everything, but nothing is there. It's understanding, no.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's understanding, no. It's inside meditation is understanding, no. It's a very deep meaning there. Understand. No.
The prajna.
Yeah, wisdom. It's a wisdom. That's the wisdom. That's what Buddha's explaining. The wisdom is consciousness is a true. Consciousness is a mirage. Consciousness is a how it's scary. Consciousness is not real. That's the wisdom. Mind consciousness given no everything. Sun, moon, mother, father, everything no. Mind consciousness no is a thoughts no. But it's not real. Someone understood. That's the wisdom. Buddha's explaining. Prajna bhavitabba vijnanam paranyeya. Prajna is a wisdom. Vijnana is a consciousness. Consciousness is not truth. Consciousness is not real. That's the wisdom. Consciousness is not real. Someone understand the truth. Finally, consciousness is not real. Is coming. The meaning. That's the wisdom, no? The understanding. Consciousness is not real. Nothing, anything. It's a illusion. It's a house telling. It's a mirage. No, mirage is a other one. It's a vijnana maya. Maya. What's the words is English? Vijnana maya. So miracle is a mirage, no? It's a perception. It's a mirage. It's a consciousness is the vijnana maya. It's a Buddha's word. What is this maya English word?
We
That's
use
another one. So that's
say
illusion.
illusory consciousness.
Yeah.
Illusion. Yeah.
Illusory consciousness.
Illusory consciousness. That's the word. That's good. It's understanding. That's the inside meditation. So inside meditation given you to that's the world is normally here, but you are not here. It's a final effort. Is this? What is this experience? Tranquility, no? Because no any pain, no any reactions, no. Normally, no reactions also there, but no any pain. How is telling this? None is none. Yeah, none alive. So none alive feel no. That's a Buddha's explaining. Is nobody's here no. System is working no. Normally everything is there no. That's why. How is that telling?
That's that Aaron answered the apatitta vijnana, non-manifestative consciousness.
Yeah, it's the words only. It's a feel otherwise.
Yeah.
Otherwise.
Apatitta.
Yeah, it's the words. But the feel is how can say others? You feel no.
You don't feel anything. Yeah.
Yeah.
Nothingness. It's
Yeah,
nothing.
yeah. Your death is over. Now you happen the death. You are now like a goats. Nobody's here now. Everything is happening now. Your death is over. No death or birth because the thoughts now. Who is death? Who have death? Nobody have death because no death is here. Why? It's the thoughts now. What is real death? Suranka?
No such thing, Aaron answer. Just a thought.
I think your death is over now. Long time now. Now you're a goat like that. No goats. Nobody's here. It's okay. No one is here. Sister is okay. We are talking. But no death or birth. What is this feeling, Kokila? You touch your hand. It's okay. You are here. No. Yeah. No, I'm not dead. I'm alive. No, it's a like a current. It's not your Kogila. It's a current. What is that? No current here. It's okay. What is that current? What is that? No, what is that fade in this current? What is that fade in this current? What is that current? LFE? Yeah, what is the current? It's a ego. Ego is disappeared. Oh, zero the ego. That's that's the power is
That's the beauty.
zero. Yeah, that's the power is zero. That's the Nibbana. No, the firing is over. That's why Nibbana. Otherwise, Faring is there. You are also not there. What is that? It's very important. It's very nice. Yeah, it's very nice.
It's very nice, Alan.
Yeah, very nice. Very nice. The experience, I think, very good. I think very nice experience. Nibbana experience. It's a tranquility. What is that Nibbana experience? It's very important, I think. No,
Yeah.
no, it's okay. It's very nice.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි අයන් වහන්ස. Can I
Yeah.
ask the question, Aryan වහන්ස?
No, 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 no. Now it's not. Now no time.
Okay.
No,
So,
it's okay. It's okay, Susanna. Yeah, ask it.
Aryan වහන්ස, now the child in the court also has some like feels certain things. So when the eye of that baby functions, the vibrations also come together and some level of power is generated, but the sense of self is not there. Some minimal power anyway is automatically generated, no, at that point also when the child sees the eye functions,
No. Radiant mind is a court. A baby in the court have the power. Not a defilements there, but
yes,
it's a cause is there.
yes.
Yeah, cause is there because no defilements is okay. No problem for that. But power is there because asa is there. The power is there because something you can give the little baby phone or something. So he don't give on you again. Why? He's attached. What is that attached? Is a power. Is there? There's the power. That's why asa power is there. But not defilements there. But power is there because is a before is a situation before coming this defilements. No, after this kindergarten time is sense creations. The thoughts are coming. That's the defilements are there. Without thought, we can't talk about the defilements because thoughts given the defilements.
So
Thinking power.
that's why you say that the son has 5,000 watt power in the thought, whereas the father has 30,000. So,
Yeah, is yeah.
due to
Yeah.
Abhisantara.
No. That example is the little baby. The kindergarten is after that. Baby have little bit datas. Datas is a 5,000. Yeah, we are talking about defilements is 5,000. Defilements is coming. The thoughts coming after that. That's why before is a radiant mind have the defilements. So 5,000 is we talking about the defilements. So is a father have the 11,000 or 13,000 is a defilements. It's a power. It's a power. It's a defilements power because data. Data, no, sun, moon, mother, father is a data. No, that's the words. It's like a film. So that's a thorough. The data's there. That's why father have more power. No, it's okay. Yeah. Someone can explain this? So that was question. Kokila, what do you think? Are you there?
Yes, Alan.
Yeah, it's okay, no? Because that's a that's Sudharma's question is for radiant mind. We can't tell the defilements. It's a power is that one. It's a ego. But radiant mind have the ego, no? How we are talking about the ego? We can't talk about the ego. That's why it's a before. It's a situation.
Good evening, everybody. Kiran Sanai answer. Kiran Sanai, all Dhamma friends. Let's start our Dhamma discourse. So we'll discuss about the sense of inside and outside, the illusion we are living in. We are believe that's real. The sense of inside, or me, myself, as well as the outside, does not only arise in single moment. It is stabilized over time. What is built in moments is reinforced across days and days and years and years. This reinforcement happens through our mind consciousness. It happens through language. It happens through repetition. Each time experience is named, the naming leaves a trace. Each time experience is placed as happening to me, myself, the I-ness, and coming from outside, me experiencing the outside. This placement leaves a trace. These traces accumulate. They form a pattern slowly, gradually. These patterns, these thoughts, is not something stored in a certain place. When these tendencies, when we see this, there is something outside and there is me inside, repeats for a long time, it feels like a permanent structure. It feels the reality. Now you believe it as the reality. The structure feels like there has always been a me here and a world outside there. This feeling of continuity, this habitual feeling, is produced by our mind consciousness, also known as Vijnana Maya. This mind consciousness links each moment together into a story. In that story, there is a character called me. It is a powerful me. It is said to persist over time, and now you don't have to think twice, but you already believe there is a me, an I-ness. But this me, this I-ness, is not found in any single moment, any single occurrence. It is constructed by our mind consciousness. We believe it as real because that's how we are used to it. When we keep doing a thing for a long time, we get used to it. Likewise, we got used to this, and now we believe it as the reality, as truth. In any single moment, there is appearance. Till we are alive, there is always an appearance. Our sense faculties always work. There will be always appearances. The idea of this continuous me comes from remembering past moments. But the past itself is also another thought, another part of this illusion from our mind consciousness. Also, the future moment, so called future moment, whether it's past or future, it's just a thought that arising at this moment. So if we are thinking about past or future, we think we are going to past, we are going to future. But what really happens is we are thinking about it at this moment. The same is true for the outside world. The world is taken to persist as a stable entity because our mind consciousness links those appearances into a story of continuity. Because of the rapid speed, we cannot figure it out. But this linking or any added stories, nothing can be found in an appearance, in an occurrence. It also happened in one sense of faculty at a time. But they happen so fast, we feel like all of them are happening together. And we think we are experiencing a world. But if we can slow it down, we'll see, we will always notice there is only one sensor faculty working at a time. We can see something. We can't hear when we see something. We can hear, but we can't see something. It's our attention focus also goes to one thing at the moment. Language plays a strong role here. Language uses the same words again and again. I, me, mine, word, things, people, books, chairs, etc. Because the same words are used repeatedly, the same structure is repeated. When this structure becomes familiar, when it becomes habitual, what familiar feels natural. When what feels natural is rarely questioned, it feels like this is the reality. People believe this is the truth, the real world, the reality. This is how the inside or the me or mine, myself, I-ness, and the outside world structure becomes stable across time. It is not because it is found in experience. It is because it is repeatedly applied to experience. Then we think there is an outside world, and I am the one who experiencing it. For example, if we take someone doing a certain job and the experience of a person who has done it for 2 days will differ from the one who has done for 2 years. The one who has done it for 2 years, he has used to it, he can do it naturally without thinking. But for the one who has done it for 2 days, he is still thinking, he is struggling. He needs to think, but the other one, he doesn't even need to think. Likewise, we learned, we took this insight world both as reality because we thought we used them since our childhood. Now we are so used to it, it has become our reality. Also, this habitual work, this learning is not done deliberately to mislead us. It happens automatically. That's how this nature is work. Also, in this Dhamma teaching, it does not ask you to stop the way that it is believed that there is me inside and there is outsider. Instead, it's asking you to see through it, understand it, and stop the suffering, this unnecessary suffering for this illusion. You can you can still be in this illusion by understanding it's not the reality though. You can use it, but you know that's not the truth. But you just have to be there. Once you realize the truth, this once you see through this illusion, once you see through all these are thoughts, and thoughts are also not real. Once you penetrate through to a thought. The sense of this reality, this inevitability weakens. You may notice that sometimes the sense of me here loosens briefly. The memory quickly returns and says, in the sense, yes, but this is still me. Those thoughts are just another thoughts generated by your mind consciousness. And that's how the mind consciousness stabilizes the structure because it doesn't want to lose the grip that was held for a long time. So this loosening is not allowed to stand on its own. It is pulled back into that previous usual fake story, that illusion. Also, in Buddha's teaching, they never ask you to remove the thoughts, remove your mind consciousness. Instead, it points to the role this mind consciousness plays in maintaining this illusion. When this illusion, when this role of the mind consciousness is clearly seen, when you penetrate through this thought and when you see this truth, this mind consciousness, these thoughts becomes less convincing because you know it is not the truth. It's a built up lie. It starts to become less convincing and a description of what is present now. Thoughts always refers to what is not present now. Instead, it refers to what is remembered all the time. What you see now is something your eye perceive it for the first time. But your thought says another story. Thought says, this is the previous one we saw. This is the previous one we heard. It makes this remembered, this old illusion. But what your eye perceives is a new color and a new generation occurrence, as well as your ears, tongue, nose, skin. It's not the same thing. It's a new occurrence always. But our mind consciousness keeps us stuck in this illusion and says, this is the previous one, this is this old one. When this mind consciousness, when this illusion of this mind consciousness is taken as the truth about now, this present is interpreted through what is not present. That's why we think this is my old chair, this is my chair, this is the chair I saw yesterday. But what really happened was, it's the chair that you saw, that your eye perceived for the first time. Each and every time your eye perceived it, for the first time. But your mind consciousness says this is the previous one, the old one we saw yesterday. That's what happening with everything. Everything we believed real in this world. We always think this is the thing we saw yesterday or years ago, as well as not just about things, it's about people, about animals, everything. This strengthens the sense of continuity of a self and a world as well. Not just a mere thought. There is this self also there. So this self is also becomes reality in this illusion. But when you see through this, when this is seen, this mind, these thoughts can still be used, can still function, but it's not taken as describing what is present now. The present moment is not a continuation of the past. It is appearing just now, right now, right at this moment. Trillions and billions of time. There are sparks inside our eye, appearing and disappearing. The sense of continuity is added to our mind consciousness as well as the rapid speed that happening in our sense of faculties, that rapid spark happening in our sense of faculties. It is not something to argue about, but it is something that you can observe by yourself. When you notice a thought about past, check what is actually present. The past is not present. There is a thought, just a thought, not even outside. It's just, you can't even see it. There it is. But there's a thought that happens, that arose, and at the same time that passes away about the past. When you noticed a thought about a future, check what is actually present. The future is not present. There is a thought about the future, just a thought, right at this moment. In the same way, when you notice a thought about me or world, check what is actually present. The me is not present, the world is not present. It's just a feeling, an occurrence, an appearance in our thoughts and our sense faculties, in our all sense faculties, whether it's eye or nose or ear or mind itself, it's just an appearance. It occurs and disappeared. A thought came, a thought arises, and it passes away. When I perceive name color, it arises and passes away. That's how all our sense faculties are working. This Dhamma never denies the experience, that feeling, that vibration happening, but instead it questions the way experience is turned into a story, into a reality across this time. Over time, seeing this again and again loosens the stability of the structure. Then you start to see through this illusion. The structure may still appear, but it is not believed in the same way. Your perception starts to get corrected. Your perception starts to see through the reality, see through what is the actual truth, what is the actual reality. It is not a conclusion, it is an observation of what becomes visible when the building and stabilizing of the structure or the illusion are clearly seen. When experiences, when these occurrences from five sense of faculties appears and disappears, it happens very quietly. But what remains is not that experience itself, but the way it is carried, remembered, but is added to that. Now it has become a different thing, a different vibration itself, a different thought. It has become a thought, not just an experience, but a thought. This carrying this experience or a thought does not happen in the body as well. It happens in the way that labeling is attached, the way that thought was created. When something appears, it does not carry weight by itself. The weight comes from how it is taken. A sound appears. The sound itself is light. It's just a faded sound, a vibration, a sound wave. But the weight comes from taking that wave, that sound, as a thought, and then we add more things, more comments on that thought, like it is disturbing, it is intrusion, it is something coming from outside. But what happens is just a sensation appears, a sound sensation to the ear. This sensation to the skin. The sensation itself is like just a sensation happen, just a sensation arise and pass away. But the weight comes from taking this sensation as happening to someone as happening to me, myself. This taking is a movement, a way of interpretation, a perception that we have learned for a long time. It happens quickly because it happens quickly, it feels like the part of the appearance itself. It's then we don't just take the appearance, we take this whole thing as it. For example, we hear a sound, just a sound wave, a sound vibration. Then we add it. This is the sound of a bird, and the bird lives outside. These things, we got used to it. It's not the first time we're learning about the word bird. So we have learned it before. So when we heard that sound wave, the thought comes. It's not the sound wave alone, but the thought that sound wave was linked to. No, it's not just the appearance, the sound wave, that sound vibration, but a thought, a whole bunch of sensations came from our ears, eyes, nose, and other senses. It has more power than the sound vibration because the thought has several vibrations came from several sense faculties. Now we see through the world from thoughts, not from that sound wave or the color we perceived from mind, but only thought itself. That's the ignorance. We use this built up concept as the reality, but that's not the truth. That's a built up image, a built up concept. It's the wrong perception. It's our ignorance makes us believe that this built up thought from all those sensors, all those vibrations we received from sensors is the truth. But that's not. We just heard a sound. The sound didn't say, I am a bird. The sound didn't show us an image. But our thought, our mind created that. Our mind got us that thought related to that sound. And now we not just hear the sound, but we can hear, but we can see the image also that related to that sound. Now we see the bird itself, not the sound. The sound has arose and passed away, but what we saw, what we hear was we think it is a bird, not the sound. When we see that sound wave, when we believe that sound wave as a bird, not as a sound wave, that thought itself is the me. bird is itself is the me we believe to be, because there is this me who see that thought, who see that bird outside, even though it's just a sound. This me inside hears a bird, not a sound, but a bird. We got so used to it. Now we think it's hard to even think for people that it's not a bird but a sound wave. You just have to try and start to see through this illusion. What a fake world we are living. When we start to notice this taking as something separate from what actually appears, the difference is that it is not carried in the same way. Because once you realize, once you get to know how to do the magic trick, you won't get amazed by that magic trick anymore. You will enjoy it, but yet you know this is not the truth. This is not the magic. This is how it's done. This is not the reality. So you won't get amazed by it. So you won't get tangled in that delusion. If we used to this, if we carry this carrying creates continuity. That is carried from moment to moment, feels like a personal story. Behind everything we believe to be exist outside, there is a me inside who believes that we can't even notice that, but that me, this myself, I-ness is there always. His personal story is not found in any moment. It is created by linking these faked illusion break realities with interpretation by our mind consciousness using thoughts. That's how the sense of this is happening to me is part of this. It gives the sense of being centered through time. As me experience this everything, this whole world, this universe. But look at what is actually present now. Is the story present? Or is there an appearances and disappearances? And thought about those appearances. The story is not present in an appearance. It's just any sound wave, any vibration, whether it's a sound wave or color or taste or smell or skin feel, nothing else. But it is carried by our mind consciousness, our thoughts by habit. And we think that's the old one we saw, we experienced. But it's just also another thought. Our thoughts does not store any appearances as they are. Instead, it stores the interpretations of those thoughts, those memories, those occurrences. So when an appearance occurred from one sensor package, the thought related or bind that appearance was bind to counts. These are replayed, and this replay gives that there is a continuing self. Same replay gives there is a continuing world, but neither continuing self nor the continuing world are found in this sound wave or a color wave or a taste itself. It's not something to stop. It is something to notice as it is. Just look it in a simpler way. Now we have complicated it using thoughts, but if you use it in a simpler way, that's the reality. When it is noticed, this illusion is noticed. It reduces the weight of what is carried forward, what is considered to be the truth. Then the life continues, responses continues, thoughts continues, appearances continues. But what changes is not life itself, but how tightly experience is carried, how thoughts are carried from one moment to next. And this fire, this cleanness that we have, that we want to own them, have it. But changes is actually we lose this me, myself, this I-ness, this created thought since our childhood. Then we will reach the Nibbana. We will achieve the Nibbana. Everyone, everybody. May the triple gem bless you.
That's revolving around me. But that's actually the extreme outside version of it, the basic version of it. But this keep going backwards and backwards. You know, someone understand this Dhamma, you won't really feel it that much. You know, you're not shaken by the outside that much, but still this dream will be still true. That you will feel the dream, you will be in the dream, but still you're not that bothered. But still, in a lesser amount than before, you still feel you. You still feel you. It's a feel. It's a feel. Even when someone understands that actually all these perceptions are not true, they are just perceptions. They are just like electricity or gravity. It's just another vibration. All these things, and even getting that to the feel, you know, you get to the feel because your mind, the world, this dream, you feel like awakened from that, but still you feel it. Even in that level, you still have a subtle way of you. So that's the thing. So even the ego, it's actually very, very big usually. So just imagine we haven't understood that Dhamma, even though we hate, if we haven't really felt it, our egoistic attitude will continue. It will continue. It's a kind of a attitude that brings us all these thoughts about me, what is happening to me, am I going to fail, am I going to survive, am I going to win this, am I going to be happy, am I going to go to next birth, will I be in a better world, I'm going to live with God, whatever, it doesn't matter. So the egoistic pattern, the thinking pattern can extend to that level because you feel something here. It's a feel. Ego is a feel, even though we talk about it so wide, vivid. But that feel extends into that story. I am. You know, it's funny that to think about our own experiences, how we had this drive to make I to be identified, to be what can I say? The good English words are there, like to be noted, to be identified. So kind of sometimes the whole life you're fighting for that, you know, to be loved, to be identified, to be, you know, like it's weird this how this feel will make you to think, how it will mold your attitude, how you will feel intimidated easily. But you have to understand, every person is different. Every person is different. So some people, this egoistic power that feel is less. Some people it's very high. You might feel it very quick. It's easy to feel when you master on this Dhamma as well. How we can feel the other person's vibration. It's kind of a vibration. It's a vibration. You can feel your own vibration. Also, you can feel the other person's vibration. So this is the vibration that gets less and less. So the restlessness, the everything in this so-called world is revolving around one center. What is the center? You have to get this. What is the center? It's a field. You have to detect this, then only you can actually understand your power, which was even in your as a baby in the cot. Also, you had this power. You were never able to identify that at that time, but now, with the thinking process, when you take one thought, you can actually identify. If you go deeper, if you pierce this one thought with Dhamma, you can't do it without Dhamma. With this wisdom, you will find this. How did this feel come? And the absence of that feel as well. So that's the most important aspect of this Dhamma. It's kind of deep, but piercing one thought actually can pierce this as well. So even though we discuss it with kind of attitude towards like pride and stuff, that's actually when we put ego to the outside. When we put ego into outside, in the sense gross, I would say gross, I think, because this become finer and finer, then that's the important thing. But grossly, it can be interpreted as pride, it can be interpreted as, trying to be noted, or trying to be, to be loved, to be like just me here and there. It comes and goes, but no one can actually understand that. Now with Dhamma, we can understand that. Whenever it comes up, you will feel it. But there are deeper layers too. So the ego in a normal layperson who has never heard this Dhamma can be very thick. It's a field though. It's a field. So it can be very thick. It can actually prevent you from understanding this Dhamma, because you have so many waves and you kind of hide in them, and you try to prevent you getting exposed. You don't like getting exposed. You don't like, some people do it without much effort. Actually, some people's this vibration level is low. Originally it was low, but with the time, originally in the sense in the baby level, it was low. But with time, there can be some augmentation of that with the story. You tend to have a story after about 1 or 2 years. You start remembering stuff, and then only you have this dream. I have talked about this before. This dream, the dream starts to work. So you are actually isolated, or actually you don't think it's isolation. You are actually acting in the dream. You feel that the dream is true, and in that you can kill them, you can kill anyone, you can steal, you can shout at someone, you can try to enjoy the senses by taking something. You can do anything. You can do anything. How do you do that? Because this self vibration has gone into that far, this field has gone that far that it has a whole kind of outcome. If you go to an argument, you can see, definitely if you see an argument between two people, you can really see how they argue. They would be arguing, I feel that you are doing something wrong. And the other one is saying, no, I'm not doing anything wrong. You are doing the wrong thing. So it's kind of two self vibrations, having a conversation. But that's how it was. It was a feel, but the feel is augmented in the way that you are brought up, in the way you have had achievements or whatever, that the way you looked at the life, basically. So I don't know whether the basic message was gone, because it's not coming in one way. But what I'm trying to say is, you have so many layers. So the pride is also one of them. Pride is when this self vibration is a feel. You feel it. It's a feel. 100% is a feel. But then when it goes into that dream, or in this world, so-called world we are, if you are like 38, you have at least 37 years of memories, 30 or 35, whatever that, but from whenever you can remember, you have a so-called world, so-called dream. In that dream, you have the idea of me, mine, and that has gone into that level that you feel bit upper hand, like bit uppish, bit self-conscious, basically. But that is the extreme level. That level is extreme level. Even that you can feel, but it can get finer and finer and finer, where even someone who is in this path can feel it in the tranquility that you have. Even in that subtle level, you can have this, but that's completely in someone who has understood this Dhamma properly and felt this Dhamma properly, and has felt the non-vibration, at least in one thought, so that they know what is self-perception and they know what is non-self-perception, because it's a fail again. Self-perception is also a fail, and non-self-perception is also a fail in that level, because you have to know it. Then only it becomes a perception. You have to feel it, then only perception comes. So if we hear Dhamma and we get some kind of extra extra me in that also, then we can understand this ego is everywhere, so it can hide anywhere. It's just a self vibration, basically. Did I tell something properly? What do you think, Joel? Did you even get something?
Yes, doctor. Like another question was like, how do we cope or manage egoistic people according to Dhamma?
Well, I can only tell you about that, Joel. You are going to manage your problems, not others. You are going to be awakened from this dream, and you will feel everyone's ego, and you will try to help them. That's all. Did that answer? Did that answer suit you?
Yeah, I felt that vibration from you. Thank you, Doc.
All good. Yeah, it's a bit difficult topic actually, because ego has so many variations in that. We can talk about ego in gross way as well, where the pride comes, where the whatever. But when it comes to the deeper levels of Dhamma, it is a feel, and it is because this spark or the stimuli, or just that one particular thought has become a thing that is felt as you. That is how that has come. So it's all fully understanding Dhamma is what we can do. Understanding how this ego was created. The second question here is that which actually Joel didn't ask. How does ego come then? Yeah, we feel it. Yes, how does it come? It comes from a view. It comes from self-view. That's the terrible view we have. The most wrong view we ever have. But how does this self-view come? Self-view, again going back to because this is a vicious cycle, you feel something, and because you feel something, you have a perception, and because you have a perception now, you have a self-view. So you feel, you have a self-perception, and you have a self-view now. And this goes on. Because you have the self-view, whatever you feel is augmented. It's doubled, it's tripled, it's tenfold. It can be thousandfold. You might even attack another country.
Sorry, Doctor, to interrupt you.
Yeah.
I just need an example for self-view.
Well, that is the view that Joel is existing. I'm here. You are in Candy. You did so many things in the past. You got a little bit upset about those things, and you wanted to be happy. So this view is hidden there. There is I there. So self-view is also hidden everywhere. We talked about, the hearing birds singing. Before knowing this Dhamma also we heard birds singing. But even in that, this self-view is hidden. It's kind of a hidden agenda, hidden view, hidden idea, hidden assumption or misunderstanding. It's not out there, kind of. I'm not telling, do you know that I'm the one who heard the bird singing? I mean, sometimes you might say that for an argument, but what I'm trying to say is, we never keep saying that I'm the one who heard, I'm the one who saw the thing, I'm the one who felt the warmth, I'm the one who felt the happiness, I'm the one who is thinking, my thinking is the right thinking. You know, we keep telling these things. It's all hidden. This self-view is all hidden underneath. Even in Dhamma, if you start listening to Dhamma and if you feel like you can understand that and haven't felt this yet, you can actually get this self-view even in that. Because you might say, you can say, I'm not directing to you, just telling you here as a broad idea, so that you might even enjoy learning Dhamma. So this whole thing, even listening to a bird, before learning this Dhamma, before actually feeling this Dhamma, self-view is already hidden there. It's in sideways. It's in it's there. How? Because you heard the noise, you saw the beauty of the morning, you felt the morning breeze, you felt the sun's warmth. So the self-view is already there, but it's not spoken out. It is spoken out in an argument, yes. You can argue and say, you didn't see that, I saw it with my own eyes. How come is that? You know, like when we argue, when we try to say something to a colleague, we are saying, well, you didn't understand that, but you know, this is how you do that. And this self-view is hidden there. Self-perception is hidden there. And this power of ego is hidden there. But it's very evident to a person who is going in this path. Hereafter, when they try and understand this, Joel might even start feeling this. Wow, this is how you feel. Yeah, because we were not aware about these things before. We were not aware that every thought you arise. When the thought is real, you arise. All the morning you were not having a problem. You just was hanging around, but then suddenly, just one thought made you so agitated. How come that happened? It's extreme, but what I'm trying to say is, even the self-view is still there, because that thought, particular that one thought, made you to bring that up, that vibration so hard that you feel it. But even in the other times, self-view is always there. Unless you hear this Dhamma and you feel the non-vibration, until you feel the non-vibration, we can't be so sure that we know non-self Dhamma or non-self vibration or non-self perception or non-self view in that case. Because you have to feel this. Because we always felt existent, kind of, we always felt alive. We always felt as I'm here. We always felt the duality. So it's the normal for us. Dream was true. We walked through the dream. But when an awakened one, we say awaken, fully awaken, then he's still, we'll take an example as like Karan once said, he still walks inside the forest. Layperson also can walk inside the forest. One is fully awakened. One is inside the dream. How beautiful is that? If you can feel this, even in one fraction of a second, this is so beautiful to feel. and feel that this ego is just brought in one stimulus. And when the one stimulus is not a thing, it's not felt as a thing, this, whatever the feel we have, that continuous feel we have that we are here, is broken. It is actually not there. But immediately you might go back to the normal again, that normal pattern. But that particular moment is enough for you to understand, okay, when the stimulus is not a thing, you are not there. The feel of self is not there. But before that, we hear this Dhamma, we understand this Dhamma, we enter into a path kind of trying and understand this Dhamma until we feel it at least once, but we keep feeling that afterwards. So self-will is hidden everywhere before we listen to Dhamma. Even that's what I said. We can walk through the forest, we feel everything, but it's we feeling everything. If you don't know Dhamma, if he actually hasn't fully awakened. The fully awakened word itself has that meaning. You are awakened from the dream. But you're still inside the forest. As with the layperson, imagine Narayan is walking alongside with someone else. Same thing. One is fully awakened, one is not. But both are talking as normal. Can someone predict? No. Once Lord Buddha was in a ambalama, like a small hut where people meet in long journeys for shelter. And a king also stopped by. King was actually trying to find Lord Buddha to ask for Dhamma. He didn't recognize Lord Buddha. He didn't know. He just was talking with him. And after the discussion only he realized, this is who am I searching for? Who I am searching for. So we can't really predict by outside. We can't really predict by the way they talk. We can't really predict by the way they act, but we can feel the difference. We can feel the difference if we actually tune into it. We can feel the genuineness. We can feel the, the directness. We can feel the truthfulness. We can feel the non-egoistic way, and we can feel if we have practice this Dhamma, you can actually tune into non-vibration. That's what it is. This Dhamma is actually tuning into non-vibration because we have never done that before. In whole samsaric journey, or this thought journey, we can say it's thought journey because it's a journey of thoughts. Even in this, whatever the 40 years of your life, or 30 years of your life, or 100 years of your life, it's a journey of thoughts. Each thought felt true, and we felt alive. That's all. That's what happened. And we haven't felt non-existent. But if we feel it, it will be because it's a massive field, that different field that because we felt all the time that we are there, kind of alive feel. The absence of that alive feel is felt, and that will change your perception to self-perception to non-self-perception, and will be shattered without doubt, because we have doubts now. When we learn Dhamma, we have doubts. Why is she saying there's no self? I can feel it. I can touch something, but we know now it's just a function of the sensory organs. But then we still have this egoistic attitude. How come that happened? That happened because of the self-will. It is so engrossed in us, we didn't even think about it. It's everywhere. Before we understand this Dhamma and before we feel this Dhamma, it's everywhere. Even while listening to Dhamma, even if you don't know, that's how we will begin. But then when we understand that this view comes from taking the stimulus for granted, we learn how did this, if there is no self, okay, you tell me that there is no self, then what are we feeling? Because we feel existent, we feel like alive, we feel angry, we feel upset, we feel agitated, we feel intimidated, we feel angry, jealous, we feel sad, we feel happy. If there is no we, who is actually, because the question you asked, it's a beautiful question. We can discuss it in future too, actually, again, because you asked whether these experiences are personal, and that's a massive question, even though it was discussed in a smaller way, because that's what it is. You feel as every experience happening here. But that came from self-view. Why did that self-view happen? Is because that you feel it's happening here. But in one particular moment, if you feel otherwise, this view is shattered. No one can do anything about that view anymore. It's so beautiful if you can understand how this self is going to get shattered completely. It can get shattered, it can get affected when we talk Dhamma, because as sensible people, we all understand Dhamma. We all understand, yes, actually, who am I? You know, you keep arguing with yourself. You can contemplate, who am I, who am I, who am I? But that's in thinking level. But you have to actually feel this non-self perception, or you without you. If you feel that, you definitely know now that you is a thing that is there with the stimulus, then the stimulus is a thing. That's what it's a beautiful part of Dhamma we have learned. It's actually the practical aspect. So, when the self-ego is broken, you have no self-reflections again. You don't put anything into that bucket again. The bucket of self. You don't put anything in your life. You feel sad, you know, like it's a mind sensor. You feel happy, you know, it's mind sensor. Until you have this sensory function, you will continue to feel things. You don't attribute that to self anymore. That's the value of completely shattered self-view. Completely yeah, that's not there anymore. But you know how the power has come. Power will be felt, but you know that it is the past vibratory effect, and it will slowly go down. Did you understand, Joel? Oh, how did you feel about that?
Yeah, I got it, doctor, when you said when you feel that you is not you, you come into that mode, and after that, everything like sad or happiness or anything, any feeling that you get, is that it comes through the sensory organs, and you just don't take it inside. You don't take it personal. Yeah, I got
Yeah,
it. I got that point. Yeah. Thanks, doc.
all good. And I think we have gone into, but I think Aravansa said we can have few minutes extra. But is there anything else to add, Surangika or Dr. Sakuntala?
Yeah, I think you did a detailed sort of explanation. As you said, it's not easy to explain this because in English, the meaning that is given to the word ego is slightly different, isn't it? And in Buddhist teaching, what we learn is there is a
No, yeah,
vast
the
area.
different in the sense it is superficial.
Superficial, yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
There's a vast area that covers, and then it is understood at different levels. As you said, the very superficial level is there, that sort of having the ownership to everything, and then going deeper and deeper, it becomes finer and finer, and then the slightest burning sensation that a system feels again is considered as the way of reflecting ego. I don't know, I may not be able to sort of give a detailed thing like you did, because it's at different levels, as I said. Maybe Joel will be able to understand this better when we go on with these discussions and the
We have to put it to the
yeah,
normal life,
yes.
issues. Then only we can actually practice this. So from today onwards, Joel will, feel this, and he will talk to us. Doctor, this happened today.
Experiences, isn't it? I
Experience,
mean,
yeah. It's the
yeah,
experiences that matters, because
yes, that's right.
randomly talking something theoretically doesn't really do anything.
Yeah.
Yeah, the
So if
experiences
Joel
are
can
the
tell us
real.
the experiences day to day, the things that you sort of faced, we can sort of find and explain this more in a more practical way.
Oh, any one of us can do that.
Yeah, that's
It's
right.
really, really beautiful. And
Certainly, yeah.
Suranka, do you have anything to add?
Dr. Pofida, I think yes, in both ways it is quite challenging, because in the English language, I think when you say ego, it's mostly pride, isn't it? It's commonly associated with the word pride, as if it's something just attached to pride, and that's it type of thing. And they in that sense, it feels as if you existing is fine as long as you are not a proud person. So it was so in that sense, the way the Western society, and I mean, even if we use that word, you kind of get that impression, whereas that is not what it is here. I mean, as Dr. Pokila explained quite extensively, the ego is just a facet of this I sense, isn't it? The self vibration, the self view, and all these things. But what both Dr. Sakuntala and Dr. Popina said, Joel, is the easiest way to, now that you've got a good understanding of it, the easiest way of detecting it is in your day-to-day activities. And these are things that we have all encountered from our childhood days, but we quickly dismiss that notion, that burning feeling, the sense of when we get affronted, offended by something, it is the I that gets upset. It is that self-vibration that comes to the fore. Even a simple thing like, you're in the queue at the bank, waiting to get to the counter to, get some cash or something, and somebody comes and stands in front of you. You've been there for like half an hour, 45 minutes. Now, won't you get agitated? You do, right? So, things like that. And and then you're going on the road and someone calls you a day tause or something and goes off, just completely out of the blues. It might be for a joke, but now suddenly aren't you extremely hot and bothered? So even those aspects, these are little things, but there are lots of ways in which the I comes to the fore. This vibration gets agitated. And all that is this whole I, me, myself concept, identity, persona that has been fattening from the time these thoughts started becoming a thing. Arden once gave a wonderful explanation last night in the groundbreaking Zoom discussion. I'm not sure whether you listened to the Sinhala Zooms, but maybe we're running out of time today, but maybe there's some of those aspects Dr. Kokira can touch on tomorrow when we discuss, because it just shows how this whole fabricated world starts with the thought process, and that starts necessarily from a point in time in our childhood days. It doesn't mean that the self vibration was not present before that, but it becomes absolutely magnified. So when the thought world comes into being. So maybe we can talk about it again on another day. Teruvan Sannai.
Yeah, Teruvan Sannai. We worship Paran Wanse for his noble friendship guidance. Can't say how much gratitude we have, and thank you so much for Dhamma friends for coming for the participating in this Zoom, and thank you, Joel, for so beautiful questions, because it inspires the listeners, it inspires the Zoom discussion, and we actually try to bring up the non-vibration, basically, and it is the most beautiful thing to know in the whole life. So thank you very much. May Triple Gem bless you all. We'll hand over the Zoom to the other Zoom. Thank you so much.
Teruvan Sannai, Dr. Kokila.
Teruvan Sannai, all
Dhamma
Dhamma
friends.
friends.
Teruvan Saranai, my dear drum friends. Before, as usual, we at the 9 p.m. of Sri Lankan time, we have come together to listen something about the profound truth. This profound truth was actually revealed by Lord Buddha about 2,600 years back. But this has gone under the sands of time, so we were not able to find it in modern days. But being at gratitude to our noble friend Buddothpada Aran, it has again revealed to the world in the under the term of Buddothpada sermons. So we are very lucky to be the followers of these sermons. So why? So just because of that, I would like to humbly worship our noble friend Buddothpada Aranvase at the very outset. So why we call this is the truth? Just because, and also we know, we should know how we get to know that this is the ultimate truth. So just because someone says through sermons, this is the pure truth, so you must believe, or so if someone says so, do you tend to believe all these things? That is well said by Lord Buddha as well. Just because of someone is telling that is pure truth and this is the you should believe it, you should never believe it. So even maybe you might be hearing this Dhamma from the voice of through the sermons of real Buddha, but you should not believe it. That is the message that was given by Lord Buddha. So if it is really fits for you only, if it is really understandable, or if it only gives you kind of actual realization, only you should take that Dhamma as the truth. So there's a certain thing that you should gain through this listening to this Dhamma. So otherwise you should not believe this. So how you think that someone can be taken in from this? In order to feel that kind of a thing, you have to understand. So you have to start listening to this Dhamma. So when you start listening to this Dhamma, there should be something that happened to you. If it is, there should be some kind of a change that would happen within you. So otherwise you don't believe, it becomes a natural believing thing. But other than that, if you go beyond that, there should be a part which should be felt by you. So if that part is not there, you would not take this message as a pure truth, because there should be some kind of an internal transformation that will happen within you once you start to realize this Dhamma. So that makes you to convince you for yourself that this is truth. So that's the way you should figure it out. This is as the pure truth. So unless if you don't feel like that there's kind of a internal transformation within me, you just ignore this. this doesn't mean make any kind of a change within me. That's all right. Just ignore it and leave it alone. Let it go. Don't take this message as another kind of a belief. This is not a religion either. Religion means most of the time they in those religions what they teach is something that goes beyond this life as well. So what will happen in the next birth? So do I be like same kind of a human, or do I be a god? Do I be born as a god, or in a lower realm? Oh, those things are there. So in a form of, do I be born as a form of another kind of a soul? So do we have a migratory type soul? So those things are taught through the religions. But in the real Buddhism, it does not teach you the things that goes beyond this life as a soul or some other way. In the real Buddhism, it teaches how you become free in this very moment. So if you are a human, you think that you are a human in this moment, if you happen to listen to this Dhamma, so it teaches how you become liberated, or how you subside your every sadnesses in this very moment. So it does not teach what happens after the birth and what happens to your soul after birth and so on. So it actually makes you to understand this particular moment. So attaining Nibbana is not a state that you will achieve after the death. Attaining Nibbana is happening at this very moment while you are listening to this Dhamma. How much you become thorough and what up to what extent that you will understand this Dhamma will make you to feel that your liberation for yourself, that state of liberation for yourself. So that feeling makes you some kind of a awareness to develop within you. For that is called the super awareness. That is not the mindful awareness that is taught in normal concentration meditation. So people who are practicing or who are teaching the concentration meditation usually speak about this mindfulness, awareness, like those things. But what they really say is just keep focusing how your mind behaves, or such like things. So if you focus or if you keep concentrating on the thoughts, what will happen? There would be a person who is concentrating towards your thoughts at the end. For there will be a person behind that thing who is keep on concentrating about your thoughts. So that is the usual teaching of the mindfulness practices. So we are focusing with another thought about the thoughts that come into our mind. But it is not the fact that being taught in the real Buddhism. This is another misconception that usually people think it as real Buddhism. But it is not the real Buddhism. It is these kind of meditation methods were there even before the Buddha's time. Even in this era, you can find so many people are doing such kind of a concentration, mindful meditations. But in each and every point, you can capture yourself within that meditation. That means you are the one who is keeping the concentration towards your mind. So that again builds up your self-centeredness or the I-ness within you. But Lord Buddha said is what? At any point, at any thought, there should not be a kind of a self there. Nisato nichyo sunyo. So if it is so, that kind of that thing should also be applicable to this moment as well. This moment has been created from thoughts. Thoughts in the sense amalgamation of all the sensory inputs will create you the mind in this moment. So even within this moment, there shouldn't be a self in that particular thought. But if you concentrating on this particular moment, there should be a person behind that who is concentrating on this particular moment. That should not be happen if it is real Buddhism. If you practice real Buddhism, there shouldn't be self behind anything in this very particular moment. So that is the subtle difference that you should understand between what is traditional Buddhism and what is pure Buddhism. The absence of the self should be there, or doing the things without a self in any moment is the way of practicing this pure truth. So it is. So now you can understand it is not the ordinary mind. It is seeing the pure truth is difficult. It is not possible through the meditation type, mindful meditation that we used to practice in the present day. So what you have to do is, so if you are a person who is currently practicing your mindful meditations method, so we can urge you, please take a turn to listen to this pure truth. So pure truth is not revealed by doing meditation only, especially concentration meditation. So concentration meditation in the sense, another way of empowering a thought. That means if you start doing it with a certain keeping attention to one single sensory input. Maybe you keep your concentration towards tip of your nose, where the place where your inhalation and exhalation air column touches your nose. So that is the thought in this particular moment. So you keep concentrating on that particular point. So what will happen? There will be a person who is concentrating on that particular point. So again, it will become a powerful thought because you are intentionally doing so. So it unknowingly it will become more powerful. That thought become more powerful. As long as your thought become powerful, the I-ness or underlying the self identity, the strength of the self identity will become bigger and bigger. So that will again solidify yourself. So even you don't feel rest of the feelings at that particular moment, even that one single thought, there would be a person there. Yourself will be there. But it does not tally with the what originally thought from Lord Buddha. Lord Buddha said, this is the moment that you see this supreme bliss of Nibbana. But Nibbana means you should feel the non-self feel. So if keep concentrating in that one particular thought, it is not possible to feel the non-soul state. So doing concentration meditation won't help you to get through this journey, see this ultimate truth. So if you have an intention to see what really taught by the Lord Buddha, you have to understand what has been taught by Lord Buddha, the philosophy, the methodology of understanding the truth. First you have to know. To entire thing we call a penetrative insight should be developed within you. How this penetrative insight should come? The vidarshana. Vidarshana in Pali term is vidarshana. So what is this vidarshana? That means understanding the thought. The way of understanding the thought. How the thought is formed. Thought in the sense, we can say the mind. Mind, that the thought, in other words, we can say the mind. How the mind gets formed. So if you could understand the formation of the thoughts, the way that thoughts are formed, that will enable you to understand how the self gets created within that particular thought. So we are talking about this moment only about one thought. That's why Lord Buddha said, you become the state of Nibbana in this very moment. So in this very moment, you have one single thought. In this fraction of second, you have only one thought. How does this one thought get created by the sensory input that received from the senses. So in order to understand that particular thought at this very moment, you have to understand the behavior or the functionality of your senses first. So first of all, you have to know that how many senses do I have? So basically for humans, we have 5 senses: eye, ear, nose, tongue, and the skin sensor. But we don't know After receiving stimuli from those five senses, there will be uh, um, a thought will be created, combining all these things. After creating the thought only, we call it the mind. So mind itself become another kind of a sensor here, just because it has the capability of generating uh, new thoughts on its own. So it get triggered by itself. That is the nature of the mind. So after forming the mind with combination of five senses, it has a capability of generating more and more thoughts. So after forming the mind itself behave as another kind of a sensor. So for the human beings, we have six senses at the end: ear, eye, nose, tongue, skin sensor, and the mind sensor. So in order to understand the thought, we have to understand all behavior and the functionalities of all these six senses as a human. So through the Paticcasamuppada, or the cause and effect Dhamma, or the dependent origination Dhamma, Lord Buddha revealed a way of understanding, a guide, some kind of a guidance of understanding these senses. So ultimately what you will understand, the thought. Senses collectively give rise to a thought. So ultimately what will happen? Understanding all these things will lead to comprehend your thought. The thought is the at this particular moment, at this particular very moment. So it is the Dhamma. So what you explore is here, what will lead to develop a self in that particular thought. So samudaya means forming with what? With after aggregation. Aggregations mean the impulses which receive from all the six senses will aggregate together to form a thought. So within that thought, involuntarily there will be a self will be generated within that particular thought. So if you are able to understand the mechanism of which how this self gets created within that particular thought, then you will realize it is not real. So in that sense, you will understand the I-ness or the self-identity which gets created within a one single thought in this very moment as not a real thing. So you will understand, even in this moment, you don't find a self here. That realization makes you to feel that even in this very particular moment, even you don't find a self in that particular thought. So this is very much different from the from the concentration meditation. So that's why we call vipassana, vidarshana, or the penetrative insight. This has to be achieved through the understanding only, not keep on concentrating on one single thought, or not keeping on focusing on your mind, how your thoughts come within your mind and vanishes away. So that belongs to the traditional part of concentration meditation. So this is not the way of realizing the pure truth. concentration meditation does not help in that way. Only the penetrative insight is helpful for understanding the real Buddha message. What is the Buddha's message? No self, no living being, only the nothingness will be here at this very particular moment. This moment is the most important thing. If you are able to see the non-self in this very particular moment, so would had it been there in the previous thought? No. Will I be there? Will the self will be there in the future thought? No. Then you will realize the I-ness was only a concept, is only a belief only. So I was not there in the past as well. I will not be there in the future as well. I am not there in this present moment as well. So this understanding will brought about your awareness. That means that is the awareness you will achieve by understanding this pure truth. It is not the awareness of focusing towards one single thought. That is done by traditional concentration meditation. So you are not concentrating on any thought. So that will again solidify your I-ness. But the particular understanding that you gain through this vidarshana, it will lead you to stay awake at any moment. It will keep you awake at any moment. So whatever the stimuli received from the senses, if you happen to understand this truth, the awareness will be there with you that in any thought, if any thought comes in any way, won't carry a self with it. It won't carry a self. There is no chance of building up a self within any thought, even if it comes in any way, any sensor. Maybe one mind sensor. Maybe let's take an instance where you plan about the future. So there should be thoughts that should come into the mind. So you will be planning. So how I travel abroad in next year. So you may be arranging those stuffs at this moment, but you are thinking about your future in this particular moment. We'll take an example. So if you understand these thoughts are, if you understand this Dhamma, once you understand this Dhamma, so you know these are thoughts. So thoughts are the thoughts are come from my mind. That's why from the mind. That's why I can make plans for the future. So I'm making the plans for the future through the mind. So mind generates new thoughts. So once you understand this Dhamma, your awareness will capture these are only as thoughts. Any thought won't carry you a self within, because you know these thoughts are not real. So you can easily plan for the future using those thoughts. It doesn't matter. But you know, in that particular thoughts, you don't find a self here, because you know the way that thoughts get formed. So there is no room for self to be developed within those thoughts. So that is the awareness that you gain through this understanding. It is self-convincing. So it is self-convincing. So that is the super awareness that you will achieve. It is not focus. It is not the traditional way of focusing towards the thought that comes into the mind. From this understanding, you know, if whatever the thoughts that comes into the mind doesn't carry a self within, because there is no way of creating a self with that within that thoughts, because you know this is not true. Your mind is not true. Your senses are not true. So in order to have that kind of understanding, you have to have good knowledge at the beginning about this dependent origination. So in the dependent origination, basically it tells you how these 5 aggregates form a thought, or the form some kind of a feel of the existence. So so if you go back again, if you analyze one single thought, we'll have a look. We'll have a look how these 5 aggregates behave. Right. Everything start. So yesterday and day before yesterday, we were talking about these things. Everything starts with a vibration. So how this vibration takes place? So if there is some kind of a collision, the formation of 2 different endings is inevitable. So if there are 2 different endings, there would be a power that will generate within that particular gap. That power will be able to give you some kind of a signal. So if this signal happens to be the light, that is the point where your vision gets created, because you tend to visualize the things with the vision. So if vision is not there, you will be able to see the surrounding. So how this vision takes place? In order to get the vision, so you have to have the light. So from where this light come from? Light is not coming from outside. So it will get generated within that particular faculty because of the initial vibration. So vibration of the sensors would make you to visualize the light. So that's why we say nothing would come from the outside. The sensor from itself, it creates the light. So the same mechanism can be applied to the ear as well. So when the same signal comes again and again, you tend to feel some kind of a living nature in it. That means it becomes real. So then you tend to feel the light is as real thing. So likewise, the same thing happens to the sound as well. Sound gets generated within the faculty. So due to the rapidity of the formation of the sound within that ear faculty, you tend to feel the sound is as real thing. So when the sound and light and other tactile stimulations combine each other, then you tend to feel something is really there. So that is the way how the worldly objects get created. Then this existence foil would be there in the object that is created using those signals as well. So we'll say combination of all these things would create you a perception of what do you call chair. So that perception itself has a feeling of its existence. Just because the unknowingly the light became real for us and the sound became real for us. That the tactile stimulation, the 3D feel became real for us. So all these things were perceived from the senses we have. So what happened next collectively, all these feelings, all these perceptions come together and form another kind of a perception. That the new kind of perception also has the existence feel, because there is a power within it. So as you know, it is made up of the initial vibration. So now the current perception is the chair, not the light, not the not the sound, not only the 3D feeling, the solidity is also there. So we tend to feel a solid kind of a chair, red chair is real, and it is there in front of me, in front of my eyes. So this alive feeling, this existence feeling of the chair would generate another kind of a feeling. In front of that, there is a person who tends to feel that the existence of the chair. So it is like the two sides of the same coin. So one side you tend to feel the chair is really existing. At the same time, you tend to feel this existence is felt by another kind of a person here. So that person, from another thought, that feel will be wrapped up with the notion of the self. So that is the way how each and every thought get the I-ness or the self-centered feeling. So each thought will have a feeling of the self. So this is the description of the 5 aggregate. Then people, if you don't know, the people who doesn't know about this truth, they tend to feel there is an object in front of me, so I am the one who is dealing with this particular object. So at the same time, the object has got created and also self got created. This self was not there before. This self got created in this very moment, in that particular thought. So what will happen Once you understand this mechanism, you tend to realize that this is the way that the sensors behave. This is the way how these sensors behave. This is the functionality of your sensors. So sensors will collectively create the worldly objects for you. So that is the whole purpose of the sensors. All the functionality of the sensors making the worldly things for you, creating the worldly things for you. So in other words, creating the self. So once you see this is a mechanism, this happens into a certain system, there is nothing called an absolute kind of a object here. Or the worldly entities are not real. So this will give you some kind of understanding about your world that you live, because all the worldly perceptions are creations in your what do you call this? The senses. The senses are the things that put you in trouble. You will understand that thing. Then, so once you understood these things, you will never be deceived. You are not being tricked by your own senses anymore. So it is well explained by Lord Buddha using us a nice example. So if you rotate a burning stick in a rapid speed, you will see a ring of fire. But actually speaking, is there a ring of fire there? No, only one single burning stick is rotating at a very huge speed. So you will visualize a thing that is not there actually. That is the illusion. That is the way how your illusion is formed. In the same way, due to the rapidity of your rapid formation of the perceptions from your senses, you tend to feel the chair is as real. The chair is very similar to the ring you see when you moving your fire stick at the very greatest speed. It is the illusion. Here the chair is the illusion. So chair, mother, father, everything you see in this world, you touch in this world, you hear the sound that you hear in this world, all are creations of your senses. Due to the speedy occurrence of these perceptions, you don't feel that they are not true. So invariably, you tend to believe that these perceptions are as true. But once you understand these fire aggregates, how they are formed, then you will understand there's nothing to be taken as real. All these worldly perceptions, worldly objects are creation of my own senses. That is the realization that you will gain through the understanding of this cause and effect Dhamma. So what will happen next? If the worldly perceptions do not become a real thing for you, what will happen to the self identity, which gets created involuntarily within that each and every perceptions? So you also tend to feel the I-ness or the self-centeredness or the ego that is developed within that particular thoughts are also not true. But perceptions would remain same. It is the functionality of your own sensors. So functions give the sensors collectively makes you to feel something is there. At the same time, it will create you the self identity in each and every thought. But with the realization, with the understanding, you definitely get to know that there is no such a self here. So the perception, the signal, or the existence feel that comes along with that particular perception become also not true. So there is nothing to be felt as well. But this comes only through the understanding. This non-feeling state, then these words are very tricky. This is not the non-feeling state where this is not the non-feeling state that some people might perceive when they are in certain stages of dhyana after doing concentration meditation. So as Lord Buddha said, you can feel everything. You know this is mother, this is your father. So these are my thoughts. So am I the one who at this very moment I am planning for the future? These are thoughts that belongs to my future. These are thoughts that came from my past, from my past. So I am recalling my past. You know all these things, and you all already know these thoughts are not real. See, in that particular sense, you have an idea that there had not been a self in anywhere at any moment. So that is the awareness that you gain. So that will make you to feel very liberated, because your mind can't make you a world, real kind of a world for you now. Everything you see, you tend to feel as not real. Everything, even the light, even the sound, even the perception, tactile perception that received through your skin, and the taste and the smell. That doesn't mean that you don't feel the smell. You feel the smell very well as before, because it is the functionality of your nose sensor. You do feel your taste. You do feel your taste of the mango, because your sensors are working as before. But the I-ness that is made as a result from those sensor inputs would not be there. So everything can be felt without a self. That has happened only through the understanding. This understanding will remain static forever. It will be with you at any point, irrespective of your posture, Even you are walking, even you are having a bath, even when you learn, when you conducting lectures, or when you listen to music, or when you listen to news. So there will be the underlying understanding will remain with you forever. That is why Lord Buddha said, this understanding, this understanding would never fade. So, in that particular instant, do you feel this is the night time? So, and this is the daytime, and these are bad things, these are good things. So I must keep not doing these things, these are bad things. And those, you know these are bad things, yes, according to the conventional world. But you don't, you know those things are only concepts. Concepts are there in the thoughts. Again, thoughts are not real. So you can deal with anything as ever before, because with the understanding, you know, there is no person here. No ownership would create for anything. No doer will be there. The I-ness is gone. The self identity will be gone. So that will bring about the awareness. Awareness means, from the understanding, you know, you are living in an illusion. So this dream cannot challenge your understanding at any point, because it can't challenge your understanding, because if the understanding is challenged, what would ask to do? Just keep on contemplating what you have learned about 5 aggregates. So this understanding will tend to be solid and concrete, and it will there with you for any every time. So at last, what will happen? You will gain this. You will achieve this state as a constant. That is the super awareness, state of super awareness. So awareness become constant. When the awareness become constant, it will become the super awareness. So the movie, the film will be telecasted, will be telecasting through as long as you remain alive. But you are not engaged with that entities in that movie, because the super awareness that you have contributes to keep you away from that particular movie, particular film. So how does this come? This has come through the understanding the truth. The truth in the sense, understanding the senses. So that's why Lord Buddha said, Salayatana loko, salayatana nirodho nibbano. That is the Pali word. That is the stanza. Salayatana loko. What does that mean? Your senses would create you the world. The understanding of the senses would make you would create you the true liberation from the world. So only two things are there. You get to know how these illusion get created, and that understanding would lead you to get away from that illusion. Salayatana Nirodho. Nirodha means understanding. Through the understanding, the illusion will be understood. So what you have to do is understand the mechanism, how this how your sensors work, the system. There is a system from in the day you have born. There is a kind of a system that starts to functioning. So understanding this particular system would help you to keep you away from the film or the illusion. It is very simple and very straightforward. So if you know the method that magician uses to trick you, so we'll say if you see a magician is getting rabbits from his hat, one after another. If you happen to see how he does it, and if you find there is not a trick to be amazed, there is no magic inside. These rabbits are coming from a hole in the hat. So you will never get deceived by that. You will not be amazed by that trick, that magic. So this similar principle can be applied to our senses also. If you are able to understand the process of which this illusion is made by these senses, so there won't be any amazing thing in it. You know how this creation happens. So you know this is not a real, but a magic. Why we refer to it as a magic? Why we say it as a magic? Because worldly objects are not true things, but due to the process or due to the functionality of this collective functionality of these sensors, you tend to create, it will collectively create your existing objects. Wow, that is the magic. You know how these sensors work. They just produce the electrical impulses, but electrical impulses that are created in each and every sensor will combine each other and gives a kind of a perception that will really feel as existing. That is the magic. How this happens? This is a natural process. No one had done it, either not by you. It is a natural process. You can't interfere with that thing unless understanding the process. So even you become Buddha, even you attain the Nibbana, same process will execute. So you just keep calm and just see Just patiently watch what is happening. What is happening in your senses? How this magic creates the illusion. Once you understood this thing, so can anyone trick you hereafter? No, because you know definitely how these electrical impulses created this illusory object, and at the same time, if the object when the object becomes real, how the self got created in that particular thought, within that one single thought. So how it gets solidified or um, strengthened up or energized with the following thoughts. So you get to know everything. Then there won't be a magic anymore. So you know that these are not mine. So I myself is not there as well. These worldly objects are not real. At the same time, there is no such a person so-called me or myself. So why do I bother? Let the other than letting the letting your functions to function as no usual. So let your mind to produce more and more thoughts. Oh, you don't want to suppress it. You don't want to concentrate on keep concentrating on one single thought as you did in the concentration meditation. So let what you watch patiently how your mind behaves. The functionality of the mind is producing thoughts. What else does it can do other than creating you thoughts? What else this mind can do? Nothing. So let it do it. So other than seeing all the objects through the eyes, what else your eyes can do? Giving you the visual impressions. Other than that, what else the eye can do? Other than the hearing, what else can do from your ear sensor? Just let it happen. So do you want to interfere with that? No. Let it happen. Let the mind create more thoughts. So who cares? So let it happen. So everything, the illusion would be same as previous. But the understanding would not carry you any kind of a burn to you, because you know this is the creation. This is the magic. Seeing the magic won't make you any difference within you as long as you understand the process of doing magic, the way of doing magic. In order to understand the way of doing magic, you need to understand this cause and effect Dhamma. So that's why at the beginning I said, and also the magic is go beyond than that. The miracle is here. You tend to feel that you are not there as well. Earlier you felt at any moment you were there. So you are the one who heard the music. You are the one who listened to the music. You are the one who tasted the mango. You are the one who planned for the future. Earlier you were the one for planned for the future. But Now, with this understanding, what will happen? Everything will remain same. Taste will be felt, uh, sounds will be heard, visual things that you don't lose your vision, and also your mind would also generate more and more thoughts. It doesn't matter, but there is no doer for all these things. So doer here, with the understanding what will happen, doer will be not there. Doer will be gone. So that makes you to makes internal that will trigger an internal transformation kind of thing to happen within you. This understanding push you towards this kind of an internal transformation. What is that internal transformation actually? So with the radiant mind, as soon as you were born, you didn't feel that you were alive. But gradually, as this go along, you tend to feel that there was a living being inside me. There is a living. So, at the same way, you start with that point as a person who were coming from the mundane world. Your I-ness was there at the initially. When you begin to understand this Dhamma, yourself was there with you. So you felt all the things are happened to me. So you got created, you-centered, your self-centered world around you. But now what is happening? This internal transformation would lead you to feel the anitta sanya. So it not existent, non-existent feel to be predominant within you. The non-existent feel will be predominant, become prominent within you, from you. That is the internal transformation that you will achieve. Actually, you will achieve the saying you will achieve cannot be used here. There is nothing, no one to feel that thing. But the non-existent feeling would be there. So that is the ultimate internal transformation that you can have. That is the path to Nibbana. That is the Nibbana. That is the state of Buddha. So unless this understanding won't carry you to that level, that is not be the truth. If it is capable of taking to that level only, you would believe this as the truth. There are no two truths here. Only one truth will be there. It is the absolute truth that has been revealed by Lord Buddha. So it is not something to be learned. It is not something to be followed. It is not it's not the curriculum that's something to be followed. It is not a thing to be take by heart. The truth is there for you to feel. Truth is there you to feel. Unless you won't feel it, you don't try to believe it. That's why it is called self-convincing. If you do not feel it, feel the truth, at the end, it won't, you don't take it as you don't want to take it as a belief. Okay, I think we can talk further tomorrow as well. So we'll meet up tomorrow. Teruvan Saranai Aren Master, Teruvan Saranai everybody, and good night.
Teruvan Saranai. First of all, may I pay my homage at Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse's feet, our noble teacher, spiritual teacher, for sharing this beautiful message of true Dhamma with entire mankind. And in every sermon, what is being highlighted is the fact that there is no self, there is no I, there is no soul in the so-called body or mind. So it's the most important or least important message. I mean, that is what I'm telling is that is the one and only message that Lord Buddha wanted to convey to the mankind, because that is the cause of suffering. This misconception that there is a self, there is a person, there is a soul in this image or figure made up of the great elements, which are mere vibrations. So today, as if in the previous sermon, we'll explore further to understand how do we feel as if a self is there, or how do we feel as if I am there, or this sense of self. So here we are talking about cause and effect Dhamma, because previously, before the birth of Gautama Buddharajanan Vahanse, what was available in the world was action and effect Dhamma, especially in Hinduism. They strictly believed that if someone performs bad karmas, the results will be, or the repercussions will be bad. If someone performs good karma, good actions, the good results will be there. So with that wrong view of an existing world, the people who believe they are born to an existing world and they live in that world and considered the world as real, not only this human world, all 31 realms were real entities for them. So they went on performing all types of pujas, making kind of donations, making all types of offerings, and on top of that, practicing concentration, meditation with a strong self view, and ended up roaming in this terrifying cycle of life and death. That because that was not the correct way to end the sufferings. Although they talked about some form of liberation, which they identified with the term moksha, that was not complete liberation. So Gautama Buddharajanan Vahanse, having fulfilled perfections for incalculable number of eons, making numerous sacrifices, disclose to the world a never heard before Dhamma. The basis or the fundamental concept of Buddhist philosophy is the fact that there is no self, neither there is neither a self nor an existing world out there. So when we interpret this Dhamma saying, what we should remember is that it is not about uh, nothingness in the sense that believing that what are perceived by sensory faculties are uh, not not there. I mean, it is totally empty, some emptiness, as if the literal meaning of the term emptiness. It is not what is meant in this Dhamma saying, this concept. What it means is there are certain formations which are made up of vibrations of different frequencies, or in other words, the four great elements. So these formations are labeled and named due to ignorance, and each individual ignorantly has created a world around them. The danger is the moment the world becomes real, on the other side, the self view is energized. It is nourished. There is a strong self perception because of the duality. So, how do we see the nothingness of the world, nothingness of the world, or emptiness of the world, according to the Buddhist philosophy? It is a nothingness with it is the experience of nothingness without with everything around. We use the term nothingness, thingness and nothingness. Thingness means we make these formations real entities. So if we do so, on the other side, the rising of self-view, or the person who experiences things out there, is inevitable. Therefore, we have to basically understand the fundamental principle of Buddhist philosophy, which is the cause and effect. It is a shift from action and effect belief to cause and effect Dhamma. Cause and effect. Things arise. We do not find existing entities out there. Even though there are certain formations made up of four great elements, they do not exist. They also arise and cease instantaneously. And that's why we call this, that's why we we say that these formations arise when certain causes and conditions are present. So what actually it is important to understand the mechanism of the six sensory faculties. Six sensory faculties now, if we look at analyze the senses from a scientific perspective, we are aware of five senses: seeing, hearing, smelling, tasting, and feeling. So here we talk about the sixth sense, which is actually the collective interplay of other five senses. So it is the most complex and most difficult to figure out. And so when we analyze the creation of this non-existent world and this misconception of the self, how they have been originated, it is important to analyze them through this cause and effect perspective. So what is this cause that is explained in Buddhist philosophy? What is the effect? So if we try to analyze it in relation to the sensory faculties, the cause is the rapid or speedy occurrence of vibrations. And the effect is the formations that become real or identified as certain entities with labels. Then again, once such entities are identified as such, it becomes the cause, and the effect would be the existence feeling or existence perception. Then existence perception becomes the cause, and the effect is the self perception. So this mechanism actually, the interaction of vibrations with similar frequencies, that is what happens, but ultimately it ends up giving a false concept of existence of a self. So to understand this better, let's take a certain example. So when the vibrations come together, it is actually a natural phenomenon. If we take the eye faculty as an example, seeing happens as a result of vibrations of similar frequencies interacting, generating some power. This can be compared, this process can be well understood through an example. In the eye sensitivity or eye faculty, what happens is spark sparking of a bunch of vibrations, continuous flow of vibrations of similar frequencies happen in the eye. It's like if you look at the sky when there is lightning, you see how this lightning sparks in the sky. So it's something like that. There is nothing, no spark that exists, single spark that exists. It's just a flow of sparks or vibrations that interacts, and so the danger is each interaction of two vibrations result in some power. So this power is actually the mind power. This mind power is what, due to ignorance, the individual considers as the self. That is, it is due to this power that one feels as if I am there. I see the tree, I see the mother, or I see the house, I see the river, whatever, all entities. This and this sparking is actually a natural phenomenon. It is rising and ceasing. It doesn't stay there. But due to the rapid speed, we cannot figure out that ceasing point, that if it's a visual formation, just imagine it's a tree. We don't see it as a flickering something. We feel as if it's existing. It is because of this rapid occurrence of vibration or sparks or vibrations coming together. So it is very well explained with the example of a ring of fire or a flame of an oil lamp. Each split second, it's a new flame that we see in an oil lamp, because always a new drop of oil and the new bit of the wick gets burned to create the flame. It's a new flame. But since it happens so fast, we cannot see that, it is a new flame that arises each second, each fraction of a second. We see a continuous flame when we light a lamp. But if we see through wisdom, it is obvious that it is a new part of the wick and new drop of oil that gets burned, creating a new flame each split second. Similarly, it is always a new vibration that interacts and generates power or gives the visual formation. But due to ignorance in the sense due to the inability of the human consciousnesses to differentiate between the occurrence of sparks or occurrence of speedy vibrations, we feel as if that entity is existing continuously. So it's same now. The other example, the common example is spinning the fire band. When we spin a fire band, it ends up showing a fire ring. But actually, they are a fire ring. And you can see when the fan rotates also, you can't see the three separate blades. You see a kind of circular thing, all of them together rotating. So these are the illusions that are created due to extreme speed. Now, when the fan rotates, there are speed. Then firing again is generated due to the speedy spinning of the fire band. So the flame, although it is not done by somebody or someone, that we cannot calculate the speed that the oil drop flows. It is again happening with the great speed. That's why we see as if a continuous flame is there. So this same phenomenon is applicable to all sensory inputs. So that is why we see things out there. Actually, the next knot that we have to untangle is there may be certain visual inputs, formations of let's say visual formations that are perceived by the eye, and then sound, all types of sounds perceived by the ear, then smells perceived by the nose, and tastes perceived by the tongue, and then body sensations, feelings, skin sensations experienced by the body or the skin. But what has happened to us? Do we experience visual formations, or do we experience existing entities when we see? Now, what we see are trees, sun, moon, river, then apples, books, tables, chairs, houses, roads, cars, buses, trains. But what are they? Are they real entities? Or when it comes to people, living creatures like animals, then son, daughter, husband, wife, mother, father. So do they really exist? So this is the knot that we have to untangle. Do we see a visual formation or mother, father, river, house, flower? we actually see now what we actually see are all these entities which actually look like real things. How did it happen? So at some point in the past, at the age of 4 or 5, we were introduced all these names and labels in relation to these formations or images or certain forms. So once the name and form combination happened, we begin to feel as if solid things are existing out there. At the radiant mind level, the sensory experiences were mere sensory experiences. Seeing, hearing, all sensory organs perceived certain inputs, but they were not interconnected. They were isolated sensory experiences. So they didn't create that duality. The child didn't feel as if I am experiencing all these. But later, once these names and labels were introduced, and when the mind faculty started to function, that is actually merging all sensory inputs to create thoughts, the existence field was evident. Everything became the real entities for us due to ignorance. So we never knew that it is a dream or a film. So with that, what happened was the self view got nourished, because when there are external things that really exist, when we believe so, the self view is inevitable. The duality arises naturally. And actually, this power, although it generates due to the interaction of two vibrations, the existence feel as if the entities are existing out there. That feeling arises due to the vibration that occurred at the zygote level or the taints. Otherwise, what we experience are just formations of four great elements, which are also vibrations. But with the name and form combinations, the beautiful dream or the film begins to play, and we ignorantly play our role within the film. So that happens due to pure ignorance. So if we carefully look at this scenario or this phenomenon, it is this power that is generated through the interaction of vibrations that creates the notion of self or soul. It is this power. Now, if we analyze the composition of a thought, also the thought gets generated due to the sound vibration and a color, or a color vibration actually. Sound and color coming together, it creates the thought. It is also a vibration, chitta company, thought vibration, which actually, on the other hand, result in energizing the self vibration. But what we should understand through wisdom is all these formations are mere thoughts. Because the individual sensory inputs are amalgamated by the mind consciousness to create the illusion of existing entities and people around us. So these thoughts, of course, do not have any substance in them. They are mere concepts, mental constructs. Now, just imagine when we eat something, the experience, original experience is the taste. But due to the illusory consciousness, this combination of vibrations, the taste and the name, or the sound and the color, arises, and we feel as if we are eating pineapple or rice. We do not experience that taste, but ignorantly we eat something. Actually, it's a thought only, but we objectify it due to ignorance. Actually, it is the mind consciousness that performs this magic, and we eat pineapple, apples, oranges, chicken rice, pudding, ice cream. So, this wisdom of truth or Buddhist philosophy is to get rid of this false view or get rid of this thought. When